Hello. What is up, you guys? Huh. Mm. Do not worry. Do not worry. What is foot fungi? Fungi. What does that mean? Where's the cat? That's a good question. Morning oatmeal. Check it out. Why did where did they get that name? Uh, da, da, da. Okay. I missed most of last night's stream. Did we decide on a 500k goal? We didn't. I don't think. There might have been something good in there. Put the donation link in the pinned. Ooh. Oh. Let me know also about the situation with ads, because I'm trying to make it so that they don't run during, unless I click run ads, so that they don't interrupt the stuff. Um, and also I think you get one on the way in. I don't know how ads on stream work, to be honest. Oh man. I have had both my meds and my breakfast. Just gonna do some quick maths here. Dang, one of these YouTube fundraisers is at one of these is at 31k. So I'm gonna do some quick maths. Quick maths. I'm actually going to drop a GoFundMe. It's the since the oh wait, how is this link not working? Since the Unrwa fund has just gone ballistic. Um if you can, maybe even if you haven't contributed to the Unrwa fund, which is now at $55 trillion. I'm gonna pin that. So we got Anthony, I think it's the whole crew of the Do Not Worry podcast, Anthony and Noor, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Coming on the show in 10 minutes. We got Frogan, Raffi, and Capri coming on at noon. We got Surfs. Hebrew Canaanite was gonna come on at 9:30. I had to push it, or 8:30. I had to push it because it would have been just a terrible interview because I couldn't fall asleep last night. Are we doing the math? 522? Nice. We got any DNW fans in the chat? Also, if anybody's in the chat and wants to post on like social media or Instagram or something that they're coming on, Instagram stories, take a photo of me with, hold on, how about this? Check out this tech. I don't know how well this conveys the situation, but take a photo of me with this and say, I'm watching this right now, and then tag DNW, and then we'll be good to go, and shit like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about? With the Hebrew Canaanite, we are gonna go live. I think tomorrow, possibly tomorrow morning, and we're gonna extend this to Saturday because there's some more people. And that just makes it a full week. Technically 8 days, but you know, I started at 4 p.m. on Saturday last week. Oh. Please donate to the GoFundMe in the description or in the pinned comment. Ender Mills already donated. Joseph Acero already donated. Amazing. Thank you for doing that. Seriously. I feel your introverted exhaustion from here. Yeah. We are not built for this shit, man. No shot, bro. Oh, I need to get 2 tattoos. I need to wax my leg. Oh, that was what I was gonna do, is see if I can DoorDash. No, I'll just go. Now we have a window before Lance from the Surfs comes on that we can do some of these challenges. And what do I order for waxing from like CVS? Is it just straight up waxing? Justine would be helpful here. Waxing strips. Do I have to do the whole? I'm gonna try and do the whole leg. From Nair specifically. What is the title of this stream, by the way? Carolyn Kwan. Did she message me? I'll have to check. Oh, on Instagram? No. But we're extending tomorrow, so just buy a bottle of Nair if it's the whole leg. Nah, but then it's not waxing. Then you're just getting rid of your hair. Waxing long hair may hurt more, FYI, but good luck. Thank you, L. We will make it happen. Ah. Would you believe it? Everybody say hi, L. Huh. Like I was saying, we have a fundraiser in the chat. It's pinned. Even if you look so lost every time I come check in on you. I'm lost. 1000%. Lost AF. Real quick, here's what we got for this thing. I'm gonna just do this really quick. I don't want to blow up her spot if wait, that would be more on Saturday. Hold on. There's probably 1 or 2 more people. Oh shit, I need to change it to a fundraiser. Thank you for the donation. Damn, squad, you didn't remind me. Please do like the video. I'm just gonna put. No, I shouldn't do that. Beautiful angels, having some oatmeal. Do you drink coffee? Socially. If we're doing it tactically for work or waking up, I prefer energy drinks. But that's just my opinion. I will low-key drink anything caffeinated though. I am gonna tone the hair. One moment, just getting a couple of things ready for the show, and then we're ready to go. Anthony is here and ready to call in. Desk is a mess. See you. Good luck to you too. Wait. Shit. Hello.
Yo, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys doing? You hear me
Good,
okay?
good. I
Are
can hear
you?
you. Can you hear both of us?
Yes, I
Um,
think so.
Noor, say something.
Hey,
Hey.
hi.
Yeah. Good to go. We are
Awesome.
live. Just a
Oh,
heads
great.
up. Yeah.
How's everybody doing?
Seems like they're doing good. Seems like they're excited to
Fantastic.
hear you guys on the on the stream. So
Should I
that's
move a little
awesome.
bit from one side to another?
I can adjust you guys 1 second.
Yeah.
Oh, be right on top here like
Yeah.
that.
If
No,
you
I
could just
think we're
line up with her and I will do some customization. Do you guys ever stream? You stream, right? and do.
Recently, it's been 3 months. It's been a nightmare, kind of like growing pains. I keep getting like technical difficulties every time we stream, and like streaming from Lebanon is kind of complicated because we get like power outages, we got shitty internet.
Horrible connection.
We have to
Mm.
use like hotspot from my phone to like I hotspot my laptop through my phone because
Sometimes that doesn't
and
work.
sometimes that'll automatically cut off randomly and it switches back to my Wi-Fi and the video starts getting choppy. It's been it's been an experiment. How's it been with you for the past week? Is it the first time you ever live stream?
I've streamed before. Like I used to do different stuff on with streaming, but this is the first time I've done it for this long and with this many guests and with any sort of planned like challenges or whatever else. And so it's been something different, but it's been my Wi-Fi wasn't working at the very start, so I had this old Ethernet cable that's 150 feet long. I got that because it was, I don't know, I was living in a place where I needed to do that to be able to stream. So I just kind of ran it through my house and hoped my cat wouldn't attack it and cut the stream. And so far, 7 days in, she's been so gracious to us to keep the stream alive. So thank you to my cat. But yeah, it's been good. It's been fun for sure. A lot of fun.
Yatik
Awesome.
al as we say in Lebanon, for like all your work and like for the past 5 days of nonstop streaming and all the money you've raised and honestly
Six
like
days.
6 days. So it's been kind of insane. The amount of money you've raised is honestly insane, and it's always, I mean, it's always heartening to have people from the West, you know what I mean, like standing up for us Arabs, you know what I mean, because we try to be as loud as we can. We try to talk about what's happening over here in the region, and we try to let the world know and to try to seem like to basically asking for like equal rights and for people to see us as like worthy to have like we have the same value as anyone else. You know what I mean? A dead Arab is the same as a dead white person, and it always helps when people from the West kind of speak up because our voices are sadly not loud enough, and we're probably one of the smaller channels you've had on. So
Mm-hmm.
particularly our voice is not as loud as other people's, but we really appreciate everything you've done, honestly, over the last few days and like just looking at almost 600K, like that's insane. And for you to do that like by yourself, dude, like seriously, that's fucking awesome. So, um,
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I mean it's been I don't know, it's been great. People have been super supportive. The chat, like just the viewers and everything. It's awesome to see everybody kind of come together and different creators from different persuasions, generally on the same mission though, goal, which is to just try to help out in any way we can. So yeah, I appreciate that. And I guess on that vein, I wanted to ask, like, in terms of the internet content space, there is obviously a severe underrepresentation of Arab creators, especially non-American Arab creators. And I'm wondering how you guys have been making content for a while, like a few years now, if I'm not mistaken.
it's
Mm-hmm.
been like 4 years, going on 5 years.
Hmm.
But I'm actually a U.S. citizen, so I am a U.S. citizen. I did live in the States for a little while, so I guess I don't know if I count as a non-American Arab creator, but like I do live in Lebanon. I lived in the States for a little while, but yeah, so going on 5 years at this point.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, cool. I'm just wondering how has it changed over time? Are things improving? If so, like how much, and where do you feel like, are you hopeful for the future of the space in terms of I don't know, just established creators and networks of creators where collaboration can happen and people can get views and do something like sustainable, I guess, because that's a big part of the barrier to content for a lot of people is just not being able to do it right consistently because it takes time and people need to work and so forth. So how's it changed basically? And
I mean, well, as in well in the States, I mean, I guess what's been really happening, I mean, what's been stressful is that like Arab content creators have been deplatformed and like Twitch changing up its TOS to like the word Zionism is now like a word that can get you banned or get you off of Twitch. So they're kind of, and with the shooting that just happened right now in Washington, D.C., you're always afraid of like what other sort of rules that are going to change on certain platforms. So I think now is the time that it's actually kind of scary for like Arab content creators, at least in the States, because You got people like Ethan Klein going after people and trying to get them deplatformed, and then you got the Dan Saltmans and the Destinies and all these other creators, and there's this whole industry of people trying to get Hassan or anyone tangentially tied to Hassan off the platform. So I think in that sense it's kind of stressful, but I do think that like it's easier than ever to kind of get online. So I think for Arab creators, like now's the time, and I think the the genocide in Palestine kind of encouraged a lot of people to speak up, people who normally wouldn't want to talk about these sorts of things, just to get online and to kind of share their opinions. Um, to me, it's
I
a
think I disagree. I think people are scared to speak up.
I think now, I think at first there was like this influx of people wanting to speak up, but I think some of the backlash that's been happening and people getting banned, it's kind of been scaring people off. And
Mhm.
now, and like even like the U.S. government trying to make it illegal to criticize Israel, and you got like countries like Europe making it more and more difficult to speak out. I just saw something on Twitter today that like Toronto was making it uh illegal for people to protest like for like Palestine, and I didn't get to read the article, but like something of that nature. So it's getting harder and harder. Um, so I don't know. Honestly, I think it's kind of a scary time overall, like right now, just right now,
Mhm.
because, and with Trump being president and like, I don't know, it seems kind of scary to be pro-Palestine and like the guy from Kneecap, getting charged with like acts of terrorism for, so I don't know. I think any kind of pro-Palestine speech is really being censored and monitored. I think for us, we're a bit safer because I live in Lebanon, so being here ironically enough, like the US is the country of like freedom of speech, and here in Lebanon, like we can go to jail for criticizing our president, literally. Like we have to be very careful about what we say about like the Lebanese government and politicians. But like we can criticize with the states, and I can criticize Israel very comfortably from here, I feel, and like my work isn't going to be affected. We've had people try to like go through our LinkedIn's, me and like the entire crew's LinkedIn's to try and like see where we work, to try and like reach out to our
Our
employers.
companies wouldn't give a fuck,
They wouldn't give a fuck that
honestly.
like they're gonna tell them that we're like anti-Semitic because Ethan Klein is upset with us on like his YouTube show. Like no one cares you. Like, and we're obviously not anti-Semitic, but like so it's much easier for me, ironically, to talk about that stuff here, and I feel way more comfortable criticizing Israel being right here in Lebanon. My only concern is like if YouTube ever change its terms of service, and it's like, well, you now can't criticize X, or if you use the term Zionism, that is an offense that we can come at you for or something. So that kind of concerns me. So it's just kind of a wait and see right now, but we're gonna
Mm.
keep doing what we can to raise awareness and talk about what's happening in the area, in Palestine, in Lebanon. Like Israel is bombing, like we have a ceasefire with Israel technically, but they're bombing Lebanon every day. Just yesterday, they bombed an area in the south called Nabatiyeh. So there's
They have
constant,
been bombing every single day since the ceasefire.
yeah. So like we have to keep talking about these things. So if that eventually gets us banned, that's horrible. And I'm gonna have to, I guess, maybe stream on Kick or something. You know what I mean? Kick seems to be the most lax of all streams. They don't give a fuck what you do on Kick. So hey, shit, maybe we'll end up there. But it's usually I don't know that's my one fear right now is just people crack and people like Ethan Klein who have a lot of power, who have a lot of influence, and who complain a lot. And like when he sticks to something, he doesn't kind of let it go. So that's just kind of what is like how far is he willing to take this? And you know this better than anyone. You know what I mean? Like so with what you're going through with all the like the potential lawsuit and all that stuff. So um,
Yeah, I don't know. It's always interesting to see when, there's these higher up forces of like the state and bigger media apparatuses that are going to go for and attack any pro-Palestine voices. Though, we're seeing people being detained, we're seeing people being questioned at the border, and and restricted on social media and restricted in the media. Like you don't see op-eds, you don't see mainstream like large liberal outlets with consistent pro-Palestine coverage or even honest coverage of it. It's all usually slanted towards Israel. And so what's crazy, I think, is seeing how be independent creators, we have a certain power that they don't, which is that we can speak more freely about things. The power comes with a certain level of risk, obviously, because the fact that we're speaking more freely means that we are opening ourselves up to targeting that these larger outlets don't have. But then when you have people like Ethan Klein or like any of these creators that are jumping in on this sort of anti like Zionist train of thought and criticism of everyone that's marginally in any way pro Palestine. It's like you're not supposed to be doing that shit. You're a YouTuber. You're supposed to be doing YouTube and saying stuff on here and not, directly falling in line with state narratives that will get people in trouble, hurt, arrested, or worse. And I mean, recently, I don't know if you saw that Hassan was questioned at the border.
Yep.
Like they detained him, and hearing the questions he relayed that they had asked him was wild, because I was like, oh, this is this is all
It's
the
like a
stuff that I would
Destiny
write
fan.
down. Yeah, it's a Destiny fan. It's stuff that I would write down in a video essay about everything these people have been doing for the last 6 months. It's like directly verbatim pulled. So there is, even though it's online and there's just kind of, it's kind of like the wild, wild west, and we often think about it as maybe being insignificant and not reflective of broader attitudes. I still think there are real world consequences to this thing, and that's what's so, I mean, disgusting about people that, like, Ethan, or like anyone that's supporting these campaigns, that want to take a clip like of your show and try to spin it in some way, saying you're an anti-Semite, saying you're a threat and a terrorist or whatever else. That has real world consequences, and it's just like, why you guys do what the fuck? Like, I don't know.
And just again, yesterday, following the shooting in DC, someone on CNN, I can't, he's like an Israeli representative, literally mentioned Hassan by name and was like, Hassan is like
Jonathan
extremely
Greenblatt,
dangerous.
yeah,
Yeah, and
the
like so again,
ADL.
so that is directly another way to discourage people from discussing what's happening on on their platforms, whether it's Twitch, whether it's YouTube, because you don't want to get that target on your back. So again, and like also, I mean, to your point, I'm a YouTuber. If you look at my set, this is not a news show. We're not. At least this show, I know a lot of YouTubers, cover news and do politics. This is not what this show is ever about. We would touch on politics every now and then because hosting a show in Lebanon, it's inescapable. It touches our everyday lives. There's constantly shit happening, whether it's infighting between political parties, wars, and stuff with Israel. But like, this is like a goofy show that we host that we normally just joke around. We react to a lot of like Lebanese social media stuff, like cringe TikTokers. This show was directly inspired by H3H3. Like that's the only reason I ever commented on Ethan and got on his radar was because the only reason I ever started this podcast was I used to watch H3 a very long time ago, like almost like 2 to 3 times a week. I used to buy a lot of Teddy Fresh. I used to be like a fully a massive H3 fan. And when they started peddling like all this propaganda, I was like, okay, I have to like kind of try to counter it somehow. And being someone who knows all of the show's lore, I'm an Arab. I live in Lebanon, like I live in the Middle East, so I live that shit every day. I figured we can, and we started to talk about the war as soon when Israel started to hit Palestine. We started to talk about that. Obviously, it wasn't just Ethan stuff, but when Ethan really started to push the Zionist stuff, we were like, we have to talk about this even more directly because mainstream media isn't doing its job. Like mainstream media in the States and in Europe, like Western mainstream media is horrendous. And it's kind of sad that it's come to people like me who I'm not a politics major. Everything that I know is like from reading that I've done online and videos that I've watched. Like I've tried to go out of my way to learn this stuff myself.
And things we had to learn recently.
And things we learned recently, and it's and because if we're not talking about it, no one else is. So it's kind of sad that it's come to someone like me, who is supposed to host like a funny, stupid, silly show to try to be like, hey, by the way, no, like we're not piece of shit terrorists. Not everyone is like an R wordist or like whatever the fuck they say to justify
Barbaric Arab. I heard someone
barbaric
say
Arabs,
that,
pieces of
use that
shit,
phrase.
to just exactly like the constant dehumanization that justifies killing us by the thousands without any repercussions, without the international community batting an eye. So that we're not like I'm supposed to be making fun of Lebanese TikTokers right now. That's what I'm supposed to be doing, and but honestly, this does get. I was watching your conversation with iDubbbz yesterday. It does kind of give you an extra sense of purpose, though. So it is kind of nice to be able to like silly TikTok videos get boring after a while. You know what I mean? So it has been nice to try to use this platform for something else. I mean, you've raised $500,000. We've been able to help someone. One of our viewers, Harley, started a fundraiser for a gentleman called Mohsen. He lives in Gaza. And like we were able to help her just raise like we were just able to help her raise I think like around like £5,000 like between us and our viewers, and that to me still blows my mind that we were able to do like £5,000 and like we've been able to raise that kind of money. So again, to look at the 500,000 is insane, but like to know that I do like the sense that we can try to make somewhat of a difference. And now that we've been able to poach a lot of H3 Fallen fans and kind of give them the Lebanese perspective, the Arab perspective. Well, like this is what Ethan is saying. Well, here's what we're saying, and we live here, and this is our experience with Israel. So we're just trying to convert as many people as we can, even if it's one person. I think it's worth it. So, um,
Also,
Yeah.
I've been here in chat many times, and I've seen we have many of the same chatters, and it's always very nice.
we have a lot of overlap
Audience
in audience
overlap.
because I've been going live as you are live and Chris Kunzler, both of you at the same time, and there's a lot of overlap there. So it's been really funny. Every time I pop into Chris's chat, everyone's excited. When I pop into this chat, everyone's excited. So
That's
no,
awesome.
it's nice. You guys have been an intense competition. I'm new to streaming. I'm trying to figure out my schedule. Every time I'm live, you boys are live. Um,
Oh no, you beat me to it. I was late today, so uh you got this shit.
no,
Um
no, I'm just kidding. It's nice to have you
I'm
here, man.
saying,
I hope you keep doing more of this, honestly. Um, and it's just good to be
yeah.
have you in the family.
Yeah, I'm super yeah, as bad as things are elsewhere and outside of these spaces, and sometimes inside of them, when we see the, I guess, cross political discourse about um, Israel and Zionism or whatever else, it does feel like it's a moment that people are coming together and doing what they can. And like you're saying, one fundraiser, £5,000, like that is life changing, and we don't know how that plays out in the future with what happens with people and what happens in the world. But like looking back on this 10 years from now, it's going to be like, oh yeah, we did everything we could with the tools we had, and social media is one of those tools that's like, I don't know, it's still new. It's still a very new experience to be doing videos while a genocide is happening actively and no one's talking about it, except you are kind of like you're saying, you're put into a position to have to comment on this stuff because it's so obscene, even though you do, at least you did, you were just making more silly fun content, which is like even though a lot of times I feel like for me it was almost the opposite, where it's like, oh, I feel like a sense of meaning from this, that I'm sure you feel as well, it sounds like, but in a way that I didn't in the content I was making before. But also a lot of times I'm like, yeah, that was way more fun. I shouldn't have to, none of us should have to talk about a genocide,
Yeah,
because a genocide shouldn't be going on, right? But it is. And so it's like but we all have to do something. And I think the amount of people that have come around to, I guess, support this effort, and also just watch creators because they're great. People really like you guys. I've watched a lot of, I found a lot of new creators as a fallout of what's happening, and that's just a kind of side effect of people being, I guess, brave, educated, and willing to speak out in a way that's like I don't know, using the tools that we have. I think it's as horrific as things are in a lot of ways. That does give me some kind of I don't know if hope is the right word, but it's like oh, people are seeing what's happening, and they're being more and more willing to talk about it in a way that would not have been possible even if we'd had social media 5 years ago, or even like 3 years ago. It's like the ability of what the, I guess, the Overton window of how we're able to talk about things has shifted so much that it we're able to call things what they are now. And still, when we do that, like the clip I wanted to ask you about, you were talking about, like, I think Ethan is the one who put it on one of his videos, talking about like hearing the sirens being music to your ears in Israel, right? That was one of the big terrorism red flags he brought up, which
yeah,
you're able to say that, and these people still all jump on you in the same way that the media would, 3 years ago. But you're expressing a genuine feeling, and you're not getting banned because that's, I guess, something, post genocide or post escalation in the genocide is something that we should be able to say, and that we should be able to express that kind of feeling without being banned, because I don't know, because it's, things have changed over time. So I don't know. Have you noticed that change over what you're allowed to say and what you're allowed to talk about, despite the risks, since you
uh,
started with content?
I call that moment my when Hassan said like America deserved 9/11. That's my Hassan America deserved 9/11 moment. That's gonna live online forever. I mean, look, obviously that clip might look barbaric to some people, and I understand, and it probably wasn't my finest moment, but like the context I think surrounding that moment is kind of important. Like we live in the Middle East. We have been bombed by Israel many times throughout my life. I've lived through like 3 wars with Israel, in my time here in Lebanon. Um, that attack, when Iran, there was like an Iranian consulate, or the Iranian embassy was hit in Syria, and like 3 or 4 high-ranking Iranian generals were killed in that attack. So they had like a legitimate response against Israel. They did like this massive drone attack that was mostly for show. They just hit like military installations. No civilians were hurt. And after waking up every morning and literally watching a live stream genocide on my phone every day for the past 7 months, it felt a little bit cathartic. And I'm like, most Lebanese people, most Arabs were probably a little happy to see Israel get a taste of its own medicine. Now, does it seem insane for me to celebrate people and saying that like their screams are music to my ears? Probably. I understand how that might be shocking to some people, but that was kind of a genuine feeling at the time, because nothing happens to Israel. They have the Iron Dome, they have bunkers, they have sirens, like they have a lot of protections against, and as they should. No one should live in fear and in danger of being bombed, all that sort of stuff, of course. But like, I did remove the moment. I did like cut it off, remove it from the episode just in case, because they
Oh
did
yeah.
send their audience to like mass report the episode. So I don't feel comfortable saying stuff like that just in case. And I also don't want to represent that sort of like, I mean, it was cathartic. Like I want to be honest, like it is cathartic to see someone, and because
It does represent a general sentiment
it
of
rep
the Lebanese community, but like I know that's a direct response from Israeli actions.
It is, and when you see all like the Pew Research, that shows that like 90% of Israelis are okay, or think that are okay with what the IDF has done in Gaza, or don't think that they've gone far enough. So when people say that like, well, most Israelis are against what's happening in Gaza, and it's like, no, they're not. So most of the people that are running in this, that are running away from the sirens in those clips, are either okay with what's happening in Gaza, or don't care about what's happening in Gaza, or don't think that what's happening is bad enough. So how much sympathy am I going to show? Like, most of my sympathy at this point is reserved for the Palestinians in Gaza. Most of my sympathy is reserved for the victims of this genocide. There's not much room for sympathy at this point for the oppressor. And I think it's natural. That's a natural feeling, I think. And maybe it's hard for people living in the West to connect with that. But like, Israel bombs my country every day. Israel bombs us every single day. So I'm sad that it has gone to that point. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a good thing that like Israelis don't care how we feel and I don't care how they feel, but that's the reality of the situation. And we are the ones, like, it's not like Lebanon can really do anything to harm Israel. Israel can wipe Lebanon off the map in an instant if they want to. It's not like we're a real threat. Yeah, we have a resistance and we have Hezbollah and etc. But like, at the end of the day, Israel holds all the cards. Israel can do whatever they want. They have all the power. They can end us in an instant. So it's I guess like I wouldn't really say that again. And again, with what we were talking about earlier, like with sort of a censoring of like and like terms of service and all that shit constantly changing. But like, we should be able to say how we really feel. We should be able to say how we really feel. But like, unfortunately, people can't connect with our experiences. So some dude living in like Michigan isn't gonna know how I feel being here. So he's gonna hear what I say and think that I'm completely insane. For example, like AB, one of the crew members on the H3 podcast, said that like Zionists love my clip of being like of celebrating Israelis running, because he says that it makes Arabs look bad, and it makes the whole Palestinian movement look bad, and it makes Arabs look barbaric. So there's a lot of Arabs that also don't want that kind of language, especially Arabs like living in the States. They're like, bro, keep that shit on the down low. Like, I don't need, we don't need that kind of attention. But like, here, living here in the Middle East, I would be lying if that night when Iran like attacked Israel, if like Arab Lebanese people weren't kind of like, fuck yeah, like shit, they fucking deserve something. Like, we've been watching kids getting butchered and slaughtered for the past 7 months. Like, yeah, they should feel a little bit of fear, a little bit of the fear that they're instilling in these people day in and day out. They got like a tiny sliver of that. They got the tiniest fraction of that. And
Yeah, it's just like the double standard is insane. Just real world violence over and over and over again for 100 years versus rhetorical violence of people saying stuff that's angry, rightfully angry, but that sounds angry and maybe hyperbolic. But then or talking, or just in terms of the actual material, like military threat, it's like, oh no, it's literally sirens. Like that's the extent. Sirens and fireworks is what you're talking about, and yet a clip like that can be treated as, it can be blown up and used for, like you said, the Hassan 9/11 clip. I also kind of have a comparison, or I guess the clip of Frogan talking about the U.S. military and like troops and PTSD. Yeah, that's another one where it just gets blown up in the American media ecosystem as, for lack of a better term, as like a thing that that is horrific, terroristic, barbaric, and just pure evil. And yet, when she presents the context, I remember she made a follow-up tweet almost immediately and said, like, I was being hyperbolic, but at the same time, this is the sentiment, a genuine sentiment of someone that has, lived and has family members and friends that live under the consequences of American imperialism. And that part wasn't necessarily reported on by those same spaces because they don't give a fuck, because they want like the caricature to remain. And I feel like, I don't know, that seems like I didn't hear H3 or any of these people follow up about you talking about the reasoning in the same way. Yeah, no, not at all. It's just not a part of the MO. And that's, I mean, it's a double standard, I guess, is the way I've looked at it. But
it would go against their narrative. And speaking of double standards, for example, the pager attack. Like when Netanyahu visited the U.S., he gave like Fetterman like a golden pager. He gave Trump. Did he give Trump like a golden pager? Like that was in and of itself a terror attack. Like there were kids when the pagers were beeping, they grabbed the pagers to give it to their dad or give it to their mom. It blew up in their hands. So many kids went blind, lost limbs. There's a Lebanese journalist, Rania Khalid. She's working on a documentary series about a lot of those little kids that got literally like butchered in that attack. There were people in supermarkets standing in line to pay at the register, and then the beeper like blew up in their pocket, injuring not only like almost killing them and injuring people around them, innocent people just standing there shopping. And that is celebrated. You know what I mean? If someone celebrates that, they're not labeled as a crazy barbaric POS. They're like, oh, hey, yeah, of course, it's the pager attack. People are talking about turning it into a Netflix series. Even on H3, Zach was playing a beeper. Like Denims was like, they were reacting to a clip of Denims. They played a beeper sound and they made a beeper joke. They did the same thing to Frogan like a few months ago. And I get like beeper jokes all the time on Twitter. That's like extreme right-wing racist, like Islamophobic shit. I'm not even Muslim, but like it's just fucking racist. And we get that shit every day. For that to be like a soundbite now, like on the H3 podcast, like they used to play, I don't know if you ever used to watch H3. Zach used to play fun sound bites. They used to have fun. They used to be like fun lines from funny TikToks and funny videos. Now it's just like racist jokes or trying to make people sound anti-Semitic. Like the vibes have like completely transformed over there, but like it's insane. So the fact that you can talk about the pager attack and celebrate that, and that's completely fine. So at this point, whatever the U.S. media deems, like it's just a joke. Like no one takes that shit seriously. Like it's a caricature of itself. And
yeah, I think it seems like people are catching on to the way this is being framing. I mean, shifting perceptions in America over Israel. It's like there's the most negative attitudes there has been in I don't know how long, a long time. Like it's over 50%. It might be the first time in history that it was the majority of those polled. And that like it seems like this kind of stuff, these kind of narratives and these double standards have a real effect when people have a real effect on people, but also backfire when there's people that are able to call them out and point them out and say like, oh, this is why you thought this thing that was extremely racist, but you thought it was okay because you are programmed to believe, post 9/11 propaganda about Arabs. And I don't know, like I feel like outlets like your guys and outlets like people that are talking about like any of these creators that are doing this same thing, just translated into a YouTube context, it's like, it's a huge opportunity almost where, I mean, the only reason me and you are talking is because Ethan's been a fucking Zionist shill for the last, 2 years. And that's crazy. And the only reason we've, in a way raised this much money is because we've all come together to say, fuck this guy. This is not okay. We're not going to allow this to be normalized, this rhetoric. And we're not going to allow someone to double down on the rhetoric when it's happening. But still, I mean, the mainstream outlets and the mainstream coverage of this space specifically, as as unwilling as they might be to actually dive into YouTube drama or whatever else, it's still far easier to spin narratives as like anti-Semitic and pro-terrorism. And I mean, we saw this, yeah, with the recent shooting in I think it was in New York, where
And
it's
DC.
being, yeah, in DC, being framed as like a purely anti-Semitic attack or as some kind of like threat towards Jews globally, and this entire story of what this person did, what his motivations were, who the people were, and how they were cogs in a genocidal machine is kind of
Hmm.
pushed aside because that's not part of how it's talked about. But I don't know. I think more creators that come out and talk about it in an honest way, it's just like it feels like there could be a snowball effect, and like the song "Thank You, Ethan Klein." I think it's a good track because it's like, yeah, that's why we're
I
here,
was
which feels crazy.
I was just thinking, someone wrote "Thank you, Ethan Klein" in the chat, so like it automatically started playing in my head. I was gonna
It's
say
kind
that
of a
honestly,
banger.
the best part, and Noor would definitely agree, and she can speak to that as well. The best part has been just connecting with all these creators. Like being a
Mm.
YouTuber in Lebanon is kind of a lonely endeavor. YouTube isn't a huge platform here. People mainly would go to like will do like TikTok and like Instagram and shit. There's not, especially like not like this kind of podcast. If anyone does a podcast in Lebanon, it's like an interview thing. They love interview shows in Lebanon. So it's just been great connecting with so many fucking awesome people, dude. From like yourself to like Chris Kunzler to like the Arabs to like
Matt
everyone,
Leib.
Matt Lieb from, and you've had so a lot of these people on. Like I got to talk to iDubbbz and via Twitter DMs. Like iDubbbz is one of my YouTube inspirations. I made like a couple of YouTube documentaries straight up because of iDubbbz. So just everyone being brought together, and like I feel like this is like kind of an like with all of these powers combined, it's kind of an unstoppable like coalition. And like I saw a tweet, I think this morning, that was kind of interesting. It was like if Ethan Klein attempted to do his own fundraiser right now, who would he even invite on a 6-day fundraiser? Who would even agree to work with Ethan? Unless you list off the worst of the like the fucking the Batman Rogues gallery from like Mudahar to like fucking the Quartering and Destiny and Tectone,
Loner box, yeah, God.
Loner Box, and half of these
They'd
people
they'd be
I just
fundraising for the IDF. That's the only way they join.
exactly. So it's like, what is left? I don't even know what that's become. But like Newt also like Newt is, I think, the
I've been
hap.
happiest with chatters. I feel like the whole community we really got, and I don't know if you agree, but I feel like they're really here for us and not just for the drama of Ethan or whatever.
That's been the crazy. Yeah. So that's been the fear, because at this point we used to have like maybe like 10,000 subscribers before the Ethan shit started, and now we've almost like tripled. So there is this fear of like, are people only here for the Ethan stuff? If we stop talking about Ethan, are people gonna stick around? But no, I think the majority of people are constantly asking us to like talk about Lebanon more. There are definitely some people that are very much into the drama, but as you were the point you were making with iDubbbz yesterday, like as long as that's just like if Ethan Klein is getting you to watch the video, but then the majority of the video is dispelling like Zionist propaganda, that's not the worst thing. Like if I can use this slop to deliver some good, we're gonna do that. But obviously, but yeah, no, like the community has been awesome, and I actually wanted to like if you're doing this for a couple of more days.
I think tomorrow is our last day. What day is it? It's
It's day
Thursday.
7.
And are you completely like booked up with guests and
Oh
stuff?
no, there's definitely room tomorrow. I think there should be.
Well,
So,
because there's someone in chat right now that I think if you've reached out to Comrade Casey or North Star Radio, he's been doing some amazing work as well.
oh, that's my
And
lawyer. Yeah.
the dude, he would be. And there's a smaller channel called Uninformed Leftist, who's also been doing some really cool work and also using the Ethan Klein stuff to really cover Palestine on a very consistent basis. His name is James. It's a smaller channel, but he's really awesome
They're
too.
great.
Yeah, no, I've
And
seen I've seen both of my the coverage is good. And I like no, it's like you're saying, it's like the drama is one thing, the entertainment is one thing. Like were an H3 viewer, we all enjoy at least somewhat like engaging with content in that way. But the fact that people are able to start at that point and then seemingly start to care about these issues in some way once they're exposed to what's actually happening, and once they're exposed to like, oh, you might be here for the drama, but like this shit is serious and you should care about it, and you can still have fun while doing it by making fun of someone like Ethan Klein, but ultimately, this is like this is a big deal. This is a moment in history that's like unprecedented. Live stream genocide. Everyone in the audience is able to watch it happen, but a lot of them kind of aren't seeing it, or seeing people run cover for it on their shows, where it's like, yeah, thousands upon tens of thousands of people in the H3 subreddit are just genocidal maniacs because their favorite guy wants to be like that, and that's psychotic. And so the more people we can, I guess, do the opposite of that to, it's just overall like a better it's a net positive. And I don't know, it's like, because before, like, have your feelings about content changed very much in terms of feeling like, what am I doing, what is the point, and like I get like a broader mission, I guess, or like motivation?
Um, I almost quit this show like multiple times throughout the 4 years. Like again, like Lebanon is a small country, and I'm hosting like an English. Mostly, we used to speak some Arabic. I would try to pepper it in there because people would always call me out for speaking too much English. But like I almost gave up on this like so many times and stopped doing the show because I'm like, I think we've peaked, like we've plateaued. All the English speaking Lebanese people are watching our show. We've talked about every TikToker. I've made documentaries about these people. Like what else is there to talk about? And when we started talking about not necessarily politics, but just covering what was happening in Palestine, like when the genocide started, I like it's not like it wasn't even like a choice. It was like we're obviously gonna cover
We
this.
had to.
Like it would feel so stupid to sit here and talk about like a dumbass fucking TikToker while children are being butchered just like a few miles away from where we live.
Yeah, I remember back then it was really hard to balance between what we used to talk and what people wanted to see, and like what we wanted to talk about, and like it just felt stupid to react to all these TikTokers and silly YouTubers and not acknowledge what's happening in Palestine.
Yeah, like overnight our show like changed. Like overnight we went from reacting to silly stuff and the occasional serious topics to covering a genocide and watching footage of like buildings being blown to bits and like children being slaughtered. So it was a much harder show to do, and it's also a lot of because we live in Lebanon too, so a lot of the Lebanese audience has seen this stuff for a very long time. So it's not like for an American audience, our show can be considered refreshing. Like, oh shit, some Lebanese people and they're speaking English and they're telling us what's happening and they're doing it in English and it's a way that we can relate to. But like, it was kind of a turn off for Lebanese audiences because they're like, bro, we see this shit every day. Like Lebanese news don't shy away from showing like super violent imagery. And like my dad, for example, when he had like Lebanese dad, he turns on the news while having lunch. And like I grew up with like horrific shit on the TV while we're just sitting there and having lunch. So
Yeah.
Lebanese people, Arabs are very much used to that. So at first it was even kind of a turn off for our audience. They're like, okay, we get it. There's a genocide in Palestine. Please, let's go back to like the fun, light topics because this is our escape show. We tune into the show to escape the seriousness and the bullshit. But like it was impossible for us, and it felt immoral, honestly, and kind of dumb to not use this platform to at least keep the conversation alive. Because as you know, in the age of social media, news, people get over shit very fast. The news cycle moves extremely fast. Like I'm shocked. I am shocked that people are still talking about this genocide to this day. I'm honestly shocked. This should have been gone from the conversation like 3 months in. 3 months into the genocide, they should have been able to tuck it away. I think that's what they're used to. But the fact that it's still being talked about, I think, is just a testament to like people not wanting to shut up because of what happening is so insane. And I know we're getting desensitized to it, and we've seen this footage so much. Like I just saw another tweet today of like a massacre somewhere in Gaza, and just like people laid out on the floor, spread all across the floor. So I think talking about this has definitely given me more purpose, but it's also highlighted that I have so much to learn. Like I wish, like every time I watch Chris Gunzler, I'm like, man, that guy's such a fucking G. He's so fucking smart. He knows so much, and he puts me to shame because I'm like, I'm from here. How does Chris Gunzler know more about my region than
I
I do?
invited him to Lebanon.
Invited him to do. And by the way, the invitation, Noah, if you ever want to visit Lebanon, all of you guys,
You have
bro.
to come.
If you ever visit
Absolutely.
Lebanon, we got you. Please hit me up. I'd love to show you around, hang out with you guys. So
Yeah.
if you ever want to visit
100%.
Lebanon, you're more than welcome, and we got you.
I
But
appreciate
it's
that, man.
definitely it's given us a sense of purpose. I think I just want to be as good of a representative of my region, and I want to be as educated. So it's on me to learn more, and to read more, and to know what I'm talking about more. Um, that's my biggest thing. I don't want to be irresponsible with this platform. But it's definitely given us a new sense. Like I can't see myself going back to just the silly content. I still love to
Mm.
pepper in some silly stuff. I still love to talk about a weird TikToker or like a weird thing or like some weird random drama. But this definitely feels like we're actually making even like the smallest difference to what you're doing right now, raising $600,000. So like whatever we can do to help, even if I can help you raise $20 right now, that's better than whatever the fuck I was doing before, honestly.
Yeah, also just like being considered one of the pro-Palestinian creators on the platform,
Yeah.
and like chat was asking for us, and like it's just cool and heartwarming and it feels good.
We're like, yeah, like for us, this is super surreal because like we're in fucking Lebanon. Like we're not supposed to be interacting with any of you guys right now. And like that graphic on Twitter, I really like. It's like choose your side wisely, and you have like the fork in the road, and then you have like Mudahar and Ethan Klein and like Andrew Tate on one side, and all the leftists like pro. And I was like, we're part of that graphic. I'm like, what an honor, really. Like it's we're in very good company, and I don't know, man. It's just fucking crazy, and it's scary. Like, I mean, I don't know if you want to talk about like the lawsuit that probably shouldn't, but like, I
Um,
mean, it's just freaky to
Maybe.
see because what you said at the end of iDubbbz's video. It's like, yo, like when you mentioned Ethan's when he won the lawsuit and like set a really good precedent for YouTube. I just feel like we're setting dangerous precedents now where people are just suing each other on YouTube. And like you said this, so let me sue you for this, and this is defamation. It's like YouTube is not supposed to be like that. Like this is not supposed to be it's not how you're supposed to use lawsuits. It's not how you're supposed to use the law. But like, also,
Yeah,
if you
it's
ever
like,
do need a
mhm.
defense, sorry, if you ever, if it ever does come to pass and happen, I know you probably don't need our help raising funds, but like, we got you. You got a fucking defense funds for Noah Sampson. DNW will be live streaming to raise funds for your law for your defense fund if it comes to
Hell
that.
yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, I really hope it doesn't, just because that, like, I mean, like I said in my video, that feels so insane to have to be dealing with, to fundraise for something like that. And I think Denim's felt similarly about, raising for a potential suit where it's like, obviously you're 100% justified in wanting to do this. And obviously, I mean, it's a, like you're saying, it's like disgusting that people on YouTube are now, making these kinds of claims that, oh, I'm going to sue you because you said this thing about my politics. And it's repulsive, but it's also it seems like it was an inevitable conclusion of doing Zionist rhetoric online, is that if you can't contain it anymore because it's so patently false, and if the lie is so easily exposed, then you have to escalate how you try to defend yourself. And one escalation obviously is, there's state crackdowns, there's actual legislation, and that transforms all the way down to just, I have money, I'm going to sue you because I'm saying Zionist shit and I don't want you to talk about it. And yeah, that feels like I'm able to talk about it, I think, in some regard, because I don't know. I don't think it's like, I think there's enough support and there's enough people that are like, this is bullshit. And if this were to even come to pass, it's like, dealing with something like that is not something comparatively a big deal. And also, whatever would happen from there, it would be some type of event regarding Israel Palestine in the media that, let's say he wins. It's like, oh, you evaluating the facts, this was some bullshit, and they were still able to get this through, and win a defamation case, which is insane. Like, let's look into how this happened. It's just Streisand effect, and that's how, I don't know. That's what October 7th was. That's why we're talking right now. It's a Streisand effect. You do something, you have no idea how it's gonna shape the future. I mean, to some extent, you will, but from there, it's cataclysmic events like that are. I'm not ever too. Over time, I've become less like worried about the immediate fallout of something like this, because I'm like, this is a long-term big picture thing, and everyone's kind of in this together, and it's not really about any one individual.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean, like I was saying to Chris, I think that like there's probably someone that's watching this podcast, or someone that learned about your podcast through the Ethan stuff, or just watches it for your coverage, that will start a conversation in their life that will change someone's mind, that will lead to something. Like we have no idea how this stuff can play out in reality, but in terms of the lawsuit stuff, it's like I don't know. I think I'll be good, and I think there's enough support. Like you're saying, it's like who's on the Zionist side on YouTube. You can't the getting called a terrorist in the H3 subreddit over and over again can only get you so far in terms of what you're actually accomplishing in changing the discourse on YouTube. And we have so many people willing to come out and crowdfund and join in the conversation, because they don't give a fuck what the H3 subreddit is saying, and the only people that care about it are the people in there, and they're already all Zionist parasocial freaks. So it's, I don't know, it's a weird time, but it's like it's things are moving and changing, and I think it's great to have just more voices involved in it, and more in a bigger audience. And I don't know. One question I had was in terms of coverage of like your change in coverage and talking about the genocide as it's unfolded. I was wondering how that coverage would change if you were speaking to strictly a Lebanese audience, because you mentioned there. Sorry, is this frozen? I guess the attitude there is
Are we?
far more. I think you're good. I think I thought it was frozen for a sec. But yeah, that was my question. How would that change? Because obviously right now, I don't know what your audience breakdown is, but it's probably like there's probably a significant subset of Americans because of what you've been covering recently.
So I ironically I sent the crew like a screenshot of our viewership. So 2.8% of my viewership right now is coming from Lebanon. That's it.
Yeah.
Which is a massive shift, and 47% is coming from the US, 8% from Canada, and then the rest is split from like UK. So right now the majority of our audience is coming from the US. Now a lot of that I'm guessing is like the Ethan stuff, and like I reacted to like his debate with Hassan. If we were covering this strictly for Lebanese people, I don't think they would be as interested, to be honest with you. I don't think
They're actually really not.
they're literally not interested. The only reason like the our episodes covering Palestine were doing well is because a clip of ours went viral on when they first started to bomb Lebanon. A clip of ours went viral where me and another one of our crew members, Nadim, we were talking about like how Israel might kill it. We might die like tomorrow because we have no, because like with Israel there are no rules of engagement. Like they say they're just gonna hit like Dahia in the south. We had just been watching a genocide on our phones for the past like 7 months, so we're like, holy fuck, dude, they're going to tear the living shit out of Lebanon. They're gonna like kill all of us. So that clip kind of went viral of us. And oop, whoopsie.
All
You're
good.
getting
Whoa.
you're getting authentic experience right now.
Oh my gosh. Full outage.
This
We
is
got,
the
you can
Lebanese
hear us now. It
experience.
takes a second
I can
for
hear
the
you.
for the
No,
we got
I saw the
batteries.
whole.
We got batteries plugged in. You can see us, I think, like that. So we got batteries plugged into to like the cameras are plugged into batteries, the mics are plugged into batteries. There we go. You guys got the authentic experience. At least that's good. Here, let me just turn on the light.
That is some.
So what happens is that we don't always have like government electricity. So whenever we don't have that, they switch to generators, to like privately owned generators.
Yeah, the government will give you like 6 hours of power, maybe 8 if you're lucky, and then the rest, every building has to like you have to sign up with like a local generator, and then once the government stops giving you electricity, switches over to your private generator. So we basically have you have 2 power bills in Lebanon. You have the government power bill, and then you have your own private generator power bill. So you can't own technology and not have it plugged into some kind of a battery or UPS.
Power
All
supply.
TVs are plugged into batteries. The cameras have to plug into batteries. Everything is so that's how we do it.
Yeah, the
So
chat I
people
see is freaking out. Or just real quick,
every,
the chat's freaking out, and I'm like, holy shit. But this another Thursday for y'all, huh? Or Friday,
everyone
whatever
thinks
day it is.
when it happens, people used to think we were getting bombed. So like, oh shit, they just got like hit by a strike. Then we're like, we're okay. Our audience is used to it at this point. They kind of
Yeah.
like it.
Also, now I would say I know it's been good because at least we have power 24/7. But like 2 years ago, I think when the crisis first started, we would have like 5 hours a day maximum.
Yeah, so the hyperinflate Lebanon got hit with
Like we would literally have no power.
yeah, no, we're going through like Lebanon is going through really bad like hyperinflation and like the economic situation in Lebanon is really bad and like the whole economy crashed like 3 to 4 years ago. So the Lebanese lira, our local currency, like crashed in value, absolutely crashed. $1 used to be worth 1,500 Lebanese liras. That used to be the standard for years. $1, 1,500. Today, $1 is worth 100,000 Lebanese liras. So like it's really bad. So when it first started, literally, they couldn't afford to get like oil for the generators. So the government stopped supplying any electricity. Now they're supplying us with like 6 or 8 hours a day. They got to a point where they were supplying zero electricity. So all of the burden for electricity got dumped to the private generators. So they had to be on like 24/7, and they couldn't do that. Like they couldn't afford to buy the oil to keep the power on for the generators. So they would turn it on for like 6 to 12 hours a day, and then you'd have 12 hours of zero power, no government electricity, no generator power. So we lived like that for like a year or like a few months at least. Some areas in Lebanon were affected for longer periods of time. So that was as bad as it got, but now we're back to normal, relatively, electricity and
As good as it can be.
as good as it gets. As good as it. I mean, we try. So you can imagine live streaming. It's already stressful. Doing it here with all of these challenges is a little bit extra stressful. But I mean, we try to make it work. But to your point, I think the Lebanese audience would have fucking hated this. So if I was just doing this so most other Lebanese podcasts, when the war started, stopped. We were the only ones still dropping episodes every week. Most people, A, for their like safety, no one wanted to really necessarily drive around and like record episodes. But everyone stopped because they're like, we normally do interviews with influencers. What are we going to talk about now? And like, so everyone was kind of panicking. We like had no problem. We're like, fuck it. We're going to talk about the war. Like we've just been talking about Palestine. Now the war hit Lebanon. We're obviously going to talk about the war. So I think I either would have paused the show or like we would have taken a huge hit views wise. But thankfully that clip of ours went viral on Twitter. Hassan reacted to it. So that brought some attention to our show. So like then Westerners started to watch the show and they're like, oh shit, we want to hear what you guys are going through because we're not getting that information from anywhere else. So that's kind of what kept us going was the Western audience started to creep in little by little. Then I made like one big Ethan Klein video and then that kind of blew up. And then I started getting a lot of Ethan Klein people. So then I just kept using Ethan Klein to talk about Israel and Palestine. And then that just kept growing and growing. But we got lucky. We really got lucky with well, not lucky, but like yeah, the clip. And as soon as the war started in Lebanon, I made the conscious decision to completely switch to English. So we used to pepper in some Arabic and react to Arabic videos. I was like, we need to stop doing that because in case foreigners do find this, I want them to be able to completely to understand the whole thing, to watch the whole thing, and like just know what's happening in Lebanon. So that also kind of helped, but I don't think the Lebanese audience would have reacted positively because there's no shortage of the war coverage here in Lebanon. People get that a lot, unlike in the States where it's just mainstream like media stuff. So yeah, in that sense, we got lucky to that people found us like from abroad, honestly, or else I don't know what would have happened to the show because there's no way I would have continued the show as it was while all that stuff was happening. So the fact that there was an audience hungry for that, that was helpful.
Do you have any reservations or frustrations about doing things like fully going English or speaking with an American audience in mind or talking about it in a way that if you were talking about your friends and family, it would not sound like that?
I feel like, I know, at least for me, I do have a language barrier because English is my third language. So I know I'm just not as smart in English. So
You're smart. You're smart in English.
think,
What do you think in? What language do you think in, like in your head? Do you think in English or in like
just like a mix of the three languages.
uh, what was the question? Sorry, originally what would
Oh,
we
just yeah, I mean, does it do you have any like
oh
reservations or
reser-
complex thoughts about
I
your
I
of
do.
changing your tone for a Western audience. And
I do, and especially so. I mean, I've always kind of so. Like I'm an American citizen. I was born in the States, but I was raised and mainly grew up in Lebanon. Went back to the States for college and then worked there for a few years. Like I lived in the States, I would say like maybe 10 years total of my whole life. I'm 34 for context. So, um, it's weird. Like now, particularly, so like I was a huge like movie fan my whole life. I grew up on a lot of American media, movies, TV shows, a lot of like creators, writers, directors that I looked up to. When the genocide started, I became very cynical. Like all of the shit that all the media and the stuff that I grew up loving, suddenly it really started to feel like it didn't represent me anymore. And it's not um like Israel, like I've been aware of like of what Israel's been doing in Palestine. Like the first time I really cared about it or like I really paid attention was like Sheikh Jarrah, like 3 years ago, 2021, when that was happening. Like
Mm.
that's when I really started to pay attention to the atrocities happening there. But I feel like I'm betraying my people sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, am I a traitor to my people by speaking the language of the colonizer, essentially? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not speaking my language. I'm not spreading my. I'm trying to make up for it now, essentially. I'm trying to make up for like years of brainwashing. I also did live in the States. Like, part of me when I was younger, I didn't really like. I was raised to not really like Lebanon. Like, my dad was always like our parents went through a lot in this country as well. They lived through the Civil War, and right now, like when the economic crisis happened, when the economy crashed, like most middle class families like lost all of their savings overnight. So Lebanon has not been kind to my dad and my parents' generation. So he always kind of raised me like, you need to leave Lebanon. You're gonna go to the States. You're gonna go live there. There's nothing for you here. You can't trust this country. You need to leave. You need to leave. And when I came back to live here after living in the States for a while, he was like really disappointed, kind of. You know what I mean? Like, why did you come back? I did all of this shit to send you away and for you to get like a good future and like something safe. So I was always raised to like kind of not like Lebanon in a way. And I've had to sort of undo a lot of that and undo that education that I got essentially when I was younger. And I don't know, it is kind of weird. I try to think that, I mean, the fact that we're talking about Lebanon as much as we can and we're talking about the region, I'm trying to do the best that I can. Also, like my Arabic, I'm not great at Arabic. So if I did want to do this show in Arabic, it would be a very shitty show. It would be quite unwatchable. Like I'm good at, I can speak it. I saw people were looking for, were asking for translators for your interview with Rashid. I almost volunteered. I was like, I'd like to volunteer, but like I'll get yelled, like chat would kill me. They would have like butchered it.
It would have been so bad. Like it
Yeah, bro.
went horrible.
I swear to God, like twice, I was like, should I? Like, I would really like to meet Rashid and like just tell him like, what's up, bro? I mean, I can speak, I can understand. Like, I would have gotten most of it.
chat would
Because
have
I've seen
cooked you
his
though. Chat was
chat would
cooking
have cooked me.
chat was cooking the translator, and he was doing a great
Yeah,
job.
I know exactly. I knew it was gonna happen, so I'm like, just don't, just shut up, don't mention it. And also, like, I would like to go back into the States because also I visited like not too long ago, and like that's definitely if they look me up, that's definitely gonna get brought up at the border. You know what I mean with TSA. So I'm like, maybe I shouldn't be interviewing him, but um, no, it's fine, it's fine. But I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to do the best that I can. Like I have a Captain America tattoo. Like that's how bad. Like I love comics.
Nice.
Like you know what I mean. But like I'm a Lebanese, but like I shouldn't be having a Captain America tattoo. Like now I feel bad about this tattoo. It's very well done. It's Jack Kirby art. I'm a big like, but again, like I love comic books and I love all this shit. Like very American
You
stuff.
grew up American, but
I,
I feel like recently what's been happening really made us all connect to our more Lebanese
like
Arab side.
exactly. Like I'm trying to listen to more Arabic music, Arabic hip hop, and on a lot of my streams, I try to start and end with an Arabic hip hop song that our audience hasn't heard. We've done like a Spotify playlist where we add all those songs so that our like audience can like listen to that music too. I mean, I'm trying my best to make up for the fact that I am a compromised American Lebanese person, but also I'm trying to use like I also love American culture. I'm not gonna lie. I love a lot of that shit. I spent a lot of time there. I'm
Westernized.
very westernized. I am. And I try to use the best parts of me being westernized and the best parts of me being in the States and the best parts of the media that I consume. Like, for example, this show is inspired by a bunch of YouTube channels that I watch. They're all Americans, most of them. I mean, Hassan is one of them, Turkish American, I guess. But like, I try to use the best of it. I'm trying to make up for though. my Lebanese audience has no problem reminding me that I'm not Lebanese enough. You know what I mean? So I'm not Lebanese enough for the Lebanese audience. I'm never going to be American enough for the American audience. It's just like the story of being an expat, basically. You don't really belong anywhere. I'm not Lebanese enough for Lebanon, and I'll never be fully American for most Americans. So uh, I guess this is the perfect show that encapsulates that feeling of like not knowing what the fuck we're doing. It's all about it, having an identity crisis, I guess,
Yeah, that makes
essentially.
sense. Yeah. I had another question written down, but I also at the start forgot to ask if there was anything specific you guys wanted to talk about, because um, that's good to
No, no,
ask
honestly,
generally.
I'm always nervous anytime someone asks me to be on any show, any podcast, I've never seen Noor this nervous before. I got to tell you before
Yeah.
getting
Never
on the
telling
slide.
No,
ever.
Sam, I'm
It's okay.
terrified.
She's not. We're not used to this. We're not used to people before. Like I talked to Matt Lieb and Daniel Mate
Yeah,
from
the
Bat
sudden
Taskbar.
audience was a bit crazy.
I was terrified. Yeah, like we normally our audience really like grew very quickly, so it's just been an adjustment. Um, but no, I'm just glad to be on. It's very nice to get to talk to you in person. Actually, I was gonna ask you like how are you liking the hair? Because I've bleached my hair once many years
Mhm.
ago. And like showering it, it felt like mop hairs. It didn't feel like my hair.
Oh, it changed like
The
the
bleach,
texture a lot.
the texture, it's just
Oh,
dry. It feels like a mop or something. But when it's wet, when it's dry, it kind of fucked up
oh
my hair.
wow,
Like it really
kitty.
dried my hair out. I've
Yeah.
never done it again. I would never do it again, to be honest with you. But it
Real
was
quick
definitely an
question: what's the kitty's name? And then I'll talk about the hair.
the kitty's name is Maki. This is
Maki.
he's about like 10 months or 11 months old. Very
Oh
sweet.
wow.
Recently adopted him. Uh
Nice. Let's do a kitty check here.
oh.
Baby cat.
Oh,
Is
I was
Maki a
inspired by your
star of the
cat cam.
show?
baby
Oh
cat.
yeah.
So adorable. Yeah, I did a couple of streams and I set up a camera. I got Maki's favorite blanket over here, so it's the only way to get him to sit still. He has to be on his blanket and
That's adorable. Um, yeah, in terms of the hair, I've never dyed my hair. I don't think, and I mean, I like it though. It's 50-50 just because I ran out of dye. So that's kind of like a little scuffed way of like, I'm sure that probably happens to a lot of people. Um, this girl I'm dating though, she has this exact same dye, split dye, except she
okay,
just has
sweet.
black. It's cute, but it's also like we went out last night and we went to 3 different places and each place said love your guys' hair like together, like we were
Yeah,
matching, and
yeah.
that it just felt a little like okay, we were also ordering the same. I don't know, it's a little funky, but aside from that, I still need to put some toner in it because it's kind of yellow, I think, but I don't even care. It just looks different. I've never dyed my hair, so I'm fucking with it. But I'll have to check the texture when I'm in the shower because I haven't really looked at that. And
Bro, you're gonna
it,
try to get some conditioning is gonna be important. Also, like I
mm,
was using some kind of a doing like hair masks, more of that, and like putting
what
some
is
kind of
it?
like
That
oil
like stuff to put in a mask? I've
stuff to
never heard
put
of that.
in, kind of you leave it in for a little while, then you rinse it
Mm,
out, because your hair basically like it's gonna lose so much moisture. So you gotta give it that moisture synthetically
yeah.
somehow. You gotta. Do you have experience with bleached hair? There's something
No, not really.
no, it's kind of a
Sorry.
it was good. But I also Naiman on the mustache looks very nice. I do like the no mustache look.
Oh, thank you. I was very scared to do that, but seems like the internet has accepted it, and I'm growing it back. But maybe I won't. Who knows? But thank you. I wanted to ask, just like outside of the podcast and stuff, what are you guys up to? What do you guys like to do? Um, what are your day to days?
I work in television. I work in TV. I work at like a reality TV production house. They also like we also work on like scripted shows and stuff. I'm kind of in the creative department where like we write stuff and stuff like that. I've been doing that. There might be changing soon. I might be doing streaming full time.
That's
For the
awesome.
time being. But I do a lot of that. I'm also like a big, I own like a comic book business on the side where I sell like vintage Marvel and DC comics and like old, just comics from like the 90s, 80s, 70s, 60s, stuff like that. I grew up like collecting comic books and stuff like that. So I'm into that. I like movies. I watch a lot of YouTube, uh, shit like that, TV shows, boxing. I train. I've been training for a couple of years. It's a nice, really nice sport. And just doing the show, like we used to do the show once a week straight up. We used to pre-record it. It didn't take that much of my time, like 2 to 3 days a week with editing and stuff. But like now that I'm streaming, we've been doing like 3 to 4 streams sometimes a week. So I've been doing a lot more of that. It's becoming a much bigger part of like my life. I've really been enjoying it. It's a little bit stressful sometimes because I'm used to like pre-recording videos, working with like editing them, fixing them up as much as I can. But just a lot of that, and it's been super fun. And again, just meeting like all of you guys, it's such a nice community. It's such a welcoming community. The audience has been awesome. Everyone's been really nice. It's like people on Reddit, people on Twitter. Uh, but yeah, that's kind of what I do. I try to keep busy like that. Noor, how about yourself?
Streaming recently has been really a full-time job for us.
It's yeah, it's
Like, because I also just started a full-time, like an actual job, like a full-time job recently. I'm a graphic designer. I work for a company here. So doing that and the podcast has been like kind of crazy and overwhelming, but like I can't stop and it's been good and fun.
It's but yeah, because I also like my job is like 9 to 5, so I have to work 9 to 5. And when I stream, because most of my audience is now American, I have to stream at night here so that you guys can actually watch it. So I basically have 2 jobs. Like I stream from like 7 or 8 p.m. to like midnight or like 1 a.m. Sometimes 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. if I'm starting late, and then I have to wake up at 8 the next morning, do my job, and then so it's been kind of like having 2 full-time jobs. So it's been extra exhausting.
Yeah,
Um,
doing like 4 hour streams after 10 to 6 has been kind of hard.
Yeah, like I kind of wish the only like I just wish I could stream during the day,
Mm.
like a regular schedule, kind of get it out of the way, and then like chill for the rest of the day. Because I'd like to unwind at the end of a long day. You know what I mean? Like relax, just sit back, enjoy something, watch
Also,
something.
just with other life stuff, like I have painting classes, I like to paint, I have gym, I have family and friends.
Yeah,
That's good.
So
spend time with my girlfriend,
it's
Demi,
been
if you're
fun.
watching. And yeah, just normal. We are for anyone. Arabs are normal people. I know everyone watching this stream. You guys know that, but we are normal people. We like the things that you like. We watch movies and we go to the gym and we go to
Also,
clubs and
also
That's
people
so
think we're
humanizing.
unemployed and we do nothing, just like hate on stream.
what do they think?
People, they think we're unemployed and just sit all
Oh yeah,
day
no,
and
we
hate on
we
stream.
have jobs, folks. We do have jobs. At least for the most part. Yeah, no, it's not all we do, obviously. But I mean, thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Yeah, he has made it a lot more sustainable for now. But yeah, no, that's kind of what we do. Just hanging around, being our regular old selves, just like you, everyone else watching, Westerners, we are the same.
We are just like you. This is such a
We are just like you.
humanizing conversation.
It's
Please
Um,
don't kill.
it's so sad. Please, it's so sad to have to say that. Please do not
no.
stop dropping bunker busters on our cities. No more bunker busters.
I mean, yeah, that is incredibly impressive to hear that because I stream for like 4 hours and I'm toast. It's over, and I don't have a job outside of that, and I basically don't really have a job when I'm not actively making a video. So I don't think people really fully comprehend how impressive it is that you guys put the show together. How the fact that it's great and people like it and that it's growing. I mean, kudos to you because it's awesome, and I hope more people here go check it out. And yeah, it's just I don't know like Hassan, 12 hours a day, you guys working jobs and then coming home and doing that. So like I don't know, it's awesome. I think really well done.
We're
And
Well, thank you so much. And again, thank you for having us on. Like, it's awesome. And thank you for like, I mean, we're in such great company. It's like looking at some of the guests you've had over the last few days. It's kind of crazy to think that we're
Mm.
here too. But like, we very much appreciate being here and all the work you've done over the past 6 days. And good luck for tomorrow as well. And the rest of today, I'm gonna try to watch as much of the stream as I can. And
yeah,
I'm watching Arabs next.
oh yeah,
Arabs are coming on next.
Mhm.
they're
Awesome.
on in a half hour, so should be good. But yeah, I appreciate
Friends
that,
of the
man, and
show.
I thank you guys for coming on, and would love to have you back soon if I do more streaming, or if
Oh,
you
hell yeah.
want to have me on your show.
Oh, we'd love
That'd
to.
be
Are you
good.
kidding? Of course. And
I'm
again,
left FOMO.
if you have any reason to come to Lebanon, uh, please let us know. We'd love to have you.
I will.
And
Absolutely.
yeah.
All right. Appreciate it, you guys. Let me just see. Where can they follow you? I think I have the YouTube channel tagged, but is there a
That's it.
Twitter,
Yeah,
Instagram, Blue Sky? You
all
just
good.
YouTube's
No,
good?
just Do Not Worry Do Not Worry podcast on YouTube. You can find us there. We were streaming like 3 to 4 times a week. We have like
Hmm.
a show that it's like me and the crew, and sometimes I'll do like solo streams or react to stuff, that sort of thing. So
Hell
that's
yeah.
where we're at. You can find us there.
Awesome, man. All right. Take it easy, y'all.
You
Thank you
too.
for having
Thank you,
us.
Noah.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on. Bye. Wow. That was great. Do not worry. I'm not worried. Fuck, I forgot to ask about the name of their show and what it all means. Questions were amazing. Thank you. I never know going in what's gonna be a good question and what's gonna be a bad question. So their channel is also linked in the top of the, like, just in the title, but in the description, but I'll also drop it in here. It's based on an old video Anthony made when hyperinflation hit Lebanon. Oh, okay. Do not worry. Anthony said bring them back on and he'll tell you. Does he want to call back in? Yeah, I'll save that one for next time because they were great. Humanize Arabs. That's that's so funny. Just being like, do you guys so what do you do? So you guys are just like us, right? You're not barbaric? Wow. This is so powerful. That was one thing that annoyed me about talking to Rashid is everyone in the comments being like I get I've heard Hassan talking about it, like wanting to humanize someone and talk, like, just get someone comfortable, but being just wanting to ask about everything in someone's life, to be like, he's just like us, is like, that guy wants to talk about Palestine, man. It was a little annoying, but I get it. Exactly, he's an activist. He is a normal teenager, but he didn't want to. It felt definitely like he didn't really have an interest in talking about being a normal teenager. To talk about Palestine. Be sure to like the stream. Damn it, I forgot to ask if they condemn hummus. Okay, let me get a hold of Rogan of that Arabs podcast. I don't know how to mention the name of their podcast, the Arabs podcast, without sounding correct. I told someone I was having the Arabs podcast on. They're like, "What's up? What'd you say?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's it's tough." But I have to be like, "No, it's like A." They're like, "All right, man. Sure, man." The fucking A. Oh God. Love that it's kind of trolly. Yeah, it's bait. That's so funny. What podcast do you like? Oh, It's like just don't worry about it, to be honest. La 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 la. Fuck, 524,000. That's bonkers, bro. Oh shit. Gotta change the thumbnail. We have made contact with the Frogan and the Raffi. Desktop till you raise 1 billion. The quote, the fucking Arabs that Ethan said without context just cooked Ethan. I mean, even in context, right? But yeah. No, I think you should take a quick second and pat yourself on the back. What you've done this week is nothing short of astounding. You hear that? Ooh, I need a massage is what I need to my back. Being hunched over. As if I don't do that already all day. I mean, it's all you guys, really. I just fucking texted some people. My main hope is that more people do shit like this. And even outside of fundraising, just like get people on and chat with him in a not even necessarily in a non-confrontational way, just like people, because like the streamer sphere is all like libs and or just freaks doing weird shit on their computers. It would be cool if that could be if there could be a network of people actually doing shit like that, which there kind of is on Twitch, but baby cats love massage guns? No way. Oh, like watching them happen? Mm. Oh man. Ah. Mm. Hello, kitty. This is real, by the way. Careful now. I'm so proud of her having managed to not press the power button this whole time and also not chew the Ethernet cable that's running from uh my front door to this computer here. You can probably see it. It's the white cable. Pretty skibbity, man. Oh, has she ever actually restarted your PC? No. Knock on wood, though. I want to do some testing of my microphone. Give me 1 second. Testing of my microphone. Testing of my microphone. Hey. Hey. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? It sounds way better directly in there, but this is fine. Is that what I sound like? Jesus. How do you listen to this bullshit? Microphone. Okay. That was great though. They're really cool. Good peoples. Bye. Top of the hour, blah blah. Top of the blah blah blah. 3, 2, 1, go. $11 to. So he talks for about an hour 10. Bleh. Yeah, apparently I killed 2 people in New York anti-Semitically. If you go on Ethan Klein's story. He needs some milk. Dude, this guy's so fucking weird. Did anyone? I don't know. Who cares? Refreshing fundraising amount. Also, I've seen a few of you people donating to this fundraiser that I have pinned in the comments. So thank you for doing that. Oh my God, 500 euros? Jesus. He needs some milk. But yeah, if you've already donated, or I mean, just donate to the one in the pin, because we're at 500 or 525,000. There's a few creators down to collab. How do we get in touch, please? Message me on Instagram. Pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much a good thing to do. One Dime messaged me. I gotta get back to One Dime. Still don't have anything for the 100K, 500K goal. So after the AYY Rabs podcast, there's a window of about 3 hours where we can do more silly stream stuff, which I've neglected the silly stream stuff. And I know that's all why you all are here. You don't care about any of these people. You don't care about any of this crap. You want to watch me throw a pie in my face. No, did you or did you not send the skulls? That was another thing they got pretty mad about, was me asking about the skulls. And then I tried to make a joke. I was like, so you didn't send the skulls and you don't care, and despite that being a death threat to a man with a family, because I think it's so silly and self-evidently like bullshit. But he didn't pick it up, and then I think now people are saying I tried to confront him about it and debate him. No. Oh. That would be cool. One more. I like that idea, actually. Hold on. DoorDash a bunch of hummus and make a hummus tier list. Can you imagine? New Indie Nile just dropped. Fuck, there's a place near me that has pretty fucking good hummus in my opinion. Taylor Lorenz is down for tomorrow. Really? Really? Okay, let's see. Scheduling, networking. I'm the goat. Damn, I haven't gone for a run or lifted for like 4 days. I feel sick to my dang stomach. Oh, I got some shit cooking for tomorrow. I'll probably announce it tonight. No, this fundraiser has been your arc, and we're all great. You had us on it. True. Getting all you beautiful little animals on this crap. Bathing in a tub of grits. Damn, that sounds kind of fun, honestly. IRL running stream. I would need to No. Unfortunately, I like the idea, but somebody would find me while I was running. Okay, I need to change the thumbnail. Me scratching and clawing and shitting and farting to try to get the Habibi pass. We're doing everything in our power, sir. I'm working tirelessly for a Habibi pass. Wait, $3,000 donut? Fuck off. You're trolling me, bro. Oh my days, it's real. Who did it? Don't be shy now. Come on out and say it. What the heck? What the helly? Dude, what? No shot. W Anon W. Yeah, Lance is coming on at 4. It wasn't me. It was me. I got the money from the fundraiser. What the hell, Ante? How does a month of work for me? Yeah, I mean. Who is this benevolent angel investor benefactor? Do you have a list of who donated and what amounts were donated? I do. It's on the actually let me check on YouTube because well it won't, if they're anonymous it won't tell me that, but I should like end because I'll probably do a video covering all this. I should end it by scrolling through all the donators, which is gonna take fucking forever. I'm wondering how many donations there actually were, or if I can get the statistics on it. I bet I could ask Lila. If everyone donated $10, that'd be $100. Oh, $500. But everyone didn't donate 10. Yeah, the YouTube donos don't take a cut. Robert, thank you. You've donated like 30 times. Robert's the GOAT. W Robert. I think Hassan donated 5K at the start. Ah. Yeah, I do actually really appreciate that. I mean, a lot of people are just donating in honesty. Like 3,000 anonymous donos. Like that person just wants to. That person just wants to help, man. How much is MX 1000? Are you above 500k? I mean, yeah, I need to put a text thing that says. Did I do it? I think you guys get it. I love streaming. Love using OBS. Hello, chat. We are extending to Saturday. I did put Caroline Kwan in there. Well, not confirmed. I am a bad guy. I think what I'm going to do here is... I don't think I can... Hello. I'll plug my mouse in. Wait. By the way, we've talked to 30 people on this show. Might be 32. Might be more, considering some had multiple people. I'm sure I have a contact with Chapo. I just feel like I don't know if we need even that many more people. Yeah, Mike from PA was on. I thought that was a really good one. in my opinion. There's a GoFundMe pinned in the description or in the chat. Please donate if you can. Wait, shit. I need to go to the bathroom and then we're good. Get back. No, I'm not a streamer now. This is it. This is awesome. Okay, we are live. I need to adjust the windows. Give me a moment. Chat, say hi to Frogan. Say hi to Raph.
Hi guys.
What is up?
Hi gamers.
Oh
We're
my
here.
goodness.
What's up? What's up?
They love you. They say yay.
Yay.
Yippee.
Unrwa was telling me they're super happy with you.
Oh,
They're
that's
s-
Oh, really?
exciting.
They're so happy.
That's
What did
awesome.
Unrwa say
yeah.
about me?
They love you.
Don't lie. They didn't say shit about me.
They love you.
I'm so jealous of you guys. Unrwa loves you guys.
Unrwa loves you.
Unrwa loves everybody except Israel. Boo. Yeah, we had Layla on like day 3 or something, and
Mhm.
thank you so much for connecting us, because yeah, that was super, just awesome to have her on, and just
I love her. I met her because
great.
she was my contact whenever I was helping Hassan get Montez on his stream.
mhm.
And that's basically like his right hand man. / she also works in the, I think, communications for Unrwa as well. I didn't realize how small the Unrwa team was until I met them all. It's like a team of 6 people running everything, which I thought was insane.
Yeah, that's the Unrwa USA media office, or is it the whole thing?
Crazy. I think it's a whole thing. I have to check.
Wow.
But they obviously have people working on the ground in Gaza. But it's the actual team is super, super small.
Yeah. No, it's amazing what they do. Wow, hold on. I'm sorry. Streaming is hard. It's harder than coal mining and a 9 to 5.
It's honestly the worst thing in the entire world.
It sucks.
It sucks.
Painful. Do you guys ever stream or just podcast?
We stream.
Oh, believe me. Well, we stream, honey. We stream.
Yeah.
All together? Do you stream the podcast?
No.
Oh,
We have
okay,
our
okay.
own. We have our own things that we do, not podcast related.
go live every day, unfortunately.
That's our
but
income right now,
yeah,
for the most
Yeah.
part.
you see, for me, YouTube is really too hard for me.
How come?
I wish I
Like,
wish I was. I
making
thought it was
videos?
easier. Yeah, because
Yeah,
I just
you-
like.
Go ahead. Oh, here's a big
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, what'd
Can
you
you hear
do?
me? Wait, you guys
Go
can't see
XLR.
me, huh? On
I'm
Discord?
watching you on.
I'm watching the stream.
I'm
Okay,
watching the
just in
stream, you're
case, I'm
fine.
gonna add that. It'll take 1 second.
Dude,
Um,
my fucking Go XLR is gonna make me kill myself in a video game.
What? What is that? The audio mixer thing?
Yeah, her interface.
We hate Go
want a
XLR
cat?
today. Is there a cat on tap?
I could get one.
May as well. I'm trying to turn my camera on. Dang it, I fucked it up. There we go. Okay. Good. Wait. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Sweet. Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Hello to the... How do I say the name of your podcast without sounding racist? Should I
No,
say,
you sound racist. Just go for
"Hey"?
it. No, you just
Raps.
sound racist. Just go, that's the whole point.
Hey.
You sound racist.
That's good. That's
That's it.
fun.
Trying
Fun
to
little trick.
beat the gotcha is insane.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Being too aware of the gotcha is why we love you.
I'm too woke. I'm thinking of it as a racist term, which means I'm thinking of a slur and being racist. Five head. How's it going?
Yeah, we
What's
wanted
up?
to sound like
We'll say it. It's the Arabs. We're the Arabs. Let's go. We did it. What's up with you? How's the event been? It looks like it's going really well.
Yeah, some people have been chipping in, which has been cool. We've raised it's 500,000. I thought it was 5. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot of money. It's good.
holy shit.
People have been I think it's around 5:25 right now. So yeah, super stoked. Been
amazing.
having a lot of guests on, great guests on. We just got done with Anthony and Nur from Do Not Worry, and I'm not sure if you know
love
them,
'em.
but it sounded like they were fans of you, and sounds like you were fans of them. So
We know them very well.
We know them very well.
wow.
We do love them. Anthony was just in town recently, so we hung out.
Oh, cool.
We
Yeah.
took him shooting for the first time.
We
Shooting.
did the old American way. We took him to a gun range.
Nice. How was that?
It was great. We had a good time.
It was super fun. He loved it too. 'Cause I think Anthony's an American citizen, but he was raised in Lebanon, I believe, and was here on and off in life. But he said he never shot guns before, so we're like, we can make that happen.
Yeah, we're making it happen.
This is America.
Mm-hmm.
So we said, is that the cat Raph hates? He doesn't hate any of my cats. He loves them all.
I love the cats, except they do need to lose weight, and they are annoying.
I love the cats. I'm just fat phobic about them.
I just don't like fat animals.
They're on a diet.
Unless they have the cuteness to prove it, to back
Hey,
it up.
they're on a diet.
They are on a diet. They look great.
They're in their cut
What's
era.
the gray one's
Yep.
name?
Yeah, well, the Gray's Theo, and then Elliot is the fat fuck one. He's no, they could buy like you know what? Have you ever heard of those TikTokers? They're like pet communicators, and I've seen somewhere the communicators will be like, your cat doesn't like when you call them fat. So in my head, I was like, I wonder what the communicator would say to me about my cats.
Stop feeding them.
No, like, what would Elliot and Theo tell me through the pet communicator? I don't like when you call me fat.
My theory on cats is that if they generally cats are autonomous and like they act very strangely. They want you, they don't want you. So my theory on cats is like if I give them so much attention, it's exactly what they want, and then they'll get bored of me. But if I just slightly give them something sometimes and treat them as if they the way they treat us, then they'll like me even more. And so far, it's proven to be true.
Like
Crazy.
breadcrumbing or what is it called?
Yeah,
Negging.
yeah. Breadcrumbing is a good. Yeah,
The,
yeah,
like the red pill type thing.
yeah.
Like pickup
Yeah.
artistry.
Exactly. I've watched hours of The Pickup Artist just to figure out how to talk to cats.
Reading the game so you can hang out with Frogan.
I'm sorry. Me personally, I'm obsessed with them, and I give them any attention they want, and they still love me. I don't need to manipulate them to love me.
Are you an animal person, Raph?
Yeah, I do. I love animals. I'm a big animal person. Back in Florida, I have my dog Steven. I'm trying to get him over here, but he's so connected to the other dog that lives with my parents that it's gonna be fucking impossible, to be honest with you.
Mhm. You're from Florida then?
Raised in Florida.
Cool.
I was born in New York, but raised in Florida. So, yeah, man, the classic Jewish trek from New York to Florida. That's what happened.
And now you're in California?
Yeah, now I live in California, and it's
I
great.
just saw
I
the
love
cat
it here.
for the first time. You like it?
Yeah.
LA?
Where are you now?
I'm in California. I moved
Oh.
to San Diego from
San
LA.
Diego.
Yeah.
San Diego.
Yep. Now that's
Wait, you were
public
in LA?
information, so
Yeah, I had.
yeah.
Yeah.
I met you. We hung out.
Yeah,
You guys hung out.
Years
A
ago at this
birthday.
point.
Was it
But then
years
I thought
ago?
I was.
It's like
Yeah,
at
dude, it was
Denham's.
like
I don't remember where it
2020.
was.
It was 2020. It was my first time in LA as a content. It was 2022. It was 3 years ago.
What the?
The last time I saw you in person. Yes.
No way. Yeah, it was at like
Yeah.
somebody's birthday party.
It was like in Santa Monica. We all had like a house in like Santa Monica or something.
Oh.
And you were standing outside on a balcony, and I was walking.
sounds about
up
right.
She's a
Brooding in the
balcony
balcony?
stander. Well, there
Yeah.
are people there. She wasn't alone. She said she was crouched like Batman, like a gargoyle ready to dive off into the LA sunset.
Yeah, that's.
She was there talking with people, and I stopped. I was walking on the way upstairs, and I stopped and like we just chatted for a sec, and then I went upstairs, and it was the roof, and there was some guy that was being just really annoying in front of a crowd of people. So I immediately went back downstairs and then hung out with you guys for a second. It was cringe. It was like a performance, like a guy was doing a stand-up routine, but it wasn't funny, but everyone there was too shy to say anything to like, or didn't know. It was awful. I got up there and just immediately 180. It was he was talking shit about some old woman. I don't know. It was weird, but that was a long ass time ago. So
It was so long ago. Yeah, I don't know. I thought you lived somewhere else for some reason. Like, because I moved to LA like a year and a half ago at this point. I didn't know you were
I lived
here.
in Washington
That's
the last I guess I just moved in like April, but for the past year I lived in Seattle.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't know if it was public or not because I was like, I heard you lived.
No, that got
north.
doxed too from the beautiful community of people that we love.
I love that. Love that.
On a dating app too in Seattle. It just said Seattle. And I was like, okay, well, now they know.
That's so fucking irritating.
Mom's basement.
Yeah, I saw that shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on a date with Noah Sampson to call him out. It's like, grow up.
Psychotic.
Grow
It's like,
up.
it's like, first of all, you think he would swipe right on you?
Here's the unfortunate thing. Here's the unfortunate is that you'd think that, and that's true. But unfortunately, also I've accidentally dated multiple H3 fans, and then I didn't know, but then also I matched with someone that was an H3 fan to the point where they harassed me about the lawsuit. They messaged me from their actual profile, and I was like, dude, I gotta just
that's so annoying.
vet my like I don't know how that happens. It's really unfortunate, but outing myself as that, I guess. So you gotta watch
that's
out.
Awful.
Yeah, really weird. Really.
But if you guys want to date Noah, you guys can if you download.
One of my friends is a very public figure, so he has like a dating profile with all his pictures, but a fake name. But it got to the point where he got reported for catfishing, and now he's banned from everything, even though it was actually him, just with a fake name.
Do you guys use dating apps? Is that too personal of a question?
No, I don't use
this
them.
red pill stuff.
No, I don't use them.
No,
I don't use them.
They suck.
Fucking
I don't
hate
use
them.
I've used them for so long, but I've never really met anybody off of them. You know, the conversations are always like, you know, we start the conversation if we're lucky, if we are lucky to get to a point past hello, and then I never meet them. You know, it just doesn't go anywhere. I'm like, okay.
Very deep person.
Meeting strangers like that is. Yeah,
that's the big thing too. Having no ties
school.
to someone, like this person could be fucking anybody. It's not like I met this person through friends that know that they're normal and that know that if they do weird shit, that will socially have repercussions. It's like, oh, this is a random person.
Yeah.
Right. So they could literally do anything because who am I going to tell? My friends? Right. You know,
like who is that?
I'm not safe. I'm not safe.
It's just literally stranger danger that you openly engage in.
Yeah, that's a good way to think about it.
It is. You know, it goes against everything our parents told us not to do when we were kids.
Yes.
For the most part.
Don't do Tinder.
I was on Tinder, Hinge, like Plenty of Fish. I was on a lot of them.
Plenty of Fish. Do they have an app?
That's a boomer ass one.
Well, I'm 30, so
boomer.
I'm wearing overalls right now, and I feel like a fucking toddler.
You're wearing overalls? Is that what you said?
Yes, I feel like a
diaper,
a baby. Yeah,
baby. Like someone's gonna come up behind you and pick you up by the straps, carry you out. Yeah,
and it's gonna be the big cat that's behind her. You know.
Are you in a crib? Is your gaming chair a crib as well at the bottom?
It kind of is actually. It kind of is.
They kind of are.
It's a seat where you can like sit crisscross applesauce in.
The reason, listen, I like to get the big and tall chairs so I can sit crisscross applesauce on streaming for comfort. But I realized yesterday, even at my lowest, there's a fucking fight happening, and they already broke my coffee table because of it.
Damn.
That's how fat he is. He jumped on it and knocked one of the legs off.
Mhm.
Besides the point. What was I saying?
Something about
Crib
I
and
don't
a
even
chair.
remember. What were you
Yes.
saying?
Yeah. I accidentally I had my chair up really high right now, but yesterday I accidentally fucked up the lever and I had it at its lowest, and my feet were still dangling. It pissed me off so bad.
Yeah, she's a small person.
Mm. How tall are
Mhm.
you?
5'4".
That's a lie. She's 4'6".
Hey,
4'6".
I'm actually 6'7".
I guess
Actually
nobody
6'7".
knows from here down what's going on. I'm
Right.
wearing
Yeah.
pants. I'm 100% wearing pants and underwear
I'm not.
and socks. Okay.
I'm wearing underwear. That's all.
Now it's out.
So we're good.
I
It's
was
out.
just
Just no
saying-
pants.
So give us money.
That's-
So give us money now because I'm Winnie the Poohing it right now. So
Yeah.
please.
He's a martyr, booty martyr.
Somebody said, 5'4" is not small, bro. I'm 4'11". It's not a competition. I'm sorry, you're a fucking minion. I'm sorry. I need to
Banana.
Banana.
I think
No
5'4" is like
energy?
average American women.
Are you gonna
height.
call them a minion? You're the one wearing overalls.
Shut the hell up.
You're the one wearing overalls right now, and your face is
Every
slowly getting
accusation
drawn to
is a
see by the
confession.
second. What are you talking
Going through
about?
liver failure. This is what I'm wearing this exact fit right now.
You do look exactly like that. Yeah. I'm trying to look up what a minion looks like. Oh yeah, it's that.
Yeah, it's literally
That's-
just Frogan without the
Overalls.
hijab.
Yeah.
True.
They
Bald
should
and
do
everything.
a minion with a hijab one day.
They should. Introducing religion into the minion universe, I think, is a little insane.
Yeah, they could do
Oh my
like
God,
a
you know who-
Crusades episode.
Waleed did that before. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Do you know Waleed? His
From
username
Vine?
is just Waleed.
Yeah,
Yes.
from Vine.
Yes. Yeah.
He's
did a
so
Minions
funny.
thing.
He did, and he posted a cease and desist letter, allegedly from
Disney.
whoever
Oh,
created.
from like Disney. Oh my
Universal.
God.
Yeah, I don't.
Universal.
What did he do to
But he-
get like he spoofed? Did he dress as a
He
minion?
made-
Muslim minions.
He made a Muslim minion,
Oh.
but like in a giant like suit, like one of those giant like mascot costumes.
Yeah.
And then he would have him show up at like his food truck events.
Fuck.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
It was
But that is
Yeah, it picks
cease and
me up.
desist territory, 100%.
Yeah. There's a picture in the Discord.
Oh my god. That's insane. I'll put in the
And he
chat
called it
or
Brother
something.
Bob.
Brother Bob.
Mhm.
Oh my
It's
God.
awesome.
Yeah, let me draw.
And then one time he posted like a cease and desist letter saying that like having like religion shouldn't be attached to minions. It's like a quote unquote gross representation or something like that. But I don't like with him, like I said, it's hard to tell. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's fucking real or not.
I have it on the screen. That is insane. Have you
It's
Have you
great.
eaten at his food truck?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
did a
didn't
good
because he
job.
only had meat. He only had beef, and I don't eat beef.
He ran out of the vegetarian options, which is very
Oh.
easy to do in LA.
Yeah. 100%.
Everybody wants to eat vegetarian. I'm sick of it. It's
Woke
ridiculous.
vegan city.
What's been the most wild guest you've had so far?
Oh, that's a good question.
Ooh, wild. I think having Rashid Al Haddad it wasn't like wild. It was just like
Mm.
it just felt like crazy, kind of like because I'm like, oh, this is the guy I see everybody talking about all saying all sorts of shit about, and it was crazy also because I got to ask him questions that I really wanted to ask and that were so missing from everything that happened online regarding like what people were saying about him, and so
Right.
that was super cool and super I don't know, it was awesome. But then I also had my friend Ahmed Sarsour. He's a poet and he lives in Gaza, and that was wild in the sense that like he read some of his poetry and he showed some clips from his like this movie he's working on, and it was amazing. The chat was like going nuts.
That's
They're,
awesome.
like, everyone was super supportive, and we talked for a while, but then there was one point where like we were talking about movies or something, and I I think we were talking about the Minecraft movie where I was like, "What have you watched lately?" He was like, "Oh, I watched this, and then I watched the Minecraft movie." And then he mid sentence, a bomb went off behind him, and
Oh,
he
shit.
like turned, and he was like, "Did you hear that?" And I was like, "No." And he was like he was just like some kind of explosion, and then he turned back and was like, "So what were we talking about?" And I was like, "The Minecraft movie." So like,
Oh my
it just felt
God.
so. It felt so insane, but the way he responded to it, it also felt insane seeing that. But it was just kind of like regular. Like for him, it's not normal, but it was normalized, or like I don't know. That was fucking wild.
That's
and
insane.
we just talked to Anthony and Nord from Do Not Worry, and I mean, slightly different but similar thing of like a different experience. The power went out like halfway through for like a couple minutes, and
Yeah.
it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, you don't, on many live streams, you don't experience stuff like that with American live streams, especially not the bombing. Like, just absolutely wild.
Yeah, I mean, over there,
The
for
great
them,
old
it's like-
Lebanese electricity.
It's like
Yeah.
like rain for them over there. You know, it's like a
Mhm.
thunderstorm for the most part, which is terrifying and awful. But I mean, it's just what it is. If the people over there, if they had like heart attacks every single time that happened, then it would be a hard way to live. I think you kind of have to like figure out where it is, and then just move on from there. Yeah, it's awful. You know, it's not just limited to Gaza, Palestine. It's everywhere over there, which is fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
How long?
If we're gonna,
How long do you? Oh, sorry.
oh, go ahead. You can ask.
I was just saying, how long? How many more days do you plan on going?
Right now, one more, but also I've had, I don't know, people are reaching out, and I'm kind of like, do I just keep going and try to hit 1 million or something? Because a lot of people want to come on, and like I haven't done a good job. I've done, I think, a good job of getting people on here, but I haven't done a good job of like promoting it on, like having people like post this on your social media so that your huge group of followers comes and watches this, which is fine because there's been enough viewers, and especially on like the VODs, I think people are clicking on. But I want to get that sorted out. But yeah, I mean, potentially longer than tomorrow, but right now it's just set to end on Saturday, like Saturday evening.
Okay.
So
Cool.
that's like a full week, I think. But
Yeah, because I do know a gaming developer in Palestine. He's in the West Bank, and the last I talked to him, he was developing a game. I think it was like, this is gonna sound really bad, just like a Nukba simulator, but like he's a game developer in the West Bank. So if you want me to connect you with him, I know he's been looking to go on live streams just to
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah,
But I
absolutely.
can reach out to him and see if he's interested.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Nukba simulators, I would definitely want to ask him
That's
about
insane.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think like the game, like he made a game in 2014 and he's working on a new one.
mhm.
Let me see.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see like what how that goes. You know, and I mean, I guess that area. If he lives West Bank,
West Bank is not as bad.
I mean, you got to think because like Israel's still there, so they still have like the capabilities of like really good like internet or like because I'm thinking of it like like Lebanon has like curfews as far as internet goes for the most part, or like power curfews, and I believe most of the Middle East, if not most of the Middle East has power curfews where they try to save electricity, so it gets a little hard to do kind of really anything unless within a certain time frame. So it'd be interesting to kind of see like how he works around that, if that's even a thing, or
Yeah, the constraints of the things you're trying to do. Yeah.
It's a story. It's a story game, not a simulator. Just about like what happened in the Nakba, and it's called Dreams on a Pillow.
Yeah, that sounds.
It's a great
like
name.
It would be very harrowing.
You know what? The chat wants it, Noah. Just go to the end of May. Just go
End of May.
Just go
Of
to the end
next
of
year.
May of
Yeah.
next year.
I mean,
more
honestly, like,
videos.
I don't know. I feel like I can't tell if I'm just a fucking baby or if streaming is the hardest shit ever. I'm so socially drained, I think, and that's like, I don't know how y'all do it. How many hours do you guys stream usually?
Too many hours, and I don't like it. Too many.
Like,
6 to 8 hours a day.
Yeah, our
Oh
average right now
my
is 6
God.
to 8. And we start, we start like at 5 or 6 PST, and then we go to like 12 or 1.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
It is, but I'm so used to it at this point. I'm just like, it's kind of weird though. Like when I first started, I hated it. I felt socially drained. I felt like I needed to just stare at a wall and like cleanse my mind for a little bit after ending stream. You'll get used to it.
Yeah, you'll get used to it.
I'm done
get used
after.
to
It's a stamina thing.
Yeah, a muscle, I suppose. I also haven't worked like a regular job in a long time, and it's kind of like me realizing like, oh, this is actually I'm doing, straight hours of work rather than like writing a little bit and then taking a break and then researching a little bit and taking a break, like the kind of like schedule that I hope one day everyone can have, because it's so much more chill. But yeah, I'm just a fucking baby for that reason. But I mean, I don't know. It's a lot of like, do you guys have guests on your stream a lot, or like co-stream, or?
We
No,
co-stream.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We co-stream a day or two out of the week. But guests, no.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, right now on our streams, the co-stream that we do, the big one that we're doing was we're doing a Baldur's Gate 3 run.
Oh, nice.
So it's me, Frogan, and another creator named Game Pass Dad, and they haven't played it before, so we just kind of been going through it, and just I'm like letting them like take the reins and do the story however they want to do the story, and it's been pretty fun. Been having a good time doing that.
Game.
You're really
Have
good,
you,
you said?
No, she's ruining it.
Yeah.
She's ruining it. She's
How
killing
so?
off all the important NPCs we need to talk to.
What the fuck?
They
be
were
doing that.
racist.
Because they're racist. And so she's
Oh.
killing them. You know, and it's like ridiculous. I'm like, we have to talk to these people. We
Wow.
need to progress the story forward.
That's a huge metaphor for America right now. Do we talk to them and convert them, or fucking blow them up with a spell?
Literally.
Here's the thing. I didn't know what to kill. I didn't know what to trigger a fight. So she was being racist to Raph, so I shoved her, and then she fucking got into combat, so she had to die. It's her
Oh,
fault.
and she was being racist to your friend too.
Exactly.
It wasn't just you. Yeah, you were. It was
Yeah, I know.
self-defense.
All right. And then Game Pass one day, I told him don't steal anything. He stole something, got caught, and then a whole village was against us. So it was like, all right. I was like, we
Because
need
I
to
played
save these people,
Skyrim.
not fight them.
I played Skyrim, and it's like if you're just by yourself, you can make decisions like, okay, I'm not gonna kill this NPC or steal something from this village because they will chase my ass. But if you're with your friends and they do that, you're like, okay, well, that's
I gotta let it
now
go.
that's the reality. Yeah,
It makes it's
100%.
good content. It's a lot of fun to watch.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Are you guys big time gamers? I know we talked about playing games, but we didn't set it up. But
We
But
can
that's-
play
no, it's all
good.
Fortnite. We've been playing Fortnite. Well, I've been playing
Oh, really?
Fortnite. Raph's dabbling into it.
By
How's
dabbling,
that?
it means I hate Fortnite so much.
it sucks if you're
realized-
new.
The
It's
thing
true.
is, ranked is so fucking hard. Like, obviously,
Sweaty.
it's like, yeah, ranked is hard. But it's like you actually have to try. And it makes me so fucking angry. But besides Fortnite, I've been playing the last couple days. Baldur's Gate, Monster Hunter, we grinded it for a bit, but like it gets to a point where it's like, okay, there's really nothing else
we
to
got
do.
all the clothing that we wanted, and then now we're just like, okay, we're just waiting for the updates and stuff like that. I've been playing Expedition 33. For anybody in chat who's playing it, I really love that game. You know, I don't know. Are you a gamer, Noah, or do you?
I
are you,
play
like, too busy for
League
that.
of Legends.
Ew, you sicko!
I'm a pervert.
Sicko!
And I play Teemo. I don't know if you are familiar with the game at all, but I play Teemo top, which is like the worst, most annoying champ you can play. It's a sicko play. I haven't played in a while. I played at the start of the stream. I played 2 games and my frames were dropping, so I stopped playing. But I like it. It's just a sicko game. It's like a slot machine. Aside from that, though,
Yeah.
I like Dark Souls. I've been playing Dark Souls lately, and that's I think my favorite game like of all time.
Oh, that's good.
Dark
I mean, if
Souls.
you like Dark Souls, I think you'll like Expedition 33. It's not the same. It's still a turn-based game, but there's dodging and parrying, which is really important, and it still kind of has a really good story, and it kind of feels very Dark Soulsy almost.
Yeah, I'm looking at the game footage. It looks sick.
It's free on Game Pass if anybody has Game Pass, so it's worth it.
I just got a PS.
I'm a big
man.
champion. I'm a big champion of that game.
Yeah.
During our ban, I became a Call of Duty expert. I just played that every day.
Oh yeah. I
Because
never
I had
asked what
nothing
you
else to do.
what you did during your off time. You just went gamer mode.
Yeah, I was like, I have nothing else
Yeah.
to do. I had to go for walks, and then I just play Call of Duty.
I
was
still had
fun.
a job at that point, so I was going to
You were
work
unemployed,
every single
like-
day.
Like Rogan's unemployed
Yeah.
ass.
Yeah.
No, but sometimes I miss Call of Duty, but it gets to the point. I kept getting fucking mass reported. My username was Frogan, and then
Oh,
I
wow.
wouldn't be talking in Call of Duty because why am I going to talk to motherfuckers? Then I get hit with a 3-day voice ban, and then I get hit with a 7-day voice ban, and then a 14-day, and then a 21, and it just kept adding up. I'm like, you know what? I'm done with this dumb fuck game. I'm getting banned from voice. I used to play with my sisters just for simply
Just for what?
existing in the game because my username was Frogan, which is stupid on my part, but the people would just mass report me. If we're
Yeah.
saying derogatory remarks in voice. I'm not a
Yeah.
rager when I game.
Yeah, I'm
Like
sure
that.
there's quite a bit of overlap from Call of Duty players and people online that want you to be imprisoned or something. You know, like the
Right.
I don't know, certain fan bases, right? Also, the stuff you said about the troops, that got boosted, and I bet to Call of Duty Twitter feeds and stuff, like gamers.
Yeah.
Yeah, people were like, "Oh, you say that about the military? Why are you playing a military-based game?" I'm like, "I'm sorry. I'm playing a fucking video game right now."
Yeah.
I'm like, "This isn't real life. I'm playing a video game."
Separate for
She
the
plays
art
as the
from
other side.
artists.
She plays with
Yeah.
her cousins, you know. So.
Oh, yeah.
I made a joke because I didn't want to buy it. I was like, "Do you think Call of Duty will give me a stream of a game key?" And everyone was like, "No, they won't."
They might actually.
You
They
think they
would.
would have?
Yeah.
I'm
Why
gonna
not?
ask them. If I was
That'd
on
be
your
awesome.
team, you'd fucking win. Because believe it or not, I'm cracked at shooters. I think I am.
You
I
play
am.
Valorant?
I used to a long time ago. Last night, Raph and I did a stream doesn't end until we beat this game, and we played A Way Out. And that game pissed me the fuck off. I woke up thinking about it. If you're ever looking for a co-op, is it called like a co-op game?
Yeah, it's like
So
a split screen co-op.
That's like 7 hours, and you want to be angry? Play that game. But
That's
it's fucking God. It was really good.
What's the wheel for? How are people accessing that?
That was originally a wheel to be spun every $5,000 donated, and very quickly that became an issue because there's some challenges
Because
on there.
people
that-
were doing.
Yeah, I have to spin it. What would it be now? 100 times, 100 spins, 110 spins, and there's stuff like 200 push-ups. So what is that? 20,000 push-ups that I would need theoretically if I
Yeah.
were to do that, or
I could see you crossed it out too. You're like, I'm not doing this one.
No, yeah, get
I'm not
pied.
done.
You can see that. I don't know if chat can see it, but
yeah,
get
I
pied.
can see it. Yeah.
Get pied was where I just throw a pie in my own face, and I did like a pie with whipped
Nice.
cream, and then I got it again, so I had to do just a plate of whipped cream because I didn't buy 2 pies, and I can't do that 500 times or whatever. And yeah, there was some of them soaking wet. We did that one night, soaking wet, which is where I just shower with clothes on and then come back to stream.
Oh my
And
God.
I just kind of went to bed after that. But I don't know. Streaming, I've always been like, I don't think I want to do it because it feels like you're just kind of chilling, and I don't know how to make that super entertaining. But I guess there's a lot of streamers that do crazy shit that's really interesting and fun, and I like stuff like this. Like my friend told me this is some people do this sometimes. It kind of looks like the Habibi Pass tier list a little bit. It's like the same colors. I should have done something with that. I forgot to. But yeah, like doing actual fun challenge. The first day was kind of like I talked to 2 people, but mostly I was doing stuff there, fucking like torturing myself. And I did the hot chip challenge as well, and that almost
my goodness.
I thought I ate the whole thing, and I thought I was over. Like I literally thought it was like I thought I was in front of the toilet. I wish I would have brought no, actually that would have been bad because it was
the toilet, the evidence.
No, I wasn't sitting on it. I was laying down in front of it, ready to puke. Like I was like, oh, this thing hit my stomach. It was already going down. Like I was swollen and sweating and crying. And I went to the bathroom and I laid down next to the toilet because I was like, I'm going to throw this up. And then not only is it going to be the hottest fucking thing that already fucked me up, it's going to be stomach acid coming back through my nose and mouth with the hottest stuff ever. And I think will kill me. Thankfully, I didn't throw up. But when I was in there, while my body was deciding whether or not I wanted to throw up, I was like, I've never had this happen where I'm sweating and I can feel the sweat like coming out of my
out of your skin,
out of my pores. Like I could feel each pore being like, "Go sweat, come on now!" Like it wasn't targeted, it wasn't from exercise. It was just my body. I don't know, trying to cool me down. It was crazy, but that was one of the challenges.
Yeah, eating the whole trip is insane.
Have you ever done the hot chip challenge, Raph?
Have you done
it? I took a bite out of it and immediately had to relieve myself.
No, you had to do the whole thing.
I took a big bite of it, okay? I took a big bite of it. I didn't want to go through like an ashwagandha, like a spiritual trip through this one chip challenge that was destroying my body from the inside out.
Yeah.
I did it though. 3 years ago when I first started streaming. I got the whole chip. I just chomped on it in one piece. And I was like, oh, it's fine. And then I started gagging. And then I had to use my inhaler because I felt like my fucking lungs were being restricted. And then I was constipated for 3 days. Because apparently extreme spice makes you constipated. I considered going to the fucking hospital. I was like, this, but then in my head, I was like, how embarrassing would it be to go to the ER and you're like, yeah, I did the hot chip challenge.
I'm pretty sure someone has died and I'm sure they get calls about it. And also I was 100% thinking the same thing. Like, am I going to call 911 and they're going to come here and like, there's going to be an EMT walking past the stream and carrying me out of the bathroom. And thankfully I didn't need to, but we're so brave, me and you. We're kind of like the troops or something. Like it's amazing.
Yeah, you guys are like so brave.
Now they have the now they have the Baldak ramen challenge. That's an extremely hot ramen.
Oh, dude, I went to my grocery store. I have like a convenience store right across the street from me, and I went there like late one night after we were filming iDubbbz, and I was just hungry. I just wanted like a cup of ramen, some ramen. And I saw this like red packaged ramen. It said Bulldog on it. And I was like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So I grabbed 2 packs of those. I cooked it. I put all the sauce in it, not knowing how spicy it was. I didn't know it was like a challenge. And then I ate it and I was like, why is this the worst thing I've ever eaten? Am I like, this is so hot. Yeah. I finished it and it ruined me for the next 2 days. It was awful. And I tell Frogan, she's like, yeah, that's a challenge. I'm like, oh my God, that's what I fucking did. I did that challenge.
It's like, it's so hot that the actual just food product is considered a challenge.
Yeah. Like the noodle, like it was so spicy that like the hot noodles just on impact of my tongue burned everything.
On impact.
It was bad.
A second noodle has hit that's awesome.
Yeah,
that's another thing bad about live streaming. They want to see you suffer. They find like joy in seeing you in turmoil and suffering and like embarrassment.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta delve into that, unfortunately.
The most engagement and the most donations possibly in a window of time where like I was suffering, I was shaving my mustache, I was doing challenges, and I like that, like, or I don't know, I like there's been a lot of really interesting, more serious conversations, but having breaks in between to like shave my mustache or whatever and let them watch me debase myself and put me in positions that like I didn't want to shave it. I like my mustache and now it's gone. Yeah. And even though some people say it looks fine, no, yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. And
Yeah.
but still
I didn't even know you had that upper lip of yours.
oh no,
it's
yeah,
new.
I want to. It's going away already, so that's good. But just having there's like it's a weird feeling of like camaraderie, even though they're all like fuck do it. It's also like, okay, we'll do it all together, it'll be fun. And I think that's been one of my takeaways from streaming, is that it's like a sort of communal event. And then reading the chat and talking to people, like I like that a lot about it, I think.
You did great with the split die.
Yeah,
think
it was
so?
good.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So I got to do some.
Which
I
is
had someone
insane.
in the chat. Come on, her name's Justine. She's like a professional hairstylist. She called in actually because they were all like, "You're gonna fuck this up so bad if you do this on your own," and they were 100% right, because she walked me through it in front of the camera, and I was looking at it wasn't even using a mirror. I was just like through OBS. It's a 720p camera. Somehow managed to make it work because she helped me through it. But yeah, then I ran out of dye, so now it's just that's why it's split basically. But
It's split because you ran out of dye is awesome.
yeah, she told me, okay, because you're using too much and fucking this up. I don't know if that's the word she used, but that's how I felt that what was happening. You're gonna
Justin's
just need
in the
to.
Chat, that's what you said, right? I don't know
Yeah,
if she's in the
Justine
chat. but
said
that's
you're an
definitely what she
idiot
said.
and you suck, and that's why you're gonna look all fucked up. And I DoorDashed another box of dye, but then I had somebody else, a guest, come on at that time, so it was like, all right, well, I'm gonna look fucked up and weird, but no, I like it.
No,
It's
the
just
split
the
dye looks
issue
good.
is
No, it's a look.
thank you, I appreciate that. The girl that I'm dating though has the same exact hair and the same
She's an
exact
Tree
side.
fan. Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cute.
And we went out last night, and
Win?
3 separate establishments, a bar, a restaurant, and a cookie place, all 3 of them, someone, usually the employee, said, I love your guys' hair. Like we did it together, like we intentionally
how
matched.
pissed was she?
Oh,
How pissed was she?
no, she likes it, but she likes a split dye. Obviously, she has it, but it's also like, damn, I kind of did jack your style. That's unfortunate.
Would you make a sub goal or dono goal to dye that part like a crazy color, like a red?
Oh, that's a good. No, but
James.
I
Don't do red because you'll never get it out of your hair.
yeah, I think I'll
Ever.
have to. There's a lot of challenges that for 500K that we still haven't decided on. Like I have to get 2 tattoos still, but for 500K and maybe 550, we'll do something.
Like real tattoos?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so you got that already, right? Have you
Not yet.
decided what you're? Have you
Oh
decided
yeah,
what
we
you're gonna
reached
get
the
on
mark.
you?
Yeah, one of them was my cat wearing a keffiyeh. That was one of the goals,
Love
which I
that.
think is pretty
Love
cute.
that.
And then the other one was this cartoon called Handala. I'm not sure if you guys have
Mhm.
heard of it, but it's like a one of our guests, Indy Nile, brought it up. It's like a Palestinian cartoon of like
Oh, the kid.
designed by it's the kid, yeah, facing away,
Yeah.
facing like with his hands behind his back. And I don't know, those are both like cute and cool. Like that's not really a punishment, but I'm glad because my suggestion for a punishment tattoo was a coexist tattoo, like the bumper sticker. And I was down.
It would be great as a
But that would
tramp
be
stamp.
Yeah, that would be a punishment, like a crazy punishment. And by that time we had already reached the goal, so I was like, okay. Everyone was like, don't. That's too much. Like that's how I knew that it was too much, is because they were saying they didn't want to see it happen, and I was like, okay, I won't. But anyways, do you guys ever do like wacky streams like that?
You have to wax your legs.
Yes, one of them.
Oh,
Good
dude,
luck.
we did that for me as one of my challenges, and my leg hair still hasn't grown fully back in. It's like
How
still
long ago?
smooth. When did we do that? Beginning
February.
in February, yeah. I think it was like middle of February or end of February.
God damn.
It was bad.
And the thing
Like
is, his hair grows fast, so it's not like he's an Arab man. Like that shit grows back in like 2 seconds.
but
yeah,
not
but
with
it
the
didn't.
locks. Yeah.
But it's not.
How painful was
Yeah.
it?
It was so bad.
Yeah.
The
Just one spot.
the legs were fine. Legs were fine. The chest was awful.
Oh,
And we
you
also did,
waxed
like,
your
my
whole
stomach.
everything, or just
We did it in a
Random.
torturous
Random.
way.
Random 40-year-old version style.
Ah.
Random places.
I think it was like every 5 or every 10 subs was a wheel spin, and whatever the wheel landed on, that's a part of the body I waxed.
Yeah.
So it was like chest, leg, thigh, arm,
It was gnarly.
back.
Oh, you did the wheel. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we did the wheel, but 4 places on my body that you could wax.
So would you recommend for me to just
If you're doing your
because
leg, you're good.
should I wax my whole leg though? Because I was thinking about it. I was like, a patch would be cool. Not the whole thing. That's too much. Okay. Too painful.
Honestly, anywhere on the shin, I think you'd be fine.
Cool. Sweet.
I think you'd be
All right.
fine. I mean,
All
if
right,
you
chat.
wax your whole leg, you wax your whole leg, but I would do knee lower,
Got
below
it.
the knee.
Yeah. Or do you wear shorts a lot?
Awesome. Yeah, fair amount.
I was
He's a
gonna
San
say,
Diegan now.
Don't do it in a way where you're gonna, because I was gonna say, I would pick spots where it's not gonna be seen 24/7.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he's in a loving relationship. He'd be fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
True. I did
True.
bleach my eyebrows for a sub goal. I had bleached eyebrows for.
She did. She
5
looked like
days.
Uncle Fester. It was crazy.
Stop
Uncle
it.
Fester.
No.
Yeah,
That's
from
crazy.
Adam's Family.
That's crazy.
And I had them for 5 days because I started getting frosted tips on day 3. So I said, I'm not
Frosted
dealing with
tips
this
on
bullshit.
On
On her eyebrows.
Yeah, my roots started growing
Wow.
back so fast.
Yeah.
But never
Nice,
again. I looked like an alien.
We had somebody on the first night. His name's Turb. But shave
name.
off his eyebrow from here out, and so it's just like his eyebrows like this part in.
Yeah.
And I actually need to check up on them because I don't know if they're still good or like what happened from that. But it was definitely the chat enjoyed that. So, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
That's crazy. I would not touch my eyebrows shape wise for anything. You'd have to give me like $5 million, and then maybe I'd consider it.
People want me to touch my eyebrows. They keep asking me to shave one off. I'm like, I can't, guys. I just, no, thank you. Setting boundaries is important too, Noah. You got to set boundaries
with the chat. I mean, that's true. Because I did the. Do
There's
you guys
something
ever do
you
sleep
really
streams?
don't want to do. I used to. I did it one time. I was doing like a subathon. I did it one time, and I felt so weird that I was asleep and people were just looking at me sleep. That I have never done it again.
I don't.
If I do sleep on stream, I sleep off camera.
Mm-hmm.
So people can't see me. It feels so weird to have like people watching me while I sleep, like I'm an experiment. I'm like, I don't like that.
Lab rat.
I saw the first night you slept on stream, right?
I slept on stream, I think 3 nights.
Oh, nice.
First night I did 2 of them where I was on the air mattress behind me. That's what's hanging against the wall. And then the third one, I just took my laptop into my normal bed, and that one was actually
chat.
I cuddled up with chat and with my cat, because the reason I did it is because my cat loves to sleep like on my chest, but she was scared of the air mattress, terrified, so she wouldn't. And I was like, "Oh, you seems like you're a little touch starved, so let's go do that." And it was fun, but it's really it's like the worst thing for me, or the weirdest thing for me, was waking up and not remembering that people were watching me. So I'm like, what if I do something crazy? Which I don't even know what I would do crazy, but it's like not remembering that 2,000 people are watching you. It's like that's bad. I don't mind so much the active, like, oh, I'm rolling around in bed, I'm fully clothed, and I'm like, I'm not. I got a blanket, I'm covering up, but that's while I still know, I don't know.
Have you seen the Prezzo incident?
Oh, I've heard of that. What was it? Was he sleep streaming? And
I think he didn't know his stream was on.
He showed hog.
Got out of bed and he was like butt ass naked. And walked off
and that's TOS, right? Full nudity. Oh my god.
Oh, I love him, dude.
That's
awesome.
Not knowing that your stream is on is like not knowing because like every time my friend will walk in, or my roommate, he'll be like, "Are you streaming?" And I'm like, I need to double check, like based on the OBS, if it's like a small thing. There's probably some way I could mark it better, but there needs to be better protections and rights for streamers as an oppressed class.
I'll usually like leave something on overnight for people, like a game they can all play in the chat, or like a video as well, and then I turn off my camera and just make sure it's off.
Yeah,
before I go to bed.
One time my cat turned on my stream in the middle of the night, and I woke up around like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I saw a Discord message and somebody was like, "Hey, like you're live right now." And at that point, it was live for 4 hours.
Wow.
And I had 100 people there just watching a black screen. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Nothing was happening. They were just like talking amongst themselves. But my cats will sit on my keyboard sometimes and I'll start the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, her cats are doing this new thing now where they turn off her PC.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think they do it to get a reaction out of me. Not yet. Like Elliot will come up and just like he'll stretch right on the button. I'll be like, Elliot, go away, and then he'll come back and do it again. And I think he just likes the reaction.
Yeah. Did I show you she's sitting up there?
Oh, that's awesome.
So
you can see at her feet the flashing power button.
Yeah.
And she's managed to stay off of it this whole time, but I think I'm just counting the days, sort of.
Look at her just getting all that warmth.
Oh yeah, the fan right up. That might have been why Fortnite was crashing, because I opened the case, but she's blocking the air, the ventilation going up. So, but I bet that shit feels amazing. So, you guys said you got to go in an hour. Am I keeping you at all? Or
no, we're good. We're good. The person we're supposed to be meeting up with is also running behind. So
okay, yeah, so cool. We're good.
We're good. Sweet. We're chilling.
Yeah, we'll let you know if we're like we have to head out.
Cool. Just double checking.
Yeah.
So yeah, what's in the works for streams and pods, and what have you guys been doing and focused on, I guess?
I mean, as far as the podcast goes, we're kind of, we went through all that, drama for the past like 2 years, and we kind of were finally like at our limit with it, to the point where like, we're not dealing with that anymore. Like, that's not what this is about.
Yeah.
So right now, while we try to figure out, every week we just try to figure out what's going on weekly, as far as content goes, or as far as what's like newsworthy. And we kind of just talk about that, or it's an amalgamation of just like different things right now on the podcast. So we haven't done any nothing like huge in the works right now. I'm leaving for 10 days. So Frogan has a couple things planned in my absence for the next couple episodes. But
we have a substitute podcast host.
Yeah.
While he's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able to reveal it, or it's a surprise guest?
It's gonna be my friend Cass. As a joke, I talked to Capri. I was like, "Do you want to come back and be a replacement for Raph?" And he said no.
Yeah, he said no.
He's out then. He's fully
out. He's just so not, and like wants to be a part of the internet anymore, which is understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Good,
It's funny because people think we have beef with each other.
Yeah.
And I started creating like theories in my head. I'm like, I could tell different people different things and see which one makes it further amongst friend groups. Why Capri and I hate each other now?
Different fanfic.
He stole my cat. Yeah, he stole my cat. But no, there's no beef. He's just chilling off the internet. He's an old fucking man.
Mm-hmm.
And did that have to do primarily with all the backlash of, I guess, the last like 6 months?
It was mostly, yeah. I mean, it was mostly this era of the Israeli-Palestine conflict, and seeing it like constantly like being a voice for it, because he's Palestinian, and seeing just like backlash from that, and being an active voice for Palestine is not the safest thing to do, especially when you have a family and you have a day job as well. So yeah, so he's just like, it's not worth it. It's not worth, the danger. So
yeah,
that was really mostly it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How was that backlash, I guess, affected you guys in real life? Because I know there's a lot of it, and I guess the backlash comes in different forms for all of you, right?
Yeah. It affects Frogan way more than it affects me, to be completely honest. It's, for me personally, it's just hard. It's hard to like see the difference of opinions online. Like, I understand where people are coming from both sides, but it really just comes down to a lack of understanding and a lack of cultural experience in this realm. Yeah, it's been really weird, being a Jewish man as well, and feeling like it's somehow I'm betraying a whole group of people, which is not true at all. It's just those moments made me feel like very weird in a way that like, oh, I'm not going against my Judaism at all. I just am a Jewish man, and I know what a genocide looks like, ancestrally. So I'm seeing the same patterns. Why is a country that is founded on Judaism, why are we repeating the history to another group of people? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just like all that like kind of inner conflict never made like a lot of sense to me. But I haven't like backlash for me. I'm not really like a vocal person on Twitter, especially when I'm angry or I have a very good like, is it worth posting about this thing? Is it not worth posting about this? Is it going to help anything, or is it just going to hurt? Am I just angry? Like, I'm very good at like filtering out like what I say, what I don't say, while being an active voice with it. So for me personally, it hasn't really had a big backlash. And then I also have like everything muted as well, so I don't see people talking shit. So yeah, but Frogan deals with it way differently on a personal level. She gets way more heat than I do.
I've had I started therapy during it, then I quit it because I lost my health insurance. But I started going to therapy because of it, and then I've had real life consequences because of everything happening, but all is well from that, thank God. But I've also gotten to the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm shielding myself off as a person, and I am just going to shut the fuck up on most things. I don't really, I don't like tweeting anymore. But granted, I feel like the platform itself, like Twitter, is just like, it's a cesspool. And then Blue Sky is fucking boring. Like, I don't know. I just feel like there really isn't a good social media site where, like, Twitter at this point is a Nazi echo chamber, right wing echo chamber. So I'm like, okay. So in terms of like in streaming as well, I've practiced self-control, and because I didn't have this realization, but I'm more aware of like I have the ability to think and filter what I'm going to say. Because when I'm really angry and really passionate about something, I could say it in a really fucking dumb way, which has gotten me into problems multiple times before. So I've just basically started kind of like, I have to say, I don't know. I don't want to say like watering myself down because of it, but like I just like I'm more conscious, actively more conscious about what I'm saying because I am tired. But also I do have oh sorry.
Oh, go ahead. You can continue. Yeah.
I was saying I also have like everything muted as well. On Twitter, I don't really look at my notifications or anything.
Yeah, that's
And in terms of
go. Sorry.
I was saying no. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, go.
In terms,
I'm new at interviewing, so I'm like, when do I? Oh, but then people usually complete their thoughts, and I feel bad. But go.
Sorry. And in terms of hate, it's just like shit that I haven't. It's not like it's everything I've seen before. Like if you call me a terrorist, okay, I've been called one ever since I was a fucking kid. At least get creative with it. Like somebody called me like a Talibaddie before. That made me laugh. I was like, I don't know if I even want to ban you or not. They got creative with it. But like, in terms of like what people say about me, I guess the thing that kind of impacted me the most is like the mass amount at one time. Because, I feel like the human brain isn't meant to be reading like thousands and thousands of people calling you like fat or like you're a terrible person, you should die, etc. That's when it gets a lot. You're like, okay, shit, like what is this?
Yeah.
But I've started having like time off the internet. The only time I'm really on the internet is when I'm streaming, and I don't really like search social media platforms anymore that much, besides like Instagram Reels. I'm done.
Good. Giving you some space.
I'm done.
Yeah, I mean that's very, at least for me, pretty relatable. Just the internet is fucked up and psycho, but when you introduce all these other variables like race and gender, and then the communities that are doing these things, it's like, and Zionism as well, that's a huge thing. Like Twitter's been right wing. What I've noticed is like on the For You page, it's just all the Zionist influencers, and I do not follow any of those people, but they get juiced up on there, and that's probably the most one of the more frustrating things, is that I know it's just very directly affecting and being pushed to a lot of people that, you know, I follow like 200 people, and it's like 50 Palestinian journalists, and then like 100 people that cover the issue, and then like 20 friends, and that's it. And still it's getting pumped, and it's like, okay, this is just impossible, especially right now to handle. But does that, I guess I wanted to ask you, Frogan, does it like, is it frustrating to feel the need to, I mean, you put it as be more conscious, and that's, I think, a positive way to look at it. But also, you know, I feel the kind of feeling of like self-censorship or policing my own tone to work within this like ecosystem of content. Is that frustrating at all?
It was at first, but it's like a self-preservation thing at this point. You know, at the end of the day, like I need to be safe for me. And because I do still say what's on my mind. I just vocalize it in a way that's better than I guess I typically would have before, without like the extreme anger and passion behind it that can make people really mad. But like it's like one of those things where I have to. But obviously, like with Palestine, like I'm never gonna shut the fuck up about it. I'm going to talk about it until like my last breath. It's like, as Arabs, Palestine is like the first political issue you learn about. Because, you know, my dad, Raf and I are both Lebanese. My dad fled the Lebanese Civil War in the 90s. He came to America, and he grew up in the Civil War. So Israel had a big contribution. And that's basically one of the first things you learn about. And because of like everything that happened in Lebanon, like I've never gone because of I guess I want to say like the trauma our families have from living in the war. And like my dad would have Al Jazeera on TV 24/7. His logic though was like, if he sleeps with it on, he's gonna absorb the news while he's asleep and remember everything.
That's real. Falling asleep to a podcast, that's smart. People should do that.
Yeah.
I think it works.
But yeah, so it was like I realized, and I was like thinking about this. Whenever October 7th happened, I came from a place where I already knew it was happening. I wasn't lacking the historical context like many, many people were. So the way I was talking about things wasn't easy for people to digest because they just didn't know what was happening. I did. And I feel like a very few, like a handful of people, especially on the internet, knew. But now it's like at the point where I'm like, okay, it's been how long at this point where you had like a year and a half, almost 2 years to learn. If in terms of like when I'm ever talking about Palestine, I don't really censor myself. It's about like other things. I'm not gonna baby you anymore. If you still support Israel at this point, like you're a helpless cause. I feel. I don't know.
Yeah, I do also feel like that. You know, it's just been at this point over a little over 2 years, right? It's been over like 2 years now, right?
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, it's been almost 2 years. I think the people we're going to convince and get on the side of kind of ending this is we've already convinced. All the other voices that are out and there now that are loud and against what we're trying to do they're lost. It's a lost cause for them, you know, unless something happens. And not really the way just anything works. The people who are the most loud are the ones who are usually in the wrong. So that's why we're seeing it all the time. You know, we're seeing like those pro-Zionist takes because it's like the most wrong and they're the most angry and the most passionate about that anger. So it's That's why that's just that cycle of just seeing that is just I feel like it's not gonna end. But things like that we're doing right here, like that you're doing, Noah, raising money and getting people rallied behind the cause is like the big thing that's important right now.
I will say, I never in my life ever expected so many people to support Palestine.
Yeah.
Because, like, I was going to protests before October 7th. I was like, it was like, especially being from Dearborn, it's a mostly like Arab city. It's like what I think like 90% of people are Arabs. So it's like really, really ingrained within the community. And as soon as, like, even like during like undergrad, I had an experience where a professor assigned me the Arab-Israeli conflict. And I was like, oh, I can't wait to write about this because I know everything. And I had to do a presentation in front of the class, and he failed me because he said what I was saying was wrong. And I was like, oh, okay. And that's when I realized that like Zionism is really, really prevalent. And that, like, I got a D on the paper because he said that, Palestinians, like, they don't have checkpoints. They live freely. I've even interviewed some before. They feel free. And I'm like, okay, what is happening?
Right.
But yeah, I don't know. It's just like, in terms of that, like, I never expected this widespread support. So like seeing like so many people like actually learning about Palestine and stepping out. But the unfortunate thing is it had to get to this point. Thousands and thousands of people dying. Seeing like dead bodies on the timeline every single day.
Yeah, that was tough.
To get to the point of caring. And even now, like sometimes, like for me, like I said, like I grew up watching Al Jazeera, so a lot of like the bombing and stuff, like I don't want to say desensitized to it, but like it was a norm. But after like a while, it's like you started seeing videos coming out from Palestine. It's like shit that you couldn't even imagine. Like I said, my dad grew up, and he would always tell us in like war stories, and I would believe him, but they just sounded so fucking outlandish. You're just like, I don't understand how anybody could do this to somebody. And then you see the videos coming out of Palestine, you're just like, oh my God, like this is vile. Like this is actually happening. And now we have like, the video proof to back it. And the fact that people still don't care after seeing that, it just blows my fucking mind.
Yeah, the feeling that like almost the awareness of people across the world catching up as much of a silver lining as that can feel like it's almost too late. Like the world's response was a failure in terms of, preventing a genocide or having enough global solidarity and understanding of the issue to truly protest and truly stop what was happening as it was happening. And now it's, 19 months, 2 years later, and it's completely destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of people dead. And like, like I think there's been a lot of positive things to come of like just the stream we've been like doing and people talking about the hope for the future. But like, there's also, I don't know, there's it's hard to see a space to truly like mourn and understand like what went wrong. Why was the response so slow? Why was, despite the heightened awareness and people coming out in support in a way that you hadn't expected, like why did it take so long? And now this is the result. And I mean, there's a certain frustration there that it's hard to present right now, given what's actively happening, and also given how you want to try and stay positive about things and hope that things will be better. I don't know. That's just something I thought about when you guys were sharing.
No, I agree.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree as well. I think also the thing that helps kind of with that mentality as far as like thinking about it is like right now, a lot of the conflict, like the opposite sides, pro-Palestine, pro-Israel, that kind of conflict is within this like bubble of America. And if you look outside of America, if you try to like broaden that scope, you'll see that most of the world is for free Palestine. And a lot of those protests are doing a lot of work too. And I think that also brings comfort, at least to me, knowing that like, a lot of this like hate and a lot of this like being pro-Israel for the wrong reasons is very much a bubble that we're in the United States. Anywhere else in the country, usually they're for the freedom of Palestine. You know, I mean, you have like countries like Ireland that have been pro-Palestinian since the beginning of the Nakba. Is still rallying and showing support, and then, you know, all the countries are following suit as well on that side of the world. So I mean, that's been bringing comfort, at least to me, knowing that, like, oh, you know, I'm seeing all this like hate online, but like it's really just United States, which sucks. But you know, as the world is on the right side, in my opinion, of history right now, for the most part. Mm-hmm.
And so, like, go ahead.
I was just thinking about what you're saying about, like, it's hard to really, like, be positive about the future because it's like people are dying, but then you think about, like, the infrastructure of everything, whether it's like the actual housing, the medical system, there's like the public health issues because there's like famine, there's disease. It's just like, how do you rebuild from that? You obviously need world support to rebuild from something like this. And I know there's like a bunch of countries that like support, but it just, I don't know. I get all doomer, and I know I shouldn't, because I know like Palestinians are like so positive and like I admire them for that. But I'm just like, fuck, dude. Like I feel like I need to see more widespread support to actually feel like confident in this. I know there's like so many like wonderful organizations like Unrwa and HEAL and PCRF that are actively on the ground helping everybody, but man, it just, I don't know.
It's hard to have any positive spin. But I was talking to the woman you got me in contact with, Layla Mohiber from Unrwa, and the gist of the conversation for me was like, you know, she was like, we've had coworkers who've had like 30 plus members of their family, and extended family, hundreds, die and be killed by Israel. And there's mourning, obviously, but there's also not a lot of time to do that. And if someone that's gone through that is able to push through it and continue to advocate and work towards making things better, then who the fuck am I to sit here and brood? Even though it's a perfectly human reaction to seeing what's happened, it's like, okay, feel that, and then, you know, get out of it and do something, because that's the only option. That's the only way things will ever improve, because if you don't do anything, things will stay the same or get worse. And right now, staying the same is genocide, and worse is, you know, the end of the completed genocide. And that's what, you know, Israel wants. It's what America wants. And it's or the government. I don't know. It's I had something else to say about that, but just that, pushing through and trying to garner solidarity with wider with the masses, which, you know, attitudes are shifting for sure in America, which is not surprising. It's kind of frustrating that they're moving so slowly, but things are happening, you know, and especially just in our space online, it's like, which is where I'm sure people that make content and people that watch our minds are pretty, a lot of times in tune with what's happening here, possibly on top of wider politics. But even in here, we see any semblance of Zionism or positive feelings towards Israel is now treated as like, oh, you're a fucking Nazi, as it should be. Yeah. And that's a positive step. But, you know, we have a long ways to go. But even just like putting this together, it's like, oh yeah, we can't tolerate this shit. And the fact that we have for so long is, you know, a travesty, but also, I don't know, things, things can only, you can only do what, I don't know how to conclude that thought. I'm pretty tired. But you get it. You get the gist. Sorry. Rambling.
I mean, we've even talked before, like, I feel like a lot of people in the content creation space lost sight of what actually matters, and it's become this like slop bullshit. And I feel like you have done a wonderful job making sure it's back to the focal point of what's happening. Genocide is happening in Palestine, and we need to know what's happening. I mean, even on one of your videos you released, like I saw comments like, I really didn't get the extent as to what was happening in Palestine, but because of you, now I get it. And so you've enlightened so many people, like circling, like you've honed it in. And I appreciate you so much for that. Because a lot of people don't. A lot of people like use the bullshit drama for other reasons, but you have circled it back to what actually matters, and it's Palestine and the people of Palestine.
I appreciate you saying that. Yeah, I'm I'm glad to use the platform for something that means something. But it is super easy to get caught up in the slot, because I think as creators we're wired that way, like just in terms of like we got here because we were focused on how to grow as a creator, and the easiest way to grow as a creator is to talk about other creators. And I don't know, people are now using that for good, which I think is like, there's a lot of people making great stuff. And are you doing video essays, Frogan? You were writing one, or maybe you were writing like a response video. Are you thinking about it? Is that under wraps?
So whenever we first got banned, I reached out to Noah. I was like, I want to do a response video. I was so fucking angry, and I'm kind of glad I didn't release it then. I'm glad because Rash and Capri was like, you need to take a beat, because I was so riled up. I was like, I'm ready to fucking just go off right now. But I'm kind of glad I didn't release it then. The only response video I did release a response video to Ethan in April. I kept it short and sweet, and I was like, this is the conclusion of this. You want to keep talking about me? Go off. I'm done with you. Because I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. I'm just like, I have other things I need to worry about. But I'm hoping to do video essays on things that I actually love and care about. Like, I love reality TV and pop culture. So concluding that part of the drama of my life, I'm hoping to shift into doing video essays on things that I love. But whenever I script things, I sound like a fucking robot. So that's why I haven't really done the YouTube videos, because
it's hard.
I just feel like I just feel like I sound so robotic, and I don't sound me. That's why I feel like live streaming is easier for me, because I'm just like yap. But one of the issues with live streaming is, you're talking for 8+ hours a day, and you're bound to fuck up with things you say, especially if you're talking for 8 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week, unfiltered. It's not like you have commercial breaks or anything. That's the only downside. But maybe hopefully, I started a goal mentally. I wanted to start uploading a YouTube video once a month, but I already failed. So maybe we'll try again for you.
Well, would it have been your first one?
The first one post response video.
Oh, okay. Got it.
That was the only one I had. I was like, I want to get this out just so I can reclaim my narrative, because whenever you look me up on YouTube, it's just all shitty videos about me. And I didn't know that, because I don't really look myself up. I had an editor friend tell me, he was like, this is what happens when you search yourself up. And I was like, oh, well.
Thanks for letting me know. But also, there's a desire to try to have some say over the narrative of what, what's being said about you, usually misrepresented, right?
So I was like, okay, let me just put this out and reclaim my narrative. I'm like, you want to listen to it? Go off. If you don't, you clearly never were going to support me anyways as a content creator. So I don't really care if you're in my community or not. But another thing is, I was on fucking Stan Twitter as a 12-year-old. So I'm a veteran of internet drama. I've been in the trenches. I can fight.
That PTSD, yeah.
I can fucking fight. So people think they can fuck with me? No, honey. I was making people cry when I was 13 years old on Twitter. You can't. And if anyone in chat gets it, gets it. I was on Big Time Rush Stan Twitter and Ban Twitter.
Shout out Big Time Rush.
I had to drop Big Time Rush because of this. One of the members, he just became full fucking Zionist and started uploading propaganda shorts. He's like, Lebanon, we need to pray for Lebanon because Hezbollah is genociding them. And then they're like, Gaza is being genocided, but by Hamas. And he started doing like paid birthright ads and everything. It was James. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I just saw this motherfucker like 3 months before. And it's a shift of content. It's crazy. I could DM you his account at like on Instagram, like looking at the transition from like political content out of fucking nowhere is insane to me. It was so wild. I was like, yeah, fuck this. I'm not supporting this band ever again. I've been listening to them ever since I was a kid. And as soon as he started posting them,
fighting for him.
I was, but now I'm like, fuck you. Like, I literally, I posted a video about him, like, fuck this guy. He went to Israel. He was like, he put on a press vest and was walking around Israel trying to, I don't know, dude. It was fucking insane. It was batshit crazy.
Have you checked back in with the fandom to see how they're taking it?
I unfollowed every single one of them that still followed them.
Yeah.
To be quite honest. Because I was like, you guys, because a lot of people were like, yeah, like, fuck this. But then they'd secretly go to their concerts.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
And other people would like post pictures of them like in group pictures, and like meet and greet pictures were like coming out of them. They're like talking shit about them for supporting the genocide. But then they'd be going to the concerts and meeting them and everything. It's like, yeah.
Wow.
Fake as fuck.
Oh
and I don't respect people like that. I'm like, you know what? I never thought I could drop somebody like that, but as soon as that happened, any ounce of me liking them was sucked out of my body.
The intersection between parasociality and Zionism is crazy to me, because you see that a lot of people that are like fairly normal and apolitical or whatever randomly start going crazy for Israel, and then it's like, oh, okay, if you stick around for that, you either don't know what's going on, or you do and you just don't care, or you're a Zionist. And like that creates a very bad space to be in for a fandom. And the amount of people that still like fuck with and support people just because they're like, a fan of someone, despite these, supporting the Holocaust, the modern Holocaust. It's like, okay, so you don't care about this stuff. You don't care about the world. And that's, I guess, we can look elsewhere to find people that will. But seeing people hang on, it's like very crystallizing as to what, how, I don't know, I guess the average American engages with celebrity culture or social media culture, Yeah,
I mean, I used to watch H3 too. I used to watch because I loved Frenemies. It was my guilty pleasure. And as soon as that bullshit came out, I was like, fuck this guy. And then little did I know it potentially ruined my fucking life. Because I just like, I don't know. I was like I just have no, what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck. It's like basically, I don't have any like leeway for this bullshit. And you're not going to get like
patience.
Yeah, tolerance. Thank you. Like I don't have any, like this is a no tolerance thing for me. I'm like, you know what? You're done. You're fucking done. You know about Carlos and his wife too? Oh my god, yeah, they're QAnon. It's crazy. Big Time Rush is all sorts of fucked up. He's a member of Big Time Rush.
Big Time Rush, got it.
He's married to Alexa Vega from Spy Kids.
Oh.
And they turn into these like QAnon, anti-vaxxer, really anti-abortion, holistic medicine. It's crazy. And like he follows, like he like posted Charlie Kirk on his Instagram story, and I was like, yo, that's crazy. I met Charlie Kirk before.
Where at?
He has a big ass head in person. A Politicon.
Is his face small still?
Yeah, man, it is. I went to Hassan's Politicon debate with him in 2018. And it was fucking crazy. And I was like, oh, the memes are true. But I would never step back. And then I met Drake Bell there randomly too at Politicon. I was really confused. It was the most like mindfuck day of my life.
Yeah, and he's not a Zionist, I don't think, but he's still up to no good apparently.
Drake Bell, I think he like had allegations and then fled to Mexico and then changed his name. I don't know how true that is.
Something like that, allegedly.
Allegedly.
We don't want to get
Nah.
sued. We hate to get sued.
Hate it.
Drake Bell mentioned, I know. Brogan is a day one fan of Hassan. I've been watching Hassan since like his Facebook. He actually got me into politics. Weirdly enough, I used to be like one of those
bastard.
That man.
Fucking bastard.
Like I was politically involved, but I didn't really consider myself as educated as I am now because it was really confusing to me. And I feel like whenever Hassan would post like the breakdown videos on Facebook and explain it in a way that like communicated it to a normal person, I was like, oh, okay, this makes sense. So after watching those for so long, I started going to Bernie rallies. I actually made an effort to vote whenever I could vote, and yeah, he's the reason I joined Twitch. I saw him like tweet one time. He was like, "I'm live on Twitch." And I was like, "What the fuck is Twitch?" Now here I am.
You were a
On
mod,
accident.
right, for a while?
I became modded, I think November 2018.
Dang.
It was like when he was first starting out.
Yeah.
But whenever I watched him, he was like playing Fortnite, and I'd go in and I would just ask him political questions that I really didn't understand, and he would explain it. It was really funny.
I'm sure, yeah, that sounds like that could have potentially influenced him even to talk more about it if you're asking. Because he doesn't really play Fortnite much anymore.
Yeah. Fake ass gamer.
Yeah, he's got to get back to that.
Fake. But yeah, I grew up
base.
terminally online. So we said Frogan was terminally online since way back. I've told you, I was on banned Twitter when I was 12 years old. What do you think? I've been online. I have brain rot. You know? Listen. I'm sure there are people here that can relate.
A lot of times the people I admire online are it turns out usually that they had a life before the internet, or like have had jobs before the internet, have like a family and stuff. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense because you seem normal. I'm not like that.
Yeah.
I have been on here way too long to where my interactions online are very they can be kind of antisocial. And like, why'd I say that like that? I sound like I'm trying to tweet this at someone, and Twitter is where you tell people to do things that I
Frogan
can't repeat here.
Frogan does that too. Frogan does that too. Yeah. Sometimes she'll say things to me. She'll say memes to me as if it's like a normal conversation, and I'm like, I'm a human being. Talk to me like I'm a human being, please. For the love of God.
So, Raph, you're a kind of normal person pre-internet then.
Yeah, I mean, I was on the internet. I was around when AOL first started coming out, so I was on the internet, but not like all the time. I was mostly just like playing games, or I was like in my own like sect of the world. But no, I was never really big on internet culture when I was younger. And then I've had a normal life for the most part before I started doing streaming. I was working restaurant jobs, summer camps. I did some construction. Like I did a bunch of like jobs. But I'm the same way, Noah. Like I feel. No, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Being rude and interrupting you.
No, I'm just saying I'm the same as Noah. Like I feel a lot of the content creators that I like or that I interact with the most are people who I like have had normal lives. And usually 9 times out of 10, those people who have had normal lives are not batshit crazy in person or on the internet. So you're like, okay, these normal people.
Yeah, it also comes out in their style of communication, I feel like.
Yeah.
A video written by somebody that's normal is going to be much more talking to a person than someone who doesn't talk to people and hasn't talked to people and hasn't had to understand that people are complex and that you can't just spew ideology onto them to get them to understand it. And I found myself doing that in the past because I didn't have really ever a real job. Like I got out of college and started doing like freelance video editing, and that's very like I'll DM you on Instagram and ask if you need special effects on your Canon T3i music video, and that's my job. It's not really a job. I'm living at home and not doing anything really. And then I worked at like Papa John's, but I was a delivery driver. So
I met you when you were an editor.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I was still just an editor?
Yes.
Whoa, that was a long time ago then.
Yeah. I think you
What
were
the
just
hell?
starting. I think you. Yeah.
Where did I meet you? Was that in LA?
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah, I was editing for a while, but it's still it's not like something that is something you show up to every day and like are in person talking to people, and yeah, it's a different sort of I guess skill set, but that's why a lot of people I hope a message people can take away is like touch grass and
Yes.
have those conversations that are difficult. I talked to Mike from PA I think it was yesterday, and he brought up a really good point about his something I thought was like interesting was his approach to like talking to people about politics, which is like start by asking questions, like asking about how they feel and what they're thinking about and trying to understand where they're coming from and then work on advocacy from there. And weirdly, I was like, wow, I hadn't ever thought about it like that. And I do remember a lot of times in life and in videos where I'm just kind of yelling at people and or doing like what you're saying, Frogan, where you write a video when you're angry and it's cathartic and it like obviously it's valid to want to express feelings of anger, but in terms of what you're trying to put, the message you're trying to put forth with your work or the argument you're trying to make, it never helps. It always hurts, I think.
Yeah.
And when I see people that are more measured and it's like a nice thing to aspire to, but also you can't just do that by watching the videos. You literally need to go outside and talk to people. And that's it's easy to get caught in the trap of not doing that,
Did you go to school for editing and stuff, or because I feel
No.
like I became a content creator on accident.
Mm-hmm. Same kind of, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did different shit for school, but I started with editing and then fell into it from there. But did you go to school for something else then?
Yeah, I
You're
went to school for public health.
Right.
Yeah, so I was in research. I was a researcher for a few years. And then after I like got into my career, I started streaming just as a hobby.
Mm.
And then it got to a point where I was like, oh, I'm making more money than I am at this fucking research job. But I was like working 40 hours a week. I'd work 9 to 5, and then I'd stream 8 to like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I was dying every day.
Mm.
So then I like cut my hours at work to like 30, but I still felt so overwhelmed working so much and streaming so much because unfortunately I followed like the Hassan method of I have to stream every single day.
Insane.
And that's a toxic relationship to have as a streamer, to be quite honest. Like a lot of people, you really shouldn't stream every day. But I can't break out of it, unfortunately. And then I just I was like, you know what? I'm doing well in my streaming career on accident. I'm just gonna go with the flow. And if I ever want to go back into public health, I have my experience and my degree, and it'll be there for me. And I've been full time. I think 3 years. 3 years this year.
Awesome. You have the option of going reactivating your Stan Twitter account and trying to change it from the inside. Make them pro-Palestine. Won't make any money, but it'll be a good service to the world.
Oh, my fucking Stan Twitter account, man. That was a disaster. I do miss it sometimes. But to be honest, there are people I grew up with on there that I still like follow. And some of them are like in their 30s still on Stan Twitter. I'm like, girl, what are you doing? Like even before I became a content creator, I kind of grew out of it. I would just like I used to go to shitload of concerts. That's what it became instead of like me having them as their profile picture or whatever. But some people are still really ingrained in Stan culture. I can't anymore. I think that's when I knew my frontal lobe developed fully. Like as soon as I got a Stan Twitter, I was like, okay, maybe I am a normal person, kind of, somewhat.
So if you're watching, grow up. Stan girls, girlies, grow the fuck
Grow up.
Grow up. Stop being a fucking Zionist.
What are you doing?
Seriously.
What are you doing? Grow up.
Reform Big Time Rush? No, I don't think you guys realize Kendall was my favorite. We follow each other in mutuals. I DM'd him so many times. I was like, what you're doing is ridiculous. You're supporting this. Your silence is literally endorsing this bullshit. You feel like I went off on him because I was just like so upset, so angry. But yeah,
That's
and I'll do it
valid.
again. I'll fucking do it again. But no, because to be honest, like I feel like in terms of like bands I listen to, I have a really weird fucking thing with them, where sometimes they'll actually listen to me. One time there was a festival happening in 2021, and it was like obviously peak COVID. It was like when the Delta variant was like on the rise in the summer, and I like tweeted a band member, and I was like, the festival not requiring vaccines or like masking is ridiculous. Then we had a debate in DMs. And I ended up changing the festival policy because I just talked to him about why what they're doing is wrong. And if they're going to have this is how they should do it. And it worked. And that's just like me being a big mouth bitch. Nothing. I've always had a big ass mouth, unfortunately. You know, it's who I am. Stands are powerful. We need Noah Stan Twitter.
Yeah, I see they have Has-Twit. I get that. I get that on my. It's like I don't know how that works if it's an active group, but we do need. What would it be?
Noah
Samson Twit.
Sam Twit.
Sam Twit. Ooh,
Sam
that'd
Twit.
be good.
Sam
Twit. Create the. Yeah, it's a.
Somebody make it right now.
Yeah, make it right now.
Noah Stanson is actually great.
Oh my god, that's great.
Noah Stanson is great.
Yeah. Very good.
That's a good one.
I love Has-Twit. They're so cute. I'll go in the group once in a while. I'll be like, here's a picture of Kaya, and then I depart my ways because. But like I read it sometimes, and they're adorable. It's crazy. You guys noticed me. Listen, can you explain Labubu? What is this critter?
I don't know. All I know is that K-pop stars wore it, and now everybody's going ape shit over it.
I love ugly things. So whenever I saw Labubus trending, I was like, "Oh, it's so ugly. I need it." But they're so hard to get.
Are they rare?
And we went to. They're just like people are buying them out because they went viral on TikTok.
Popular. Yeah.
And we went to a party a couple weeks ago, and somebody brought a box of Labubus, and I was a bitter bitch. And then they gave me one. By bitter bitch, I was like, I'm not going inside watching them fucking open Labubus. I want one so bad. I don't want to look at it.
And then it was somebody's birthday party, and somebody bought the box for the birthday boy. And she's like, I'm not gonna watch him open up the present because I want a Labubu so bad.
I was like,
I'm like, it's his birthday. I'm like, what are you doing? It's his birthday.
I was like, I can't look at this. I can't look at this because like the 2 days before I went to Pop Mart trying to get one, and they're like,
yeah.
And then he came out to me. He's like, pick a box, and I was like, what? So
and then you started handing out boxes to everyone. It was fun.
Crazy.
That's awesome.
Wait, they have fake ones, the Fufus. This is a real one though.
Wow, flex. It is. I don't think it's ugly. It's just kind of a little spooky and scary.
People wear them on their purses, but I don't carry a purse. I wear fanny packs mostly, and I feel like it'd be weird to have a Labubu on my waist.
Sign of wealth, just all on your waist.
Yeah, that's a class. That's a class
like
thing.
the Rolex of keychains.
Yeah, I'm rich, and it's a fucking Labubu. The pink one is cutest. Yeah, I got blue, and Raph gave me the pink one.
I pulled pink.
Super nice. Yeah, he pulled pink, and I was so jealous.
Should have kept it.
Listen.
Good job, Raph.
Thank you.
Anti-recession indicator. Yeah. You may be suffering, but we're doing fine. We have Labubu. Is Frogan into squish babies? Like squishmallows? Whenever I only bought 2 squishmallows. One was like the Hamza hand because I thought it was so cute. And one was a shark because the smile looked weird. But I'm not really into I don't really collect anything, unfortunately.
Just trolls.
Yeah.
Little trolls.
Squishmallows. Trolls.
On like 30 squishmallows on a bed is always like, what's about to happen to me, you know? But it's a common thing.
Yeah. No mattress, just 30 squishmallows.
They dive in.
Is that what we're sleeping on? Yeah.
You should get your cat a squishmallow bed. They have one for pets. We got one for my sister's cat back at home. He loves it, and it's super comfortable.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'll check that out. I gotta get something I could try and put it on top of the computer or something. and raise it so she doesn't block the fan so I can play Fortnite. Squishmallow cat bed.
Have you played Fortnite ranked?
I used to be a grinder on. I got like one of those small keyboards that I turned sideways like in 2017 and one of those giant desk
My
mats. I was watching Ninja when he had, I don't know, 10K. Like I was a fucking sweat. I kind of contributed to the game being ruined because it's like if you saw someone running at you building a bunch, that was me with keybinds and no real job. And yeah, I love Fortnite, but I haven't played in so long. I used to play ranked, and me and my friend placed top 100 in a tournament one time, but it wasn't.
That's good.
It was like when they used to do tournaments online, and I think we didn't make any money, but it was fun. But yeah, I haven't played forever. I mean, the chat will think I'm lying about that, but yeah, if you guys are ever playing, I'd love to play once I figure out how to get my computer to run it. So be super fun.
To be honest, I feel like weirdly enough, Fortnite is so hard to run. I used to stream on a gaming laptop, and it would just I could play like Monster Hunter, but it would never play Fortnite.
Yeah,
I played Call of Duty.
It's like the initial startup of Fortnite is. I feel like it's just so much information overload on that that it just makes it like impossible to like open up. It takes forever, and then once you get a couple games in, like it runs better, but like still, it's just.
I played
like
Guitar Hero the other day. Yeah. Why the fuck does Fortnite have Guitar Hero in it? It was fun.
Yeah.
But why is that in there? And that may have some explanation as to why it runs at 10 FPS on a 3090 Ti. That's not okay.
Yep.
Wait, you have a 3090 and it's running like shit?
Yeah, I think I need to change the settings, and I have 3 monitors right now, which this is my setup is fucked. Like it's all, it's my friend's monitor and something with the graphics card. But yeah, once I get it in tune, it'll be fine. It's just there's some bugs, but yeah, Guitar Hero on there. It's kind of fun.
They have Lego version. We've just been playing regular. We had a good fucking game the other day. We won our first match.
It was awesome.
It was so
it's
good.
Like fully Lego Fortnite, or what is it?
I've never played the Lego version. But you can they give you like Lego avatars of every like thing. What kind of got me back into Fortnite, I will say, is the Sabrina Carpenter skin. I logged back in to buy it, and I was like, I had to buy it, and then I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna play. And here we are. But the ranked, man, that shit pisses me off. It makes me so mad just thinking about it.
Like build ranked with building on?
Oh hell no! If we did build mode,
no build. I can't do it.
Yeah. Oh, you guys don't play build mode? Oh, okay.
No, absolutely not. I feel like if we did build mode, I'd get one game in and quit. I'm not gonna lie. They have a new Star Wars mode right now too, which is kind of annoying.
I love it.
Yeah.
Everyone loves it because it's like unlimited ammo. You just have gun cooldowns, and I don't know. I prefer like collecting and shit.
Yeah, it's also like you're hiding in a bush, like having a bite of like cereal, and then Darth Vader cuts your head off with a lightsaber from across the map. It's like that. I'd rather actually just close my game now. Yeah.
Apparently, there's like an AI Darth Vader. I haven't seen him yet, but Raph has seen videos.
Yeah, so like the new like main like boss of the maps is Darth Vader, and I think if you beat him, he joins you. And if his name is Darth, he joins your team. It says Darth Vader, and then in parentheses it says AI, and you can like voice chat to Darth Vader, and he'll respond to you with AI.
What the fuck?
In Darth Vader voice.
And it like works okay.
I haven't tried it. I've only seen videos on it. It's as much of a nightmare as you think it would be. Like getting Darth Vader to say like the N-word and to like just be the worst person in the world.
Is that what people were doing, or is that what you're thinking about?
Yeah, that's the videos I saw. I was like, what's going on here?
Of course, that's the immediate response. Oh my god, that's weird.
Leave
no
Darth
wonder
Vader
it runs
alone.
like shit. You have ChatGPT code running through the.
They have too much information. It's just an information cloud.
Yeah.
I heard AI Vader ask about foot fetishes.
Yeah.
We have to find our next goal when we play. We have to find AI Vader.
You got to talk to him. I have questions.
I have so many questions
about the Empire.
Like, how can chat donate to Unrwa? How can they?
How can they?
That's true. Chat, how much have we raised since they've been on here? I
If
saw
it's
there
less
was
than
a
100,000,
3,000
you guys are all
donation.
fake.
Yeah. There was a $3,000 donation during this, so it's that's 3% of the way there.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Congratulations.
I didn't see that either. That's crazy.
Was that during this, or was like right before? I think 3K.
And just lie to us and say it was us, please.
I want to see more donations. I'm gonna drop 100 right now.
Somebody drop 100.
Somebody put 100 in.
Do it.
I'm
Do it.
waiting.
Do it. Do
I
it.
want to see it in chat.
It's for the
Oh, it
children.
was right before, but it was right before
Damn it.
because they
Why
were.
would you say that? Why would you say that?
No, they were
Damn it.
doing it in because they were so excited they just clicked the button early to see you on here.
Oh,
that's it.
true.
That's
That's
it.
what they're
Yeah.
saying. Yep.
We built the hype up around that.
I think you could get to 1 million. Genuinely.
I think
you
so
could do
too. Yeah, I think so too. And I feel I think it's possible. And there's a
That would
bunch of
be
guests that
crazy.
that are down to come on that like I guess I could just keep going and keep raising, like Carolyn Kwan I think is
Queen.
That should be great.
yeah, she's somebody
An
that mentioned it.
absolute Queen.
But then
Damn, we're
I
getting
don't know.
hundreds.
Let's
Wait, really?
go. Yeah.
FT
Yeah.
John
More!
has been throwing
More!
down.
Let's go.
Wow, go.
Let's go.
Let's go. I know somebody
Yeah,
on
and
the
then-
money.
And then I have people. Oh, sorry.
No, you can go ahead.
No,
I was
you
just
go
gonna
ahead.
Okay, I will.
You guys
if
both go
insist.
ahead, I'll interrupt.
All right, sure.
So anyways-
yeah, perfect. The overlay, the Unrwa overlay, is that accurate or we're above
Well,
that right now, right?
Yeah, so I can add the other widget I have. Let me see this 1 second. This widget thing is showing all of the other fundraisers I've accidentally, because like these are the YouTube fundraisers, and so I didn't realize
Oh wow.
you do them per stream, and so wait, I don't want to wait.
Oh,
no.
got it.
But yeah, it's somewhere around 530,000 total, 535.
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
So chat's crushing it.
We're killing. You guys are killing it.
Forever
people
stream
reach
to
out to
$1
me like-
billion.
No, oh my God, imagine. That'd be insane. People are like, I want to be on Noah's stream. Couple TikTokers.
Have them hit me up.
You know Jory?
No.
Alluring Skull.
Oh,
really
you
cool.
mentioned them. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't go on TikTok really.
She's really cool.
Sick.
Robert,
yeah,
what
yeah.
did Robert do? Robert, $100.
Robert with another hundo.
Robert has
More.
already
Let's
donated like
go.
1,000 collectively. I'm pretty sure Robert's been throwing down.
An
Also,
icon.
shout out to Anonymous for the 20, and also big shout out to Anonymous for the 8. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Jory
Go,
and
go,
Max,
go,
exactly.
go.
Jory and Max.
Yeah, I can put you guys in a group chat on Discord if you'd like.
We are unremaxing. Yeah, please do. That'll be cool.
Our Thailand princess, exactly. Let me do that before I forget. And then I also messaged the Palestinian game developer too.
Oh, awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody put like an email or like a 1 in the chat if you want Noah to just do this till the end of the month of till next year.
Forever.
Forever.
Infinity stream. I'm just like,
What if you go-
sitting in the chair with this wheel and I'm a full
There we go.
skeleton, like all dusty.
Yeah.
Like I haven't
Just
moved.
dust.
The same
What if
Bose
we bring the
headphones.
wheel back?
Wheel
For-
still spinning.
Wheel back every $100,000.
Oh my god, I'd have to put
It's not a
something
bad idea.
more intense on the wheel, but yeah, I'm down. Or I could just spin it 400 times and watch
Oh my
have people watch
God.
me die on stream like it's like live leak.
Oh my God, damn, we got more.
122 from Robert again. Robert stacks more like, you know what I'm saying? Come
Robert.
on.
Remember, it is
Fucking
stacked. Look at that.
icon.
What is 1 in the
That's
chat?
crazy.
Oh, is that for me to die on stream? Let's
Oh
go.
my God.
What's your plan for the rest of the day? What do you have cooking?
I'm talking to Surfs TV, Lance from the Surfs at 4 o'clock.
Nice.
And
Little
then there's nothing else planned other than I was gonna DoorDash some wax to wax my leg and maybe spin the wheel a couple times, and then I don't know what other stuff should I do, because I'll probably find some more guests to come on, but what's fun? What do streamers do to make streams fun and cool? Streamers.
For the wax, make sure don't get the one that you warm up, because don't burn yourself. Just get the ones that you like rub together and then peel apart.
Okay.
Like I can send you like an example, so you don't fuck yourself up.
Hello? Yo. Oh, it's already. Sorry. You're good. I'm not getting swatted. It's my friend.
I was worried.
I was like, what happened?
I was like, oh,
Gotta
no,
switch to
here we
full
go.
screen. Well, did you guys do the thing where you warn your local police station that you might get swatted?
No, they don't care.
Okay.
I did in Michigan. They didn't give a fuck. They said until something happens, they can't do anything. I'm like, okay.
I was told by a friend that if you do that on the cop laptop where they use when they're driving over, there's like a red thing that pops. I heard this from a friend who talked to this friend who is a cop, and apparently that happens, but maybe that's just in Idaho.
Maybe it's. I mean, every precinct has their own way of doing certain things.
And the lady on the phone was like, "This doesn't mean that we aren't going to respond to 911 calls." And I was like, "Yeah, I think that's
that makes sense.
Probably a given." Yeah, like, hey, there's criminal activity. They're gonna say I'm a criminal, but I'm not, so stay away. Okay.
Yeah.
See ya.
Okay. Cool.
Have fun. Have fun, y'all.
There's no hostage situation here.
Yeah.
I don't know what else you need to know, but no, I heard LAPD's pretty bad with it.
But LAPD doesn't really show up anywhere, so we're good.
Shit, dude.
So we're chill.
They don't do fucking shit.
LAPD doesn't do shit. I mean,
Until
they're
they do,
spread
and it's
so
bad.
thin. That's true. It's true. I mean, they're spread so thin at the LAPD that it's just like they very pick and choose where they go. You know. At least in my experience.
No, same. Trust me.
You know. If
I'm
for
gonna
things
try
for you
to
to do,
squish
I
Bella
mean,
back.
honestly, it sounds like you have a pretty stacked day. That's pretty good. You know.
Things you can do.
You know, just to
keep
find
stuff.
things that. The thing is, like, you also want to not be bored.
Right.
That's the big thing too. You know, some streamers will have all these activities and do all this stuff, but then like you can tell they don't want to do it because they're bored, and you're like, all right, well, this isn't fun, you know. So whatever is like makes you feel like, oh, you know what, maybe I need a break. Let me do this thing that might be fun for me. Just do it. People will just watch you for you.
Have somebody yassify you.
Oh, like a face
Full
filter?
glam.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
do your makeup.
Have somebody do your makeup.
done. Yeah. I will. I'll reach out to my people for that. I'd like to have a tattoo artist on to do that IRL, but
That'd be pretty cool.
the last
cool.
The last 5 days, it's just been all interviews, and I do want to take like the next 2 hour window to like game or like have a snack or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do it.
Yeah, for sure. That's the way to do it. Honestly.
What else y'all got going on today?
My guest just got here.
Okay.
I have to go run down and get him.
I think. Should we?
It's a good place to stop. I think
if we call it, yeah.
Yeah, totally. Good, solid 2 hours or hour and a half. So, thank you guys so much for coming on. That was great.
No, of course.
Thank you for having us.
Really, thank you for having us, and thank you for raising so much money. This is fucking amazing.
Yes.
It's awesome.
It's
Chat's helping you
amazing.
guys brought in. I mean, a lot of thousands and thousands while you're here. So, thank you.
Shout out to you
donating.
guys as well for being here and watching and being in support of Palestine, and also for donating. If you did, even if you didn't donate, it's okay. Don't feel stressed out about it. The fact that you're here and supporting it is more than enough.
Yes. You can also do a cooking stream too. That'd be funny.
Oh,
People
cooking
love
stream
that
might be
shit.
fun for you as well.
Baking stream.
Yeah, I'll cook my slop. I've been making slop. I'll show. Yeah, that's good. That's a great idea.
And
okay.
if you do it through Tiltify, you can auction shit off, and you can sell painting. We sold the painting.
If you do like a paint, if you do like
You can do a
painting, you
painting
can sell
and-
your paintings.
Oh,
and auction it off for
nice.
charity. You could do that too.
That's a good idea.
Oh yeah.
Those are good ideas.
Love it.
All right, gamers.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right, guys. Thank you
Game
so
safely.
much.
Yes. Bye bye.
Love you, buddy. Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, love you too. See ya. Wow. W's in that chat. Do I read chat? TI? Nope. I'll be right back to the be right back screen. Keep donating. Thank you. I got the new tech. Hey. It's supposed to be scratching. Hey. She doesn't want to get scratched, she just wants to fight. Delicate dance we're doing. Check that out, the new technology. Fresh install. Oh, and I can reach her now. Holds down for scratching on the go. You don't even know what's happening behind the scenes. Aw. Damn, son, where'd you find this one?
This
That
is a
reminds me of-
certified hood classic.
Oh my god, that's so loud. I need to get Damn Son. That's a classic. Hi. Okay. Should we play some games? Hey, hey, hey. Don't unplug the camera. Please donate.
This is a certified hood classic.
Psst, 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 psst. Well, what up, Chet? How are we, chat? Waxing strips on the way. Does Fortnite still have creative mode? VODs 7 through 10 are wrong. Oh, what is... There's too much shit on here, man. My hair is kind of like pudding. I could see that. The mixed pudding. Parker, what up? I'm eating butter chicken with rice. You guys hear the game? That shit's loud as hell. Hear but no see, yeah? Ah. Hello, chat. Hmm. Okay, okay. Now we're gaming. Now we are gaming. Hmm. Might have fucked up doing that, but game volume pretty loud. Looking like. Okay, now wait. How do I refresh? Oh no. Hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. Oh. I have all sorts of keybinds that I remember and don't remember as well. That I need to Here but no see. Still? Here but no see. Here but no see. God dang it. Fortnite. No way you're now also playing Fortnite? We totally are. I'm setting my keybinds so that I can know when reset edit. I used to have all these keybinds. Scroll, reset edit. I'm playing building mode. Yeah, building mode sweaty as hell. Stop switching, man. Oh. Thank you for the donos. So hot right now. We are still going. Hello? Sprint, yeah. Okay. I'll fuck with these settings off stream. Maybe. I'll probably forget. No, are you ready? For Fortnite? No. Not at all. It's been so long. If mods ask me to stop, I will. Just trying to time it for when he's looking at chat. What are you asking? Yeah, I'll check Instagram. No, I'm not playing with mods right now. Just trying to get my basic settings down. Oh. Where the fuck? Camp wall. Let's mix around. For now, I give up. I will work on this off stream. Sorry, everybody. Just so damn annoying. Bamba. Plans from the source is coming on. Ooh, in about an hour. Wish I had news to cover. Should play zero build mode. Nah, I don't like that mode. I want to build and sweat. Or my bleach might be here. I bleach for... Yeah, let's look at the challenges real quick. Or my wax might be here. My bleach like the sword, that's crazy. I'm having some butter chicken. Oh, nice. Keep donating, keep donating. Also, donate to the pinned comment, please. I just realized why it's so hot. My AC was off. It's 80 degrees in here. That's insane. Alright, look what we got here. Brogan, put me on. Airwax. I'll change my waxing my leg. Waxing my leg hair. I'll do something like I don't think it's cream, it's strips. Hi, Katie. What's a good place to do this here? You don't think it'll work? I have not got the tattoo yet. Let's read the instructions. Wax ready strips, orchid and cherry blossom extracts. Nice. Delicious. Results last up to 4 weeks. Leave skin soft and smooth. 3 easy steps. Peel. Press. 1 wax strip at a time. Apply over the hair to be removed in the direction of hair growth. Oh, nice. Make it adhere by firmly pressing. Hold the skin taut. That'll be easy if it's on my shin. But you can use it multiple times too with each strip. Kitty, don't do it. She's looking. Alright, guys. I need to change the thumbnail. Screenshotted. Wait. Yes, yes, yes. Love to stream. I am a streamer. Stream. Streaming streamer. Okay, rip it fast. Easy. This is my leg, by the way. I'm gonna say nice to meet you. Just a pretty standard leg. I could get 2 angles on it, maybe. A little dramatic, but you know, it's what it is. To be like that. I think that works, right? You gotta really commit or else it hurts. Way works. Yeah. Oh my god, do I have There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dude. I'll just see how one of these feels. Okay, wait, let me read this again. I'm gonna fuck with this. They are really tiny. Oh, and there's 2 for each. And you can use each of these multiple times. Bro, I'm cooked. Okay. Warm it up a little in your hands. Like this. It's okay to cry. I'm being so brave. Rub it on loads like this. Those are bikini size. I'm scared, I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared. But I'm so brave. Skin on my shin's already pretty taut. Not quite a clean break. Should I go again? Oh, I have to hold it. Wait, I thought it was against. I thought it was with the grain. Oh. Opposite. Yep. I mixed up opposite and the same. Classic mix up. I read them. I just missed that. Okay. Oh my god. Dude, holy shit. That works so well. Not even that bad. I kind of want to see how I look. I mean, that felt fine, to be honest. Up and down, activate the strip. How many times can I use this with this much hair? Feels like a hard slap. I mean, maybe. It's amazing how much better it works when you use it correctly. The night reusable, gotta get another one. Oh, I beg to differ. Dude, I've never seen my bald calf. I'm scared. That's low-key scary as fuck. I'm going to have to do my entire leg. I feel the thigh could be worse. Shin doesn't hurt so bad. Try the thigh. So what should I do with... I fucked up. Now my shit's I'm gonna have to shave it, I think. Inner thigh. Oh, sheets will feel great, I bet. Yeah, I'll go grab some shorts. I'll turn off the noise suppression so you can first of all hear the AC, and second of all, the sheets after are the best part. Nice. Wait, hold on. Dude, it's so weird. Looks so weird. I'm bald as hell. I'll just tell people dude, it's a different color. It's literally a different color. Kind of sexy though. How far up should I go? I don't know how much hair a strip can pull. You look like a burn victim. So I will literally have to shave my legs, huh? Why did I do this? Oh. Oh, y'all want me to get basketball shorts, but I think I can just do it with here, with this. Please donate. You do it because you care. Does it just not hurt that bad and everyone else is playing it up? Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Okay, that one kind of hurt because I didn't get a good stick on it. And the more times you use it, the more it hurts because I think the sticky is less and it just pulls, you know? Yeah, I've shaved my chest before. Robert, keeping it consistent with the donations. Thank you. Ah. Okay. That one's exhausted. And that was just the first one. We're going to go all the way through them. I'll hustle. I'll hustle. Trying to get the best cinematic angle on it. The most painful is the thighs. Okay, I'll go switch some shorts. Ooh, it's gonna reveal all my scars. I'm kind of excited for that. I don't even know what's hiding under this hair. Yeah, this strips will... I'll probably just exhaust these strips as far as I can and then... Okay, yeah. I'll do the thighs. I'll go switch into some shorts. Please donate, though. It's kind of sticky. Kind of like it, though. You seem like you've done it before. I've watched someone do this. I've been in the room. But I know you just have to hit it fast, you know? Noah going to walk around looking like a before and after. Before being a baby. And after. Body hair is weird because I don't really... It's nice to have smooth legs sometimes. Okay, last one before I go get shorts on. Bikini zone is bad. Oh yeah. I can't imagine how hard it is for women in this world. No, please, not the thighs. Will it hurt that bad? It doesn't hurt that bad. More muscle and fat equals less pain. Oh, because then it's not as close to the bones. This looks insane. There we go. What did you join? You just joined history in the making. For your sake, I want you to stop. It's too late now. I gotta do it all. Okay, wait. Be right back. Okay. Ooh, it's red on the thigh, man. Alright. shorts are quite small. The only shorts I had. What has he become? Alright, let's try this. I already did the thigh. Oh fuck. I should have did it in the Maid costume. Please donate. It's definitely more painful. I think they're too thick, to be honest. Huge missed opportunity. That would have been too incriminating though, potentially. Warm it up with like I'm trying to with my hands. Oh, inner thigh. Yeah. Having no body hair in tropical countries. Does body hair help prevent for bugs and stuff? Bugs? Please donate. I don't like using it a third time. Body hair is healthy. But it's okay to also do stuff. Alright, we could try inner thigh. I know this probably hurt more. Rub it fast. Gonna sell those or throw them away? Asking for a friend. DM me. Warm before separating the two cheese. Oh yeah. 3, 2, 1. That's getting up there. And the pain levels. They're pretty pale. Oh, how close you can see that. Back of the thigh. Ball sack coming right out. Chill. Top of the head, you're crazy. Can I do that to my face? No. Knees and under are more painful. Do not wax your face. No? Okay. Remember, this was just leg. Rub them is for getting them warm. On a scale of 1 to 10, honestly, is it crazy to say 1? Like the last two was maybe a 1.5. That's kind of, I'm not even trying to flex. I'm just like, it just felt like how it does to pluck a hair, which doesn't really hurt. It's not pain. It's just like uncomfortable. You know what I mean? Sugar wax. That's what I witnessed, is the use of sugar wax. Sugar wax is interesting because it tastes good. Apparently. Which makes sense. It's in the name. Inner thighs have less hair. Okay. So where's the most painful? That was like a 2. That was a 2 or 3. I promise I'm not being cringe. It is so smooth though. Groin? Bit of a crazy pattern going on here. Ankle? Please donate. So it's near loose skin. I don't really have a lot of loose skin. Here? No, I don't want to do my arms. And that wasn't a part of the agreement. Armpits are the worst? Aye. That one hurt. It hurts when there's hair on it already. Please donate, please donate, please donate. Yeah, a lot of this is getting shaved. I feel like right this side, right? On the ankle, kind of. This feels a little crazy. It is. I should put purple toner on my hair. It is so smooth, though. Like, it's so nice. I have a feeling this one's gonna hurt. Yeah, a little bit. Certainly. Certainly. All right, now we'll connect them. Donate to the link and donate to the pinned comment. You guys might have started me on my smooth bald arc. Oh shit. Huh. Interesting. How many of these do you reckon? I'm jealous you can do that this easily. I've never waxed without crying. I think I just don't have a lot of loose skin. Ew, by the way? Yeah, it's gross. I can't help the feeling that this is a win-win for you. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that. It's like, all I'm doing is streaming for a week and doing silly shit that's mildly uncomfortable. It's not... I don't know, man. I'm making it out to be a lot worse than it is. I'm gonna be like a bowling ball. I will be more aerodynamic. Place the strip in the same direction as the hair growth when you get to the back. Oh yeah. Does it change? Our stream is blowing up, chat. We're a 1,150 Andy. My shins are kind of fucked up, bro. Okay, chill, feet. Don't know how you can be smart and dumb at the same time. Oh, I'm stupid as fuck. In a lot of ways. Did you play soccer? I played football. My shins are fucked up, actually, I think from football. cleats and stuff. No, I just mean they have like marks on them and stuff. Ay! Like scars. They're not that visible though. Whoo, that's smooth, bro. Shin unboxing. So what do y'all pay for these used strips? I don't. Trigger warning. I'm gonna show. No, I'm not. That's gross, actually. How do I even do this, bro? Dono at least $20. Yeah, donate $100 and I will send you one of these. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How much? Oh shit! How many were there? 40 strips. Times 2 is 80. We get $8,000 if we get $100 dono. I'll send you one of the strips. Oh, that's crazy. Y'all are crazy. Don't do that, actually. You should do it for the bit, though. Barf. Yeah, that's disgusting. We just lost 100. 20 is crazy. Nair strips is $7. Yeah, but when you get them at the store, they don't have my leg hair all over them. I'm just playing, by the way. Unless. No. Whoa. Oh, that one didn't get the follicles. I don't think. There we go. They're sticky though. I don't like that. Guys, be freaks for the greater good. Dude, the jar makes me gag. What's the jar? Nice. It's probably good on that. Justine in the chat, what up? Is baby oil? I have coconut oil. Will coconut oil work? Use some tissues with the oil. Aye. Sorry, wife. What? Lance from Surf's TV. I'm doing important work. Chat wants me to get oiled up. I mean, it's kind of necessary, I guess, to get the... I love coconut oil. What comes with the box? Oil? Unlocking kinks? Nah, chill, 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 chill. So smooth. Ooh, that one was bad. Are you guys getting a visceral rip sound? Hi, Katie. Visceral rip. I'm not gonna wax you, because I'm not mean. Bathe yourself in oil? Yeah, chill. How about that? Hi, Katie. So it's a oil on a tissue is how I'm supposed to do it. Hey, Katie. Baby. Baby. That's the kitty. Loud ripping sound? Nice. Oh, sorry, I scared you. I scared you so bad. Hi, Katie. There's no shot Ethan's watching this on a stream. That's awesome if so. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Cotton ball. Can I not just use my hands? Or it's supposed to, because I'm supposed to wipe the sticky off. No shot, he actually is. Oh. Hi, Katie. Hi, baby. Apply like a lotion. Rub the skip for a few minutes? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I like that song. It's stuck in my head. Yeah, sorry, I don't know how long it's supposed to take to do it, but... Can I do speedrun and just like, We have a cat cam, she's just sitting in a different spot. Can I do multiple? Rapid fire? This is efficiency. I'm the Jocko Willink of being sexy and my cat having sexy calves. It kind of is like a, what is it called? It's a little shiver down the spine. Ah! That one hurt. Yeah, you see the shine on the shin bone? That perfect reflection in the bottom left? What the fuck? I kind of like it. Don't bodybuilders shave their shit? Ugh. These ones are missing some, but I think if I go back through with... Okay, this one might actually hurt a little bit. Oh, fuck. Feet cam, my bad. Yeah, not nice, not nice. Not ideal. These ones are getting old. We're doing it, chat. I'm really thirsty, hold on. I shine bright like a diamond. Finally some good content. No, for real. This one's done, you're done. When Frogan was like, you're done. That shit had me screaming. That shit had me going nuts. I'm gonna have to wax my entire legs like off stream. Oh my god, the toe needs to chill. The toe shot really gotta chill with that, I think. Yeah, it's slowly getting up to a 3, I would say. I've never seen my calf hairless. Diddy donated chill. Does Wiki Feet have a trending page? Ew, knees are weird. Knees are weird. Does the direction of the hair change on the back of the calf? Come in here in the stream and the first thing here, does WikiFeed have a trending page? I don't even know that. I think they do. Leg cam, yup. I don't know if they're facial strips, but they are very small. This is gonna be a big one here. Big clear guy. Do swimmers all wax fully? Wait, Justine, what am I doing wrong? What are you saving me? When you rip it off, try and keep it close to the skin instead of pulling up and away. The direction of the hair. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Ooh, okay, that does hurt actually a lot more. I don't like it. It looks like for Thanksgiving when the turkey's getting ready to go in there in the oven. Weird. I DM'd you to get the bigger ones meant for legs, but you're on your own journey. Yeah, this definitely is for like face and bikini. You saw it's face and bikini. I think part of the fun of the stream is that everything I do, I'm doing wrong. And, wait, I forgot to do that thing. Oh, I think there's just 2 left. Oh my god, where do I even put the last one? I guess the front here. So people, if I wear long socks, I can kind of cover it. Please donate. I'm gonna need 120 more, literally. I'm doing this because, let's see, where was the thing? This was for 300K, by the way. So I need 2 tattoos. This will be good for helping me to find out what's in here and locate it so that I know. Only one I mean, I'm not made of a face and bikini wax strips here, you know? It was $7. I asked the to coexist tattoo, and I kind of don't want to. I feel like that's a good $1 million goal or something. because it's so bad, but it's a good story to tell people. And because nobody unironically gets a coexist tattoo. Like, that's too fucking funny. I know someone probably has. Yeah, I've done a little on my thigh. Okay. You have to go faster, I think. It's expensive to be hairless? Yeah, 100%. Women hold up half the sky. As bro said. Oh, God. I might need to go shave the rest of it. Imani, what's up? Yeah, we're killing it. I'm basically the strongest guy ever. I'm basically the GOAT. Oh yeah, a pile of hairy strips. You don't even know what's going on right now. Right here. Not showing you that. For free. On stream, yeah, it's part of the deal. That's what we were saying. Auction off the hairy strips, like sell them and donate. Look how my leg looks, though. Sorry, kitty. And some on the inner thigh as well. Just insane. Finished product. Watch the feet. Oh God, don't look at that. I didn't have that much hair to begin with. I wasn't like fully sweaty. Yeah, now I'll start hitting calves. What did Justine say? You're crazy. This is the last thing. Herman Miller Aeron. Yeah, I got it for $200. If you check on Facebook Marketplace, sometimes offices will just close down and sell them all in bulk. You can get them cheap. Real shit. Real shit? Yeah, the strips are for the strips are for face in bikini. Wait, shit. Stop. Is the chair worth the price? I think it's a great chair. I wouldn't pay full price because you can just find it cheaper. It's like, yeah, I mean, even a used one is like $200 isn't cheap. For a good office chair though, it's super worth. Yeah, don't worry, I'll fix this. I can fix this. My inner Mario? What you mean? Should have asked for someone for help. Yeah. Well. That's fine. Okay, forgot. The last place it needs is like right here. I think. I don't think anyone's gonna notice, like, if I'm out. You're gonna shave it to eat it off or let it grow back willy nilly. I'm gonna shave it. I might do that now. Pretty smooth. I like it. I like it. I don't mind. The brand instruction is to use multiple times. Like each strip, you mean? I've been ripping them. Yeah, cyclists do that. Do they do that for aerodynamics for real? That seems insane. Oh yeah, if you shame just yeah. I should get big wax strips and just fully wax them, because then it'll all grow back evenly, right? All right, I'm gonna do that then, just off stream. I'm getting so yassified. This is awesome. Yeah, I should use the leg strips. Actually, I'll do this again. I'll just buy 17 boxes. Please donate. Yeah, I'll do it. It's so smooth, dude. I don't like it. See? I hate it. No, I like it. I like it. It just looks a little, it's a little detailed, you know? Like, I didn't know I had a vein right here. I didn't want to know that I had a vein right there. And like a dot here. That's gross. That looks like an uncle's calves. And that spot's just funny. I'll keep that. Did I do any back there? Nope. Nope. Thanks, chat, for helping me through that. Hugo, what's up, man? I'm not gonna show the wax strips. Okay, yeah, I am. Money spread. Throwing them away now. Oh, and there's that oil stuff. I'll put that on. Be right back. Oh shit, hello. Leg hair destroyed. Post-waxing wipe. Okay, well I'll do this on my own. Can I do it now? Yeah, I'm gonna just not go too crazy with this. Exfoliating after maybe 2 days is very important so you don't get ingrown hair. 2 days? What will hurt? Donate, 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 donate. What is this? Why does it look like that? That's kind of nice. Sounds like a salon or something. Noah's done really well, lots of learning. I'm sure next time, I'm sure a producer or production assistant wouldn't go amiss. Absolutely not. This is the fucking messiest stream of all time. Fix minicam, chill. I'm almost done. It's over. That was fun though. It's very oily. Dude, this is crazy. It's crazy because I felt this on others and feeling it on myself with my hand and also on my leg is like 100 times nicer. You don't really understand what waxed legs feel like until you have them yourself. Okay. Hell yeah. That's cool. I didn't even use both strips. Hi, kitty. Nice. That's good. Get satin sheets. Yeah, I will. I like that. I like the sound of that. Okay, I'm gonna go wash my hands. Become normal. And become normal. Ugh. Too much information. Bald calves, too much information. Weird. Alright. What up, chat? Does that make sense? Shall we do one wheel spin? Hello, hello, hello. Waxing is not degeneracy. That's crazy. Wheel W. Hogs loose. Where? Please donate, please donate, please donate. Oh, I need to actually turn this thing back on. Alright, quick wheel spin. Doing a jumping jacks. I fear I may throw up. I'll do them. I'll do them. I'll throw up. I mean, because I. Oh wait, with the wax leg. That's a good one. Face squirt. I'll be able to do it. It's just I'll throw up because I just ate. I don't have to do face squirt and call Lance with a soaked face. It is that, right? W dono. Be right back. Yeah, I don't want to puke. Face squirt. A towel right here as well. No, I was just getting a bottle. Good angle like this. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Not bad. It just got on my computer and my keyboard and my... Nah, it wasn't that bad. It was actually totally fine. I actually liked it. It was actually good. It did feel good, kind of. And actually, having no mustache means like the water doesn't linger. I still squirt. All right, I'm interviewing Ilan Pape, but I have to be soaking wet. So get ready. I'll change my shirt before it's time. No, I won't. Yeah, I am. Right now. Right now? What's right now? What happened? Yeah, I'm debating Netanyahu. It's actually part of the shirt's design. Grab a PNG image of a nice shirt. True. No, if I was having Ilan Pape on, I would have called Chris Kunzler to help me, but then also announce it ahead of time. $1,500 donation. Hello? 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 God damn. Thank you. What the fuck? Excuse me. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna just refresh this thing. I don't know which fundraiser we're on. I'm gonna refresh this one as well. God damn. I guess the face squirt did inspire them. Jesus Christ. Oh shit. It is Canadian. If that was Lance, that's goated. God damn. Mustache is going, yeah, that's... Does it look like an elephant? A little bit. Yeah, kind of. What if I set up OBS virtual camera? Can you imagine that? Nah, never mind. I'll do that next time. On a Monday. Remind me if the music's still going off while we interview. I may forget. The other money, 92,000, is just from the YouTube donations, because they're separate. Yeah, I turned the music down, but Lance is ready to go. I'm just setting up something really quick. Is he streaming? On a Monday. Sorry, folks. I love streaming, being on my damn phone. Folks. Whose birthday is it? Okay, I'm gonna go change my shirt real quick. Actually, fuck it. I think Lance will probably not judge. I probably no. Yeah. Fuck it. I do need to adjust my mic settings. Really quick. Oh, da 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 da. Oh. Wait a second. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can't see
I
me.
can't see
huh?
you. But I can hear you.
Yeah, give me 1 second. This streaming stuff is crazy, man. All sorts of technological.
Oh, it wouldn't be a leftist stream if there wasn't technical difficulties.
Absolutely. One sec.
There's a neat icon of you now.
Oh yeah, the little profile picture.
Hey,
Hey, can you see me? There you
Yeah.
go. Nice. What's up?
I can see you.
How's it going?
Yeah.
Lance.
Congratulations.
Surfs TV. Thank you. Yeah, it's been crazy. I don't know. Somebody just donated $3,000 right before this, like right before the last interview. So it's people are going crazy. Super excited about that. But
I was thinking what I could offer in terms of trying to debase myself for more money to come in, and I got a glass of soy and a gauntlet of hot sauces
Whoa.
of preceding levels of pain.
Hot
And
one style,
if
huh?
if you alert me to moments in history where things are coming in, I can slowly start consuming them with a thing of chips that I also have before me for the internet's pleasure.
Oh, hell yeah. You're the first guest to do that, and I appreciate that so much. And I think they are going to start donating to see him suffer. Right, guys? Right. I think that was one of their favorite sufferings was when I did the hot chip challenge live. And
Oh,
it
you
was,
did it.
yeah. Yeah. I thought I was going to actually have to call emergency services, but I live in America, so I didn't. But I didn't end up throwing up, and that would have been where I would have needed to call it because, like, going down it was horrible, but going back up it would have been even worse. But made it through.
I was gonna say I don't think people can do that one anymore. I think they banned it because someone died from the spice.
Seriously? Hold on.
Yeah,
did I commit a crime on live stream?
Yeah, look that up. I can't remember. A hot chip.
Oh my God,
Those-
September 1st, 2023, Harris Wolbath, a 10th grader. Yeah, he died.
He died from
He had
the
a
heat.
he had a heart defect, but like they didn't know, so he just straight up died.
Yeah, I
Wow.
think that's why the hot chip challenge is no more. So you're one of the last to know what that's like.
Dang, yeah, I'm special, a survivor, I guess. That's R.I.P., man. Shout out. So what's going on, man?
I mean, if you already got 3,000, I could start this thing. I've got
What's
a hot sauce that has absolutely no spice and no power. It's on the low end of things. This is called handmade hot sauce by Marty Makes, and it's very tame. So I'm gonna spill juice all over myself, but that's not the
Part of
first
the
time that's
deal.
happened. But I'll try and keep it on camera. No, I'm not faking. Oh God, yeah, it's all over my clothes. But here
You
you
gotta
go.
lay out
I'll start.
wow. Hot chip challenge. He's
There you
going
go.
to
Delicious,
die. Nice.
painless.
Tasty snack.
Where should I start? Things are going really well. I mean, all things considered, I think since we last spoke, I haven't talked to you in I think 2 years when I brought you on to my stream, and you have blown to meteoric success since then. So massive congrats on that as well. But yeah, things. It's one of those things where I don't know if there's a word for it yet. I haven't determined it. A word for feeling both profound, intense frustration and sadness all the time, but then simultaneously hating myself for feeling sad or angry when life is so comparatively cozy. So I don't know if there's like a German word for that, for the simultaneous anger, depression, sadness mixed with you shouldn't feel that way because your camera off and go outside and things are fine. So
Is there a German
whatever-
word specifically? Is that why you reference that? Is it like a
well, I'm just asking if there is, because I don't know
yeah.
a word in English for that particular sensation.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah, it's
But
like a
that- yeah,
it's like a trap kind of almost of cyclical thinking. I mean, it's a trap unique to people who care about the world and want to make it better. And knowing that the world is bad and needs to be improved means that it's not going to feel good a lot of times. So but then comparatively, like you're saying, like that's the shitty part. You gotta how do you manage that? Like, even though you're feeling it a lot.
I get sad. I don't have a good answer. I think I watch the Noah Samson charity stream and I feel more faith in humanity. So that's obviously a really awesome, happy thing that's taking place in spite of everything. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know at this point. I'm personally getting to this moment in history where you feel like you've kind of tried to do everything within the bounds of what you're supposed to do. Like I'm going to protests on a weekly basis. I do have good news. We got I worked on the campaign for a local communist to get elected on my city council. And we won, and he's on our city council here in Vancouver, Canada, and he's already wearing keffiyeh in city council meetings. He just extended our public library hours permanently. So one piece of good news I could tell people is localized organizing for local small elections. No one thinks about, but you can get leftists elected at a much faster rate. Our turnout for our local election, I think, is something like 35%, and our by-elections were like 17. And he beat everybody. He beat every corporate candidate because he was literally a dishwasher. That was his full-time job. His name's Sean Orr. He was a dishwasher, and he worked with the tenants union. He worked with a bunch of other localized unions, and he just basically won on a campaign of eliminating billionaires. And there was enough people pissed off in Vancouver, which is not a super left-wing city, to be like, yeah, we're tired of having a council run by cops. So that's that. I guess that's one piece of good news.
That's awesome. Did you do a lot of like I guess social media work or coverage of his election and campaign and stuff?
I made a bunch of videos. I made his official campaign ad, which broadcast on the internet and stuff. I worked with the team to canvas and stuff like that. I'll be honest with you. It's one of those things where when you're feeling really helpless and frustrated, you always hear this thing. It's kind of like an adage now. You should organize locally. You should do that, right? It's actually true. It's one of those things like, how people tell you exercise and eating well is good for you. It actually is. It does feel nice to be surrounded by other people who are just as frustrated as you and feel just as helpless, and then you get to work together to try and have a good outcome. So that was a piece of
you got that figured out, but it's still super easy to let it creep back in when that happens. But then you go on Twitter and see what's happening in Gaza, right, or something like that, where I mean, how do you what's the right question? How can we consistently be reminded that kind of change is possible, and that it circling back to it is one of the good ways to keep from not acting or inaction? And I guess I'm gonna add to that like what you're talking about. I talked to somebody recently that the concept of like suffering and stress and depression from watching what's happening, keeping you from advocating for the people that are being harmed, is a form of like kind of liberalism and individualism, where even though you want to be able to take care of yourself so you can do things, it's also or you want to be able to take care of yourself and not be too hard on yourself, but also like you're saying, getting out and doing something that's required of like a leftist or of someone that wants to make change,
Yeah, I think it's by design that a lot of what you see in the saturation of that gets portrayed in the media defeats you, because that's certainly a feeling of, like I said, helplessness that is really hard to overcome. I'll be honest, for me, I'm more perplexed and confused by people who have seen what's happening and still want to put their fingers in their ears. That to me actually sometimes like damages me more than the idea that somehow people are just unaware, because that's usually what I think, right? I was like, that's got to be what's going on. If you happen to be like up here in Canada, a liberal or a Democrat in the United States who is still doing this kind of like, well, we believe in Israel's right to defend itself, and we stand proudly against terrorism, and you just keep regurgitating the same 7 talking points over and over and over again. Part of me is just sitting there wondering, have you seen it? Right? Like, and if you have, that's even more profoundly grotesque to me, or sick, that you can disassociate so much. Like it's the level of dehumanization sometimes. has effectively poisoned people's brains.
That's a question I keep asking is like, yeah, like you're saying, do they know and don't care, or do they just not know? And like, if they don't know, are social media echo chambers that powerful to where anyone that's following people on like Instagram, if people start posting videos from Gaza on the ground in Gaza, do they just unfollow them, or like do they just not get any at all? Like surely enough of this has been shown, at least by one person in their life, that they are aware, but they don't want to look into it any further because they just don't care, or like Western programming or what. And I think either way, the result is basically the same, but only one of those groups of people can be reached, which is by they're not seeing it actually somehow and showing them with by talking about it online. And I guess that's the sort of silver lining, but it's still just to imagine someone seeing that, and obviously people advocate for more of it too. That's kind of the more like, oh, that person's like a Zionist, they're genocidal, whatever. But the people who see it and just don't care, that is the frustrating. That is like, I don't know. Do you get I guess, where does the line get drawn between someone that can be sort of persuaded or educated about something to where they might want to take action about it, versus someone that it's like a lost cause, if that makes sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that makes total sense. How post 9/11, you might be younger than me, so I don't know if you lived through this period, but there was this time when the idea of 9/11 trutherism kept exploding and becoming bigger and bigger until it almost mainstreamed with like Loose Change and documentaries like that. And I was thinking the same thing at that time, which is that how can so many people collectively believe a delusion when it's just like a very strange thing to have to change the way your entire worldview works? I think a lot of people now are experiencing that with neoliberal global hegemony and world order. And I think to a lot of people, it's more comfortable to want to resort back to the idea that the West is noble, the West should be the world's police, the West, and in all their endeavors, whether it be geopolitical or trying to conquer other lands, are doing so benevolently to maintain control, because if not for them, we'll have radical extremists take over the planet or something. I think for people to now realize that comes at an incredible cost, which is blood, right? And has forever. I mean, has in our entire lifetimes, but maybe they didn't know, right? Like I have indigenous relatives and friends who have said that, like, you are all talking about how fascism's arriving in America, and do you know that, like, there's a lot of bands in Canada that live under it every day, that we've been living under what we feel is an oppressive fascistic government, or we feel that we've been living under some kind of really intense oppressive force. So I think for some people that hopefully this is, or has been at the very least, a moment to question all that. I'd say that's possibly the bare minimum, to look at why are products so cheap in America? Why can I buy a PlayStation for $500? What does it take to get all the parts excavated, first mined in the Congo, then assembled in a plant in Thailand, and then brought over to Vietnam, and then brought to my house? All the energy and time and labor and power, and I get it for a price that makes me able to consume it and enjoy it. That actually does come at an incredible cost globally. I just never thought of it as a kid. I just wanted a Nintendo, and then a Super Nintendo, and then a GameCube, and so on, right? So I mean, I'm hoping at this point this is something where people start to question the idea of having a permanent, as it's told to us, democracy in the Middle East is necessary for global stability, and that we should be funding and fueling it no matter what the cost, because we have to stop the ultimate evil, which is terrorism. And that's what we got to do. I hope that at least one or two people, and I mean, I'm saying this both because I'm experiencing it, right? I don't know about you, but like normie family members are sending me Instagram stories like, hey Lance, did you hear that apparently there's no food being allowed into Gaza? Yeah, I have to look at pictures of it every morning for work and cry before I can start streaming. So yeah, it's bad, right? Yeah, it looks really bad. It's I didn't know things were so rough there. Well, let's do something about it. let's stop. I don't know. My government's complicit. Your government's complicit. Most governments, in the West are to some extent. Please don't be fooled by thinking Canada's one of the good countries because, we put a one-way arms embargo. We're still selling weapons to Israel. We just sell weapons to the US instead, who sell them to Israel. That was our loophole. And so we get to pat ourselves on the back of being like the good libs once again up here in Canada because we found ourselves a loophole that makes us sleep at night.
Yeah. I do see a tide turning in coverage among people I know, among people I wouldn't have expected to talk about things like this, but it's weird because like we were talking about earlier about people that know about it and don't care, but also the compelling aspect of deconstructing Zionism is that when you understand the history about what happened, about what they planned to do, how they did it, and how they're still doing it, and they're trying to finish the job right now. And when you understand what's happened, every single incursion, just seeing one image of, hold on a sec. I think the stream died. Give me 1 second.
Oh no, it's still running on my end, by the way.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just the OBS or something on YouTube.
Well, I can entertain people by eating another chip while they wait.
There you go. Hello, chat. Can you hear us? We're back, it says. That's weird. That's the first time I've had that happen, which is honestly, I'll take that. That's pretty far into the stream. Okay, cool. What was I saying? Just that, I guess. I'll have like reservations about sharing a lot of footage because at times it feels like exploitative or some people use the phrase torture porn, where it's like, what's the utility in sharing these things consistently when most of the people that follow you are also seeing it? And I think that's a valid question to ask, but also a lot of the people that follow you are seeing it all the time, and therefore that rule may apply, but there's people that don't see it, and I guess it bridging the gap between your feed and your following count and people that are uninitiated or are not seeing things consistently. Bridging that gap means, people will see a footage and just say like, oh yeah, that's objectively horrible. Why is this happening? Like, let's look into this a little bit more. And then, the picture becomes clear, and propaganda that's used to sustain Israel, it's unsustainable. Like, it's unsustainable. We've seen that over the last 2 years. More people are talking about it. More people are thinking about it and reading about it. And, it's an inevitable conclusion of a project like this, which is a sense of, does bring a sense of like a hopefulness to it, but, at what cost, right? At the completion of a full scale genocide in front of our eyes. It's like, we were kind of too late, but there's only one thing we can do, which is, I guess with social media, like do you stream every day, or like what are you doing? Like,
usually Monday to Thursdays, and then I work the other days on video essays and stuff like that.
Yeah. How are the videos going? Video essays.
They're good. I don't. It feels odd talking about some of the silly garbage and slop that I cover compared to something as serious as this. It's a bit of a change. I just did a video on the right's hatred of Bill Burr right now, for basically talking consistently about how we shouldn't have billionaires and stuff like that. I find juggling that is complex as well, right? Because I did a video basically talking about the history of Jimmy Fallon and what a terrible piece of shit he is, when in the scheme of things, I mean, the guy's not literally a war criminal. But I did frame the whole thing around him and DJ Khaled effectively eating maklube, which is the national dish of Palestine, on their show without acknowledging that it's a Palestinian dish, or even talking about the ongoing genocide that's taking place and how weird that was and how ghostly it is to kind of see that. Actually, you know what? I think that might be an interesting way to relate back to what you were saying, is that you were talking about how there's a paradigm shift, or at least it feels a little bit like one sometimes, and how things could be changing. I am noticing that almost daily via analyzing the media. I found that, like, I don't know about you, but like the same cycles just aren't working like they used to. I used to, like, you know, even recently there was that shooting, I think in DC, or I'm not entirely sure where it took place, but I knew when it happened that the next morning I'm going to see every single world leader make a statement, which they did, and I'm going to see,
On
you know,
anti-Semitism.
yes, and every news network talk about this topic nonstop, and that this is, I mean, I think the ADL was blaming Hassan for it, and other people are blaming the Palestinian movement for it, and all this kind of stuff. And I was thinking to myself, well, obviously this is going to be yet another easy talking point that can be just used consistently to vilify anyone speaking out against genocide. But I was surprised to see online, or at least in commentary or on social media, it didn't matter what comment section I was looking at, like Instagram, TikTok, you name it, it was flooded with people being like, Israel killed 86 people today, 29 starved. There's pictures of the two people who just pictures of people who starved, and there's pictures of the people who were burnt and bombed. There's not a single statement about that. The day before it was 127. The day before that it was 200 and something. And I on and on. You constantly talk. I don't see a single world leader bringing that up. I don't see anyone condemning violence against citizens. You know, until things get so bad that you have like a UN official saying that there's going to be the mass starvation of babies. We have to do something, and then and only then you get the cowardly kind of Macron Carney letter that came out, which was like, we agree with Israel's right to defend itself, and we condemn the attacks on October 7th, but this is going too far, and we would like you all to please stop it. And we won't do anything about it. We're not gonna stop selling you bombs. We're not gonna stop giving you aid. We're not gonna cut off. We're not gonna sanction you. We're not even gonna go as far as doing diplomatic ties, cutting those off. We're not gonna do anything, but stop it, please. And now you can just, it's just one of those things where I'm like, this is being positioned to set it up in the history books, right? So that when everyone is against this, which they will be, they're like, make no mistake, in 20 years, whatever it takes, everyone will pretend that they were always against this, like they do for every tragedy from, the Iraq War, the illegal invasion onward. Everyone loves to, in hindsight, oh, I was always against that. Yeah, I wrote a strongly worded letter. Did you read it? It's strong. It has words and there. So don't point the finger at me.
That has to be the most infuriating thing, is the liberals about it, all the liberalism of it all. Like I think one of the worst ones for me was the rubbing it in everyone's faces when Trump says stuff about Gaza that people should have voted for Kamala, and they still do that. And I don't know, the AI video from of Trump Tower being built on the shore in Gaza, just repulsive. Like, that's, I guess, more of a social media thing, but it's the same kind of theoretical, immaterial critique of this system that is so deeply ingrained in everything that we do, that and despite this, people are, I guess, holding up the Democratic Party as some, it's irrational, right? Looking at what actually happened, what they actually did, that's not a tenable position to hold. But people are so beholden to this, I guess, liberal framework of liberal hegemony that they'll act irrational in this way, to the point where, I don't know, you had people quote tweeting Palestinians that were saying fuck Kamala Harris and saying, you deserve have fun getting genocided by Trump, because they'll turn Gaza into a parking lot. It's like, bro, it's already it's worse than a parking lot, right? It's there's people underneath it as well. And I don't know, it's that's another space of feeling that I think is good to explore, is like just anger outside of despair, like rage. And I think that can that it provides an ample motivation a lot of times, to, especially when it comes to like propaganda or moral justifications of what's happening. Anger can take you a long way. And even if it's maybe not coming from like a pure morality politics, or like a completely rational, logical approach to the situation, it doesn't really matter, as long as you know what's right and you're fighting for what's right, and you know that genocide is wrong, which sounds like that should be self-evident, but clearly it's not. then I mean, that's a feeling you can harness. But like, yeah, a lot of times it's still when you see it, it's just like, God damn, man, what the fuck are these people doing? Why is this allowed? Why is this allowed to happen?
Yeah, I especially hate the idea of giving people credit in advance for things they haven't done. Because I saw it's happening now for Trump, where I'm seeing all these people being like, he's actually at odds with Netanyahu. They are frenemies. They're mad, and he's got strong words for him. And it's like the guy's talking about openly turning it into a casino resort. Like he is not a friend of liberation movements. But they did the exact same fucking thing with Joe Biden. Like every other week, it was Joe Biden's very upset. Here's a clip of him in Air Force One saying, "Next time, aim properly." Joe Biden's very upset. Rafah is the red line. No bombs shall be sold post Rafah, and tanks are rolling in, and it's like
working tirelessly for a ceasefire
every day, yeah, and not actually doing anything material to stop it because. I think it would feel maybe less absolutely batshit if it wasn't the fact that like they are the primary military material supplier to the war machine in Israel.
So brazen.
I know, like you cannot think of a more direct parallel and line that connects the two, right? Like I know causation doesn't equal correlate, but no. In this case, it absolutely does. Like if you don't want the bombs that are made in plants in Michigan to drop on babies' faces, don't sell them the bombs. Don't ship them the bomb. It's just that easy, and it always was. That was the most frustrating thing I think during that election cycle, trying to tell everyone who like I heard from so many libs, there's nothing he can do. What can he do? He's but a meek little small bean Biden. He has no real powers. He can't do. Any given day, he can pick up the fucking phone and stop this. Like I'm serious. He could even pause it. He could pause the shipments of the bombs and the weapons and the arms and the funding. You could pause it and then start negotiating or use that as leverage or use that as a tactic. You're just giving a war criminal everything he needs to do war crimes. And then afterwards acting sad when it's like, well, it's really upsetting what is taking place there that you are doing.
Right.
Yeah.
How did that, I guess, Gaza, from your perspective, figure into the election, both the presidential and then, I mean, the recent election that was for the city council? Because it sounds like, what's the guy's name? Sean Orr.
Yeah, Orr with two R's, but like an oar that you paddle with. So Sean Orr.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so in that election, how much did that get brought up? Because I know that's like him wearing a keffiyeh. That's I've never heard of that from a city council member. But also, yeah, I'm curious like what that conversation was.
Okay, so I actually have a good story there in that we banded together to get Sean elected onto the council at a time where our city council in Vancouver is run by police. They're run by ex-cops. They're run by the police union. They're run by police affiliates. So we have a cop run the city that promised 100 new police and 100 new nurses. And I'll let you guess which of the two promises they followed through on. And all of our money now is being funneled into the VPD. So that was obviously really upsetting to everybody. Our mayor, his name is Ken Sim. He built a private gym in our city, in our council meeting room. He's trying to change a lot of our currency reserves into cryptocurrency. He's a crypto bro. So things are really bad. We got the Sean election. They never saw it coming. They never saw him as a threat. They never thought he would be elected, let alone get 1,000 votes. He got more votes than any other candidate in the by-election by a monstrously huge margin. I think it was like 52,000, and then the next was like 17 or something like that. It was after he got elected that every mainstream outlet here started running stories on him. They just didn't do it before because I don't think they genuinely thought he was a problem. It was the next day they went through social media and was like, here's a clip of him posting some ban that says all pigs must die. That's a clear call to violence. He's a violent extremist. The week after, there was a story writing about how he was anti-Semitic because he had, he had called out anti-Semitism. Someone was making an anti-Semitic statement, and then he made fun of them by saying, "Oh, what do you think? Like a cabal runs the city or something like that." But they used that clip of him making fun of an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory to say that he, in fact, is anti-Semitic because he himself had posted that. So it was the next day that we saw the full force of what basically local mainstream and corporate media were willing to do to like tarnish his image. I'm happy to say he hasn't backed down yet. But it is also kind of sad because you have to look at this from a, you know, how every day we have like, you know, in the US, you got a lot of really cool, badass lefty politicians who are coming up right now, right? Like Kat and Zoran in New York, for example, and they're decidedly anti-genocide, they're pro-worker, they're anti-billionaire, all this kind of stuff, right? But every now and then, you got to play the game. They got to make a statement. They got to put out a thing, and then everyone gets extremely sad. And you get that feeling where is it the machine itself that destroys anyone good that comes into the system? We haven't experienced that yet, but I figure there will be in the near future a moment where, you know, Sean will have to make some statement politically that'll have a lot of the very far left upset at him.
Yeah, I mean, recently the backlash to what Zoran said when asked about, you know, Israel's right to exist or to self-defense. I don't remember which one it was, but that was a thing that he got a lot of backlash about, and understandably so. I happen to agree with, you know, that's kind of a rhetorical trap, and it's like, it's unfortunate to see people fall into that. My wonder is how it's possible that, you know, I guess genuine, or I don't know what the word is, like principled anti-Zionist politics can be communicated to someone like Zoran when he fucks up in this way, or when he says something like that, or when, you know, when a statement is made by, I guess it may not be the great example because they're not politicians, but like Kneecap, for example, when they come out and condemn resistance, probably to try and make sure they don't get arrested for, you know, terrorist material support to terrorism. Like,
didn't work.
It's on.
I was like, it didn't work.
No, it didn't work at all. Yeah.
Yeah. One of the guys just got terrorism. Or sorry, charged for terrorism.
Yeah, no, it just it doesn't, and it's that kind of capitulation. Like, you understand where it comes from, but it never will. Especially as the days go by, and as the I guess lashing out of the Israeli lobby and the Israeli state and its supporters becomes more violent, and, like, you know, they're backed into a corner. But then, yeah, my wonder is, like, because there's Twitter lefties, and then there's someone like Zoran, where there's somewhere in the middle that something has to be done about, you know, there's Twitter lefties, and then among them there's a principled subset of people that are trying to genuinely influence someone like that's voice in a positive way. But also, it sucks to say, like, take what you can get, and it sucks to imagine that if you were to, like, I haven't seen any of his follow-up statements, so I don't know, like, what that actually would look like. But I guess, yeah, a question would be like, how is there a valuable connection from people on social media to politicians like that can actually enact positive change, or communication can be facilitated by it? Because, you know, again, Zoran's kind of alone in the sense of, you know, politically being, you know, true, like, an anti-Zionist, and so that support has to come from elsewhere, it feels like.
Yeah, I think it's probably a two-part thing, right? I think the first part is that ultimately we're not going to ever find salvation in the form of a single election or candidate, which is just the reality. I think in terms of leftist organizing, it has to be from the ground on up. And I think that my personal belief with local elections stems from the fact that I think they've always been an untapped area. And I work with a guy, Kyle, who's in the DSA, who helped get Shama Sawant elected and then reelected in Seattle. And she's the reason that Seattle has the $15 minimum wage and protection against landlords who want to evict you improperly. And at that time, it was like, no one shows up to local elections. No one concentrates them. We're all focused on federal elections and the sexy ones, you know, the president, the prime minister. And so it gets all the TV coverage, and that's all anyone thinks about. And then you feel somewhat powerless. So that's why I've always said local organizing that's why I wanted to work on Sean's campaign and help, because I was like, I bet we could, if, you know, we push this, and I have a little bit of a platform, but I can still use it to try and go after the baddies locally. We can get someone elected. But you're right when it comes to, you know, how do you get people to realize, because, like, I'm assuming, I don't know what's going on in Zoran's mind, but I'm assuming that probably came from a place of trying to be as non-unelectable as possible, or as non-toxic as a candidate as possible, right? Because like people will call you anti-Semitic for a watermelon pin now. So yeah, I think he's basically just trying to do what's the standard torchbearer method here going in. I think at this stage, things are so fucked that we need to combat the most typical talking points. Israel's right to defend itself. No one has a right to genocide. That's my response right there. I believe in a two-state solution. How can you have a two-state solution when one state isn't recognized and doesn't have food or water? Because immediately, that's the reality of the situation. Canada doesn't formally recognize Palestine. The U.S. doesn't either. They don't have diplomatic channels directly with Palestine as a recognized independent state. They could do that at any time. They don't for obvious reasons. The conversation frames it like the point of those rhetorical tricks, and you called them for what they are, is to put you in an instant position where you have to defend something that is indefensible. Like, what did you not support the idea of Israel having a right to exist? Why is that because you hate Israel, or is that because you hate Jewish people? What's wrong with that? And it's like the way you framed this immediately puts me in a situation where I'm supposed to ignore what Israel is doing and ignore the oppression of Palestinians because I have to sit here and think now and like, oh well, I guess every state has a right to exist, even though that's not a thing. We don't say that about any other country. States don't have a right to exist; they simply do, and then they can be recognized or not recognized under international law. I mean, this is all made up shit. Lines, borders, countries. I mean, these are all things that we invented as people, right? Like, there's not a sacred land that separates Seattle from British Columbia, and as soon as you cross it, you've entered a different planet. I guess that would be my response, though, is that I think there needs to be very solidified points at this stage, because I think it's like people asking you to condemn Hamas, right? I mean, that just shuts the conversation down. Piers Morgan won't even speak to Jeremy Corbyn unless he's done it. Like, I want to hear you say it. Do you condemn Hamas, right? Well, do you condemn Israel? do you condemn what's taking place right now? I mean, we can sit here and do rhetorical games all day. All that serves is it stops us from being able to actually talk about what's happening.
Yeah, I feel like that question, condemning Hamas, it was shortly after October 7th that Norm Finkelstein went on to Piers Morgan. I'm not sure if you've seen that interview, but he drew like a historical allegory to, the Nat Turner slave rebellion to say, violence in service of a greater cause at that time was not condemned by the abolitionists because, you can acknowledge that atrocities and crimes occurred while also understanding that the resistance itself cannot be condemned because the resistance itself spawns from a place of necessity, from subjugation for the entirety of Israel's existence. And like, how can you have it? It takes, I guess, skill or a capability to maintain firm when people are asked that question, do you condemn Hamas? To say like, well, it's actually maybe going to make me unelectable, but I don't condemn resistance to genocide. You can condemn atrocities, but in times of like moral quandary, it takes certain voices to stand firm and say, say something that could potentially have consequences. And it's the same thing with, I guess, like when the Intercept and the Electronic Intifada started, like uncovered the Hamas mass rapes hoax, the narrative about, October 7th, Screams Without Words in New York Times. That is a very difficult thing to I guess, challenge for people, especially in the West, especially liberals, especially people that are, not only attuned to a humanistic worldview of hearing about sexual violence and being rightfully concerned about it, but also ingrained with all the racist beliefs that come with the idea of, the barbaric Arabs climbing over the fence to, kill and rape. Unearthing that was a super risky thing, a super like seemingly, a difficult thing and a brave thing to do. But in times like that, that's, I guess, where those voices are so important to have. And those voices are important to have to immediately respond in turn and immediately respond in a way that's, I guess, morally consistent, historically informed, and on time. Like it needs to happen now. And like, yeah, I guess I understand the frustration from people when they see politicians who are ostensibly pro-Palestine react this way, because it seeds the conversation to a place that it shouldn't have to, regardless of the political bounds of where you're trying to get elected. Though you can't, like, I guess, ignore those things, but I think that there's a way to challenge these narratives without being unprincipled. But when they push you on TV to try and get you to say it, it's a hard. I understand why it's difficult to do. I'm curious if, like, in the process of your local election, because you said they were trying to smear this guy and attack
To be
him.
fair, after he was elected.
After he was elected. Oh, okay, got it.
They just thought he was
Retroactive.
just a communist dishwasher that no one's ever going to vote for. They didn't think that we would have organized in the way we did.
Sorry, one sec. Getting
a. Yeah.
How what did that organization look like in terms of, like, what were the ways you went about it? How did you did some of the media for the campaign, right? And then
yeah, I was doing
how
the
did
media.
the internet facilitate that? Like, to what extent? I don't, just baseline. What was the campaign like? If you don't mind going into it.
Yeah, no, he had a really good message. I think that was just similar to how Bernie Sanders reached a lot of people. I think if he was spending all day campaigning and talking about very, very hyper specific issues, the average person probably wouldn't have been paying attention. But the messaging is usually very, very direct. Just that wealth inequality is higher now than it's ever been. We have a very small amount of billionaires, like Chip Wilson, the guy who invented Lululemon, who basically funds a lot of the right in Vancouver and a lot of police and police union endeavors. Everything that they are doing is, effectively making your lives harder, your lives worse, and they want to distract us by turning us against one another. He's like, his plan was that there are more renters than there are landlords in Vancouver, and he was 100% right in that. He's like, there's literally thousands of people who rent. There's hundreds of people who own those apartment complexes. So if we can reach the thousands of renters rather than reaching the pushback that'll come from the very, very rich and deeply entrenched pockets of the billionaire class, people will wake up, and they did. And also, it helps that, like, there's a band called Wolf Parade that started promoting them, and then some other bands started promoting them, and then it just became more of a kind of like a grassroots thing, because it's I think it was one of those things that also got a lot of people excited, because you're watching a lot of the world burn, and a lot of elections fall to far right authoritarianism. This one actually felt fun. Where everyone was like, let's see if we can get a commie elected onto our city council. And then it was like I said, it was only afterwards that they actually went through all of his social media. Because I actually, to my discredit, I told the team, the Progressive Electors Coalition, I thought he was too extreme. I was the asshole who was like, I think his social. I said he was too badass. I was like, he's too real. His social media accounts have been, very, very vocal and loud, and I think that they're going to destroy him based on just like going through social media and taking a look at that. But I was dead wrong. They didn't care. They didn't think he was a threat. And then after he got elected, all these news articles started coming out saying, hey, look at what he posted. Look at this band that he likes. All pigs must die. He's got to be super evil or something like that. I don't know. To me, it's one of those things where I don't think it necessarily has to be a local election. I think if you genuinely are feeling sad or hopeless, getting organized in any organization locally is a good idea. It could be an LGBTQ plus organization. It could be a union, form a union for the first time in your company, whatever it is. But when you start actually sitting down and you're surrounded by other people who feel the same things you do, you feel a lot less lonely.
Yeah, definitely. Have you been feeling that much on, I guess, between creators, like collaboration or seeing what's happening online, and like I think that's probably why we spoke originally, was talking about like bread tube, left tube. So yeah, I'm curious where the state of that is in your mind.
What even is BreadTube anymore?
I hate to bring it back up, but I gotta do a check-in. That's, I guess, I'm the guy for that. Unfortunately, I have placed myself in that position. But
I think after October 7th, in many ways, I have never been more disappointed by the complete lack of some of the biggest names in BreadTube and their abject silence. That to me was shocking, because part of me kind of felt that if we had gotten to a point where there was some leftist content creators who got famous and in some cases rich, but that's not their fault. It's just the amount of people who want to donate to their Patreons. But there's people who got famous enough to have the biggest platforms. I am quite astonished that I have yet to see a single mainstream video by a lot of them outside of you, Sean, a couple others, and that's it. Then there's obviously some people who have tagged or put elements of that into their work or put a video or two, but I can't think of a more defining moment of our time as we're going through this on every scale, right? Like, Jesus Christ, go to a university and go film a TikTok with the student protesters. Go deliver them some water. Go to a protest yourself and see what it's all about. Go interview, a journalist who is fearing for their lives and they're going to die soon. I don't know anything. I think, you know what, honestly, one of the things that your latest video or 2 videos ago did, the one where you're rightfully calling out a whole bunch of genocide apologia, was that it normalized talking about this, in the sense that, like, I think not a lot of people had ever thought that liberal Zionism was bad too. I think a lot of people think that, like, well, right-wingers, fascists, Nazis, neo-reactionaries, all those kind of people on the far right, yeah, they're terrible, they're deplorable, we can call them out, right? But I was like, it's almost more insidious to have people who are still allowing for genocide to take place specifically because they regurgitate what is the safest position. Like, yeah, peace is great. Sounds awesome. Like, people who are like, I would like a 2-state solution and there to be peace in the Middle East. Cool story, bro. Is there anything happening right now to prevent that, that you want to talk about? Is there, no, you want to keep this? And I mean, I shouldn't just single out lefties online, although with lefties, it feels this is something that they should already be in touch with, but just content creators in general on the internet. I don't know if you saw, like, I feel like everyone has had that video where it's just like, all my fans are always saying I have to speak up about what's happening in Gaza. I don't know. I don't
I'm
know
an
anything.
idiot. I'm stupid, baby. Yeah.
I do mukbang for a living. What the fuck are you supposed to get me to say about this? I don't care. I have no skin in the game. I've got no, like, blah blah blah. And it's like, no one's asking you to do From the River to the Sea and then start a charity stream or anything like that. But then maybe this could be that moment that you want to learn about it or something else, or I mean, if the world's largest internet children's entertainer can have more bravery than most politicians, what does that say about you? Right? Did you want to be on the record in 20 years as having contributed nothing more than an angry video where you got mad at people asking you to speak up about something? It'd be one thing if you were like, every day someone's like, why don't you talk about Sudan? Why don't you talk about Syria? Why don't you talk about, like, and then in that case, it's like, well, I think you should, but I understand that's not your lane. Fine, fair enough. This is a case in which you probably, in one way or another, don't know it, but you could be invested in this somehow. Is your bank invested in the Israel war machine? Is the companies you work for? Is the sponsor that you have promoting them? I don't know, but I think it's not unreasonable for your fans to simply say, hey, can you just post a free Palestine or watermelon or a charity stream link or something?
Yeah, and I mean, even in an ideal world, like that desire for education being sparked in people, as you mentioned, like, can take people further and further into the points where it's it's not only it's not so breaking from the brand of your work to at least bring something like that up under the auspices of the type of content that you already make, like incorporating that into it. because yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know if what a good phrase for it would be, like the sunk cost fallacy, or like false idols of like, are we just e-celebs that might use politics to make money, or are we trying to do something good? And I think it's a spectrum for, it's a broad spectrum of thought. And I think a lot of the people that I like watching, and a lot of people that like cover this stuff and have helpful educational perspectives on it, definitely lean more towards the just like trying to improve the world. And if you are successful at that with content, then that's a great thing. And a lot of people take that success and use it for good. But also, I guess there's a barrier when your material interests as a social media creator, as that being your job, does restrict you from, or not restrict you. It does restrict us in our minds, and it shouldn't. And we should be able to, if we are principled, push past that restriction to, at the very least, advocate and post like, I don't know. Ideally, it's not just posting basic stuff, but it's just being a part of a collective conversation. Because I don't know, it doesn't take much to just get people on the same page about what's happening. I shouldn't say that, because it does take a lot when it comes to like fighting off pro-Israel propaganda, right? That's the whole thing about it, is you can't talk about solutions and what we should be doing when we don't agree on what's actually happening right now. And when there's a concerted effort to obfuscate or lie about what's actually happening right now, it becomes even more difficult. But I guess I don't know, it feels like, hold on a sec, stream died.
Are you getting taken down? I feel there.
I think we're back now, but we're back. Okay. It did that earlier. It gave me a notification that stream died, but then it reconnected. I have a 150-foot Ethernet cable running from my PC to my modem, because I just moved and the Wi-Fi wasn't working, and my cat thankfully hasn't chewed on the cable yet, but I figured at some point it would start fucking up. But I think we're back. But anyways, yeah, it's like it's that feeling of like a failure almost, and like, okay, we can maybe learn from this experience to try and do more stuff, but in the future. But with this issue, it's too late, and it's kind of tragic. And I mean, I include myself in that space of creators, because yeah, I mean, I wasn't talking about it every video. I was talking about it, not nearly as often as I should have, and I was not organizing any of these things. So I don't point to other people and say that they failed. I'm like, we all kind of failed, and that's a sad reality to reckon with,
Yeah,
I'm not calling you a failure.
No, I'd accept it. I feel that every day. Well, that goes back to that original thing I was trying to explain to you, that you kind of wrestle with this thing, right? Where I've got this routine where I go up in the morning before I cover the news. I'll look up all the stories, and then I'll have to look at pictures of mutilated children. Usually, to a certain degree, you try to build a I guess like a thickness to it, but it breaks me all the time. So I'll cry before doing whatever I have to do, and then I feel guilty for that afterwards, because I'm like, before I have to turn on an LED light and a webcam and stream for a living in the most privileged and blessed position possible, right? It's that weird kind of after effect. Like, who the fuck are you to you're not experiencing this. You're experiencing a parasocial version with this, which you're seeing a Holocaust on your phone, but that's it, right? So don't act too affected, and get out there, slugger, kind of thing. And I think that to the point in one of your videos, it's not a bad thing to try and weave this into whatever you can. Like, I was watching the interview with you and Al Haddad the other day, where I think one of your questions was, what can you do? And you said anything, right? Like, anything you can. Is your thing, protesting? Is it telling people? Is it convincing a single family member? Whatever it is, whatever you can do it, right? That kind of attitude. I think that makes a lot of sense in terms of like, I am a slop merchant at the end of the day, in that I create content for a living, and some of it might be good or noble, some of it might be trash fire. Hopefully it's more noble than trash fire, but there's nothing wrong with thinking that like, hey, I mean, people on the other end are doing this. People on the you know the center right to right wing anti Hassan, anti Noah brigades are churning this into 24/7 drama slop, right? Occasionally being like, and I just want to preface by saying that I don't take sides on the actual issue behind the video, but like a brave, you know, centrist, I'm going to say that war is bad and peace is good, and that I hope everyone stops hurting each other. Thank you. But there's nothing wrong with in the middle that making a video where you're like, I know more people are going to watch this if I put Mudahar and Destiny on the thumbnail, and they're going to watch this because they're interested in drama. And sure, here's a couple crumbs for all of you to consume. And now that you're here, here's 40 minutes of what's actually happening. And just so you don't walk away with this because, you know, if this people are hate watching me or whatever it is, I hope that they at least can acknowledge, or their audiences can. Maybe that's probably the bigger thing. You're never going to convince Asmongold not to, you know, call you a slur or something like that. But you might get 100 people who are watching him live to suddenly be like, wait, that's what's happening. Like that's how bad it is. I didn't know that. Right?
Yeah. I wonder. I guess the most effective ways to do things. How can we be effective? Because this is all uncharted territory, right? This is the first time in my lifetime, in any lifetime, that a live stream genocide has occurred, and people have been at the same time in the same platforms that content. I mean, it is technically content, videos and footage of that genocide are being posted. People are talking about, you know, anime titties being too small or whatever, and that's a crazy situation to have happen. But I don't know. It's like we're working within the current constraints of this medium, and if we can find new and innovative ways to do that, and get more people to do that, and show people that there's examples that this actually works, and this actually might have some effect of pulling people. You know, you don't expect to pull everyone by any means, but at least showing people that there's another story and more important things going on, and at least piquing their interest. And I think the majority of viewers of a lot of these communities that are already entrenched aren't like reachable necessarily, but it feels shitty and insane to be like, we got to Mr. Beastify anti-genocide content, but that kind of is, you know, a part of it is being able to produce successful and mass appealing media, not even necessarily mass appealing, but mass audience capturing. And I don't know, it's less targeted certainly than, you know, direct media or propaganda for a political party or political movement, but I guess it doesn't mean it's not important. It doesn't you know, we don't know where that will end up or what effect it'll have in the future. And in that vein, I guess you were doing media for an actual campaign. Do you feel any difference in the effect or the intent going into making something that's more targeted like that versus either left content you've made online about, you know, whatever right-wing influencer or other left content you see from people?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're in enemy territory anytime we post videos to YouTube, to Google, or to any of the other platforms that you're on, or stream on Twitch. Effectively, if you've got an anti-capitalist message, or an anti-imperial message, I should say, more importantly, because that seems to be what the media is far more aligned with. It's just kind of like the imperial aims of the US at all times. If you're putting stuff out there that's against that, you are going to be, you know, running uphill with weights on your back, because they're going to do everything to try and drown that out. Especially when it comes to this topic. I think I saw the other day that in Canadian media, it's almost like a 300-to-1 ratio of times that Israel is covered versus times that Palestine is covered or mentioned, and it was actually the way anti-Semitism is portrayed versus Islamophobia. It's just a jarring difference in those two things. So I think when you're working on a localized campaign for someone you believe in, and you're working with people who are actually inspired and feel like change is possible, the whole thing kind of feels like a fairy tale at first, and feels kind of like we don't have a shot in fucking hell, but let's go down swinging, or let's just try. And then when we actually got better numbers than any other candidate in the election, and then the dude is in our council wearing a keffiyeh now, it's to a point where I'm kind of like, what next? Right? That's kind of the way you feel afterwards. You're like, shit, we can do that. We can organize together. We can do something like this, and we can beat the actually deeply entrenched corporate candidates that were in our riding that had the backing of Lulu fucking Lemon, you know. But that didn't matter because there are more renters than there are landlords. There are more workers than there are CEOs. You know, by the millions. And everything I think sometimes is to make you forget that. When I know it sounds very broad, but I think sometimes just the monotony of spend all day pushing up against the right, going after trans kids, spend all day going after the right, going after immigrants, spend all day going after the right, going after black people and making up lies about how they're more prone to criminality or how indigenous people are more prone to addiction or whatever they're spewing, whatever weird Nazi shit they're saying on any given day. It makes you forget at the end of the day that because billionaires feel so fucking powerful sometimes, right? Even Mark Zuckerberg, like, you know, that's the kind of person that I would not consider to be an intimidating person, you know, if I was to meet him face to face. But it feels like he controls the world. It feels, you know, like, you know, Bill Gates has more power than I'll ever have. And that feeling, I think, leads you to complacency. Whereas doing something like this, or just being reminded that there are way more workers than there are capitalist bosses. I think that is important.
Is there any thing you would recommend to a viewer or someone that might not be politically engaged that can get their foot in the door or that can show them that positive change is possible? Like when you're talking about seeing the positive change happen in action, that's a crucial thing to see some tangible improvement in front of you that will then motivate further improvements, right? So I'm curious if you have anything on that vein, or if you talk about that often with your audience or in videos, and how you go about doing that.
Yeah, I've got a whole video that kind of broke down our strategy to try and share it with other people so they can replicate it and do the same thing. And, you know, a lot of what we did was emulating what the DSA was doing in Seattle. So, you know, shout out to them and Shama Sawant for getting stuff done on that end. It's the same advice I was saying earlier, though. It's to get involved in some local org, and because I know some people could be watching this in you know, Alabama or Mississippi or somewhere where they just don't have leftist organizing, and then, you know, but like it doesn't necessarily have to be like, you know, the Communist Collective or something like that. It could be Food Not Bombs. It could be a local LGBTQ plus org that you didn't know existed, but you just Googled it and found it, and then there's 6 of you, right? But you have way more power if there's 6 of you together against people who want to go after queer folk than you would have if you know, you were just on the internet and doom scrolling 24/7. Because that's the other thing, is I think people need to realize that every one of these social media platforms, even the good ones like Blue Sky, their algorithms are highly trained to make us all fight each other and be mad, because that keeps us engaged, because that keeps us looking at it longer, and that keeps us interacting. So if you post something and it's something that it knows I will disagree with, it will show me the thing that you posted so that I get mad at you, and I immediately be like, what the fuck is Noah smoking? This is so wrong. I can't believe he said this, because they know that I'm going to generate more content for them and keep them on the site. And you can feel so hopeless if you're on the internet for a long period of time, or if you're addicted to it like me. I don't know if you exclude yourself from the terminally online, but I certainly do have terminally online brain rot, and I sit there sometimes feeling completely helpless, even though I have a giant platform on the Nazi app. You know, I've got like hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter. Cool story, bro. It doesn't change the fact that I'm going like this, and I'm just like, humanity's fucked. It's because there's a guy on the other end who's making money from me feeling humanity's fucked. Like, you know, in that case, it happens to be Elon Musk, but that's the benefit to them by keeping you feeling helpless. I lost those feelings instantaneously when I was sitting in a room surrounded by actual humans, and all of us were like, how are we going to beat Cop City? How are we going to beat the police? Because they have all the power, they have all the money, they have all the resources, and they can shoot us. But how do we beat a billionaire-backed police force government that we have? What can we do? And it felt wonderful.
How How did that conversation play out? How did those conversations happen? I've never been in a political organizing room, really, if that's what it'd be called.
Well, first we all had to pledge fealty to Karl Marx,
Yep.
you know, and then
Blood
and then
oath.
drink. Yeah, the blood oath was first, and then we drink the worm, and then after, you know, the elevation ceremony, it's it's basically a mix of people in mostly, you know, in their late 20s to mid 30s, who in my local org here, the organization is called COPE, COPE, unfortunate name, but the
Cope.
slogan is, yeah, I know, the slogan is
That's
make
awesome.
billionaires cope, so it's not as
That's
sad
good.
as it's, yeah. Just sitting in a room, genuinely strategizing, and everyone bringing, eventually, this is the cool thing, everyone eventually brings to the table their best skill set and starts bringing that up. And for me, it was like, I have a social media reach. I can make and edit videos. I can make ads. I can do propaganda. I want to be a propagandist for good. Give me the ads. And so that was my thing. Someone else is like, I'm a part of 3 tenant unions. I work in this district, and I can band together with other tenant unions, and I can get literally close to, you know, 10,000 people on board of this, simply if you can promise that you are not going to give landlords more power. And that's what I can do. You know, next person something else, next person something else, and then eventually you all start developing a strategy from there.
That's what I wonder, is how we can tap into that same like diversity of skills and interests online. Like in our audiences, there's hundreds of thousands of people, all of whom have their own unique skills and interests and ways that they could contribute to this thing that I feel like I don't see that often, and maybe I'm just not paying attention or looking in the right places. But I know, aside from like a Discord, maybe in terms of like group organizing, maybe there's examples that I'm just completely uneducated about. But I mean, in your audience, I'm sure you have thousands of people doing all sorts of different amazing things that would be willing to put in, you know, ideally you want to pay people for work, but would be willing to want to, you know, help organize like political action, whether that's, you know, art or social media use, or I mean everything down to basic use of I don't know, borrowing a truck in someone's city so you can do a campaign fence. What is it called? I don't even know shit about anything, but you know, this tapping into this like pool of resources that people who would, you know, be down to help, basically. I feel like there's a lot of them.
Yeah, I should probably retract what I said a little bit, not retracted, but just corrected that. I don't think that all of BreadTube is like falling apart. I don't even know what BreadTube is. Like for anyone who's wondering, BreadTube's a subreddit. It's just a subreddit that, like, you know, people who are left aligned are called BreadTubers usually. But I used to be the guy, because, you know, my own channel got taken down off YouTube and people banded together to help me. I used to be the one where I prioritized platforming everybody. You know, like bringing on smaller creators. I used to have a thing where at the end of my channels, I would make an ad where I would be like, hey, if you want me to promote your small leftist channel or TikTok or a song or company or union, email me, and I put it in the video for free. And for a couple of years I was doing that. And then I got to a point where 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 different people who at one point or another I had promoted or, you know, were in ads in the videos turned out to be creeps, weirdos, or terrible human beings. And that, I guess, has been happening so much in the creator space, where at one point you think you've got yourself an ally, and then they turn out to be like, you know, Andrew Callahan or something like that, right? Or Channel 5 or Vosh or whatever. That I stopped just saying, hey, if you're smaller or whatever, I'll promote you. But when I first got into streaming and YouTubing, I agree with you. That was actually a really beautiful thing. That was something that I kind of loved about the online left before, you know, a lot of the world changed, was that everyone wanted to collaborate and read each other's quotes on videos and be in other videos, and you would see, you know, H-bomb in ContraPoint's video and vice versa and stuff like that, right? I definitely don't feel like we have that as much anymore. I feel like that's really, you know, this honestly, your charity stream has been one of the biggest coming togethers or collaborations of content creators that I've seen in a really long time. That's beautiful and sad at the same time, you know, that it's kind of becoming that way.
Yeah, I mean, I hope at least in some small way that shifts from stuff like this, you know. My personal experience of talking to this many people, and I don't know what the audience experience is. If it's, I see a lot of people commenting saying they want to see a creator on here, and I understand why. But part of me is like, is this just a consumer celebrity event, Coachella for BreadTube or whatever? And I have reservations about that, but I also know from talking to creators themselves, they're like, yeah, this is really cool, and we should do this more, and even just facilitating conversations between different creators. I think it's like there's value in it, but I also, you know, the obvious material value of a fundraiser is huge. But then the propagandistic value of this kind of collaboration, I wonder. Like, I hope there's more there, and I think there could be. I haven't figured that out. That's for somebody else to figure out because I'm tired, man.
Well, yeah, you've also been doing this for how many days, and you're sleeping on stream too.
Yes, I was for the first 3 or 4 nights. I was. The last 2, I've just been like, bye, and I think I'll probably do that tonight because I need to go outside, and I can't leave the camera just pointed that way. That's maybe for the last night I'll bring it back, but I don't know. Streaming, you guys are I bring it up to every streamer, but I'm like, you guys, it's a lot of work interacting with chat and talking all day and reading and focusing on stuff. It's like, as much as Hassan and people get shit on for talking about how content creation is hard, it's just like streaming specifically, it's like this is a lot. This is intense, you know. It's a lot. So I admire what you guys do, and I hope everybody can keep doing it and keep crushing it. And it's so cool to hear about the election. I hadn't heard about that, and I hope more people follow in those footsteps. Did you do a video on that?
I did, yeah.
Cool. Chat. I'll drop the channel
for the streaming thing. Yeah, I don't do what Hassan does though. He does it for like 8 or 10 hours a day. I don't have the batteries for that. Able to do that. I've done charity streams like you're doing right now, and they literally suck the life force out of you because by day 2 or 3 of just waking up and being like, yeah, no, I need to sit in a room and have 1,000 people look at me, which is a weird idea, but that's happening.
Yeah. Strange times, strange stuff. What else?
Yeah.
What else is going on? How's Vancouver right now?
How's Vancouver right now? I mean, we just finished a federal election. I don't know if y'all were following that. Canada didn't go right wing. We stuck with the libs. We're sticking. Liberals.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That took place not too long ago. Outside of that, I've been like, you're somebody who's going to be staying in the United States, right? Like you're not doing the I'm going to move somewhere else because things are getting too wild.
No. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, you grew up in Vancouver for a little while, didn't you? Or
I went to college in Vancouver for a year. I went to SFU. So Burnaby, I guess, but yeah, I grew up in Seattle, so close.
Yeah. I've been discussing with a lot of other content creators, especially people in, marginalized communities, the idea of leaving the US, or some people are even thinking of leaving Canada right now, out of fear for what's taking place. Because there's, people who live in Alberta, for example, they've passed some of the most intense anti-LGBTQ plus laws of anywhere in North America, and outside of maybe some pretty extreme red states. And now it's getting to that point where I'm having to try and help people either immigrate to Canada through LGBTQ plus channels, which is something you can do, but there's a long wait. So just heads up if you're doing that, keep that in mind. But yeah, I was kind of wondering what your thoughts were on that, on the flight or fight domestically thing.
Yeah, I think for me it's I'm the last person that is in need of considering that, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not sure though, broad strokes, what that looks like, because the attacks are obviously relentless and they're coming from all angles and at all levels of the population. And even if you're thinking of, leaving, it might be they might get you and deport you to, before you do that for whatever, reason, whether that's like political advocacy or just they're doing crazy shit with immigration. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't spent that much time looking into that, but yeah, I hope I don't know. I hope if people are wanting to do that, they're able to find the channels to do that. But yeah, for me, I've always been like, I hear that sentiment a lot from like white liberal upper middle class women, and I'm like, yeah, that's not really. I don't think it's gonna be a thing for you. And I think when what was it like? We've studied fascism. We're fascism scholars, which is why we're leaving the U.S. I'm like, okay. I mean, okay, like I really don't think you're the target audience of this, and this feels more like a lib, crazy lib party of Trump bad in a lot of ways. But at the same time, I know shit's bad, so I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. I mean, in those conversations, what have you gleaned, I guess, from that process?
There's a big fear, I think, amongst a lot of people, especially queer content creators, that and I agree with this, that there's a McCarthyism going on right now, more so in the US and Canada for sure. But I think it's getting to a point now where, it starts with a, popular streamer like Hassan getting deported or detained at the airport. And then there's that TikToker, I think his name's like Guy Christensen or something, but he's being investigated by the Department of Justice now for his pro-Palestinian messaging. I agree with you totally that if you're like myself, if you're in a position of pretty comfortable privilege, then fighting is probably where you should ground yourself. That's my take. But also, I don't want to take anything away, because I don't think anyone is useful to anyone else if they're in a prison cell or are consistently worried about simply leaving their house. I also want people to have the resources they need. If you happen to be, trans and you're in a deep red state, that it's going to be better for everybody if you can somehow, get out to a sanctuary state to be able to, better handle all this. But yeah, I agree with you. I think there is probably a very large amount of people who might be losing their minds, and they've got like 4 homes and they're worried about being able to travel to their summer vacation house. And what if I get questioned at the border for an extra 20 minutes? That's not the same thing as, people who are effectively getting deported for no crimes and sent to forced labor camps in El Salvador. That seems
different. Yeah.
Seems like a worse scenario.
Totally.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd be scared to travel to the U.S. right now, personally, as a non-U.S. citizen, just because I feel, well, as a highly political non-U.S. citizen, I feel like, it wouldn't take very long for them to use the old Googles and, find out that I am not, in fact, a lover of the American empire.
It's never too late to switch sides, though. Leaving the left so I can go to the Space Needle and check it out.
I don't know. I do worry for a lot of people in America who, for one reason or another, are being, because I think the big reason that first, they came for the immigrants, or first they came for the students, whatever it is. I think the biggest reason that they are targeting people who speak up for Palestine is because this is something that's not that controversial amongst liberals either, right? If the right targeted people for an issue of which liberals took huge offense, you might see pushback and fighting, but I'm not really seeing a lot of fighting because there's always an excuse. It seems like, hey, he was a green card holder. That person, they supported a terrorist organization. That person, they broke glass, and so that's not good. You can't break glass. Glass helps keep sunlight penetrating into our homes. So that's the cardinal sin. But I think that the whole reason for all that is that's who's really standing up for pro-Palestinian immigrants. A handful of Democrats, are, but no one's even talking about Garcia anymore. And that doesn't seem to be a topic. Like that never got solved. He's, and I know that's not related to him being Palestinian. That's 100% him being originally from El Salvador. But still, that's Mahmoud Khalil is at least a piece of good news. But outside of that, like a lot of these terrifying stories I'll read one day, the next day I'm like, so but that we're just gonna leave that dude,
Yeah,
in a prison. Okay, that's I guess that's just where we're at now. He's in prison forever for having committed no crime. And him and a lot of other people are, and that's just reality now. So
dark times. What's giving you positivity? What's giving you hope right now? Sort of a last question, unless you got anything else.
The kids.
I heard that answer a couple times on this stream. The kids are all right.
Oh, well, I mean, I read every day about how Gen Z are secretly Nazis and the whole generation's lost or all this kind of shit. I went to the student protests at the University of British Columbia, and I went a couple times to deliver them food and check out what the installation was there, and interview a bunch of them and talk to them. And when I was in college, did not have a brain like that. I can tell you this. I was concerned more with drugs and hooking up. Could be a different time, but I was not anywhere near that eloquent and that determined. And that was truly something beautiful to see, because every single one of the students who was there was speaking in a way that I wish I was capable of, manifesting on the go, where there wasn't a question I could ask them, or even other people, because there was other people interviewing them there too. There was one person who was clearly trying to get a gotcha or get them to say like, so that's why you love Hamas, right? Or something like that. And just, a media training at a level that I'll never truly know, because everything was just consistently like, we're going to bring it back and we're going to talk about what's important and we're going to bring the issue at hand. The kids are all right. But hey, I'll put asterisks. That's not enough. That doesn't mean that the kids are our saviors. We don't get to be boomers and just sit back and watch the world burn and be like, y'all will fix it. You get old kids with your words and your TikToks. I just they are all right. So there's that.
Well said, man. I appreciate you talking about me so positively as a Gen Z kid, as a part of that group of people that are all right. That's very nice of you to say. So
y'all are doing okay. From a millennial to a child. It's good work you're doing.
Are you gonna skip to the hottest sauce?
I guess I have
sauce?
to. Right.
If you're not gonna blow up. And
I don't want to ruin your next guest's time slots, so I will preface by saying I think by Scoville this is hotter than Da Bomb, which is the worst hot sauce I've ever had in my life. I hate Da Bomb. When I bought this, the guy said I was too white to purchase it. I'm not making he was like, you're too white for that, man. And then I was like, oh, I do love, but I absolutely hate this hot sauce. I will say that. But
you hate
for
it.
Every single person who's, yes, I don't know. I think it's delicious flavor wise.
Oh, it's hot. Yeah.
It's too much for me. I can't handle this one. But
claps in the chat, spicy's in the chat, bombs in the chat. Oh no. Do you have some milk? Is Sean Evans there to help you through this process?
Can you see me sweating already?
Yeah, literally I can. Your skin's looking great, but also I do see it getting worse. Oh no. Oh no. W taste buds in the chat.
Oh.
W debasement, streamer debasement.
What's the rule again? It's like 1 minute before you're allowed to have the soy.
Is that what they say?
I feel my cheeks are rosy now. I've actually, I can see there's a single bead.
Already. Amazing.
Well, to you, good sir, thank you for all your incredible work and for fundraising so much money for a very important cause.
Yeah, man. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. I don't know how much we raised while you were here, but I think is at least a couple thousand. So that's awesome. And appreciate your insight on all this stuff. And good luck with the content.
You as well, sir.
Peace. Ah. I'm all alone. Say bye, Lance. Bye, Lance. Surfs TV. He's going to melt offline. All right, chat. Let's do some math real quick, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, chat. What do we think of the conversation, everybody? The chip challenge scares me because I think about how awful that next poop must be. To be honest, the poop just wasn't even that bad. It just came really quick. Like, it was like, I ate the thing. The worst thing was when it was in my stomach. Not in my mouth, not in my throat, in my stomach. It was like, oh. I've actually never felt anything like that. It was so bad. But then the poop was like, W bidet, literally. W bidet, and it was kind of just like a fast process. But it might not be the case for everybody. I thankfully had a thing of ice cream that I had eaten as I was, once I gave it a second and fully experienced this spicy pain. FT Jan, thank you for the $2 donation. You've been putting in work. 450K. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Lance is a good dude. Lance is a smart dude. I think it's really cool. His involvement in a city council election, you know. Know what day the number... What? Oh. Surprised at how interesting the stream is to watch, even though you're not completely tarred and feathered. I don't know what that last part means, but I'm glad you're liking the stream. Ow. Robert Stacks coming in with more stacks. Oh, 450K. Bro. Can you just see how tired I look? My eyes like mad red. Feel pretty red, man. Westside Tyler was my least favorite guest. The rest were all good. He's a bit too obnoxious. He's pretty obnoxious, I would say. He's got a big personality. Loud. 439,198.74 total. Hell yeah. I look normal? Yeah, true. Oh. The somber state of the stream has been nice for the topic being covered. That and the networking has been on point. What does somber mean? But yeah. I feel like we've kept it pretty light at times and kept it real when it needed to be kept real. Maybe I will buzz my hair. Holy shit, $1,000 donation. What the hell? Benji Butt. What did you tone? Please tone. I'm gonna tone. That's crazy. What the heck? Damn, son. That's amazing. What's this fundraiser at on this one? 13K. Amazing. Yeah, 1,000, 3,000, a couple huge donations. Amazing, everybody. There are no excuses for the things Westside Tyler said about Hassan, Frog, and Palestinian advocates in general, etc. Yeah, some of that stuff is pretty bad. Like, I don't know where he stands on stuff like the Houthis or the Rashid al-Haddad, or Hassan being pro-terrorism. I heard him one time say Hassan being pro-terrorism he's pro-terrorism, but that's okay, which I guess going by the State Department's logic is true, but I don't know. We'll have to do a full review of statements when we see them, but yeah, I was shown stuff afterwards. Someone said, I saw that he took that stuff back for what it's worth. Yeah, I mean, that's, I don't know. So, but thankfully on this stream, we can just have people on and see what's up with people. And I think it's good if people are, have criticism, to go to share that, to share it. Because I saw a post about it, but not a post about it. I think what he said is true about it. Yeah, thanks, FT. I see you. Okay, I'm gonna end stream, and I hope everybody's doing okay, and I hope y'all have a good night. And I will be streaming tomorrow, I think. I'll go lay down. I'm gonna go do what Baby Cat's doing right now. $540,000. Probably more now. Wait, hold on. Wait, check this shit out. I showed you guys this, right? I got this thing because Tara had one yesterday. I think the issue with her, she wants to get it. This is working fine. It's alright. Hey. No biting. No biting. Alright, everybody. Good luck with your lives. Josh Citarella would be cool. I like his show. Okay, bye everybody.